What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to Campus Legends 2023. I am excited for what's
Yeah,
gonna go down today.
super
It's gonna be
excited.
a long, I would hope, long kind of matches that we play. My name is Churros. With me here is my co-caster Ken. How are you doing today? It's been a long time since we casted together.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's been a long time since MPL for us, but we're coming back soon. But
We're coming back
now,
soon.
yeah, we're gonna be looking at the young and upcoming talents, right? The ones that
Uh,
we see, okay, potentially they're gonna take a step forward into maybe the professional scene next time. But this is the true battlegrounds for them first, right? We
oh
have
yeah,
the proving grounds first. Are you good enough to really go to the next level?
yeah.
And this is where Campus Legends is centered around, right? Where we discover all the young, new budding talents, and we'll see how they perform every day.
I 100% agree with you. I like that notion as well because like there were a lot of players who graduated who were in the MPL who take
Mm-mm-mm.
Campus Legends as a stepping stone towards the professional league, and this is something that I really look forward to. I'm really looking forward to today. It's gonna be Group B. We're going to be seeing NPITCC, SUTD, and SIM. No one's going to get eliminated. Everyone's already in. It's just who's going to be up on top, who's going to have the better position within the brackets. But before we start, we're going to be giving a huge shout out to all our sponsors for making Campus Legends possible. Campus Legends 2023 is organized by SCOGA and Esports Academy, academic partners ITCC and RP. Are you
Yeah.
from ITCC or RP?
I used to be from RP.
Oh, you
Yeah,
used to be
yeah, yeah.
from
So
RP. That's why I'm pointing it
alumni,
out.
alumni. Yeah.
Alumni. Okay, monitor partners, AOC Gaming, you can see right here. Actually, this is Aegon. It's slightly different.
It's still considered AOC. They're just a
hmm
subsidiary of the company itself. So technically, yes, correct. There's
Yeah.
still AOC Gaming, but this is the Aegon monitor. We'll talk a bit more about the specs of it later on.
hmm
Our next one is the gaming headset Invicta over
Invictus
there on
Tutor.
the right. That purple. Sorry, I'm a bit colorblind this afternoon. It's
The
an orange
orange.
box. Yep. So it's the orange box itself. This is one of the new products that they have, Invicta. I mean, I've been introduced to this a couple weeks ago, and
Yeah.
it's a really sleek headset itself, right? So this headset is actually, what I've been told, and after I've been trying it,
Yep.
is that it feels like a
You tried it before?
yeah, it's like
Is
a
it good?
second skin, right? So it kind of
Ah.
fits you, and it's a very immersive kind of headset
Yeah.
where you actually feel like you're really in that gaming space itself.
Actually,
Yeah.
somehow I wish like I was wearing the Invictus Satori headsets right now.
Well, you
for
can, but
broadcasting.
then you won't be able to hear us.
It looks cool, right? Like
Yeah.
and of course it's really really sleek. I like the fact that it fits well. I
Mm.
haven't heard the sound system yet, but I like the fact that it fits well. It doesn't make me sweat, when you wear this for a long time. And I've seen like a lot of memes on social media like
Mm.
TikTok, Instagram. I've seen like people wearing headsets and you have like
The
the
headset hair.
concave the
Yeah.
concave thing.
Yeah.
But Satori has this really nice little cushion on top of the headsets to prevent that from happening. So I
That's
really
right.
like that going on. But moving on, we have our PC partners, Lenovo Legion, who's helping us with all our, our statistical needs. We have
The
like,
brackets, the behind the scenes kind
yeah,
of thing, right?
it's
The
actually very
important thing.
fast. I like
Yep.
the structure of it, the quality of the graphics as well.
That's right. And now this is something that we have been if you didn't know, right? This is information that you need to know. It's called AMD, right? Do you
Mm.
ever know what AMD stands for?
Actually, not before I
Yeah,
started
no,
casting right
yeah,
here, right?
exactly. So AMD actually stands for Advanced Micro Devices. That's the name of the brand, right? That's your big boy that everyone is, hey, AMD, AMD. Okay, AMD is Advanced Micro Devices, right? They
hmm
are a CPU partner as well, and none other than our energy drink partner is going to be Red Bull. I
We
needed
got
a
Red
boost
Bull.
today. Like honestly, I needed a boost today. So Red
Yeah.
Bull, one of our sponsors as well. Thank you for the drinks.
Well, cheers to that
Very
before we
very
start starting.
happy that I get to have this huge energy boost later. And of course, we have our supporting partners: Digital Plus, Landing Pad, Auto Mail, and Razer Gold as well.
Yeah, thank you so much for supporting and sponsoring this event. It would not be possible. I remember last year when I was doing Campus Legends, I was still like it was a half stool.
Mm-mm.
And then the year before that, I think it was standing. So right now we have a nice little couch. We have a nice little area right here. Would not be possible without all our sponsors. But speaking about sponsors, the prize pool for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. At the top of the prize pool, the first place of your champions of Mobile Legends Bang Bang is gonna be $1,200 in cash and scholarships, as well as 5 Sutori headsets and 5 Aegon AG273 FZEs.
Five. I mean, okay, it's impressive that you have five, one for each of the players.
Yeah.
But more important is the sponsorship for the scholarship. I think that's really impressive, right?
It's cool.
You don't go to a competition and you say like, when you go for a scholarship, it's like, yeah, I studied really hard and stuff like that. But down here, you win a competition and you get a scholarship. My goodness! Oh my God!
No, I think it's quite cool that like
Yeah.
institutions, educational institutions, academic institutions, they're actually supporting esports as a way
Yeah.
to like bring people together, drive that competitive spirit because we're a progressive nation in Singapore and like we started off with like physical sports and right now we are welcoming the value of esports and the competition it brings. So really, really huge prize pools for all our participating
Well, that's for the
players.
first place, right? For the runner-up itself, they will be getting 750 in cash.
It's still a lot, but
Yeah.
it's not as much.
Not bad. 750, right? 750 in cash and scholarships as well. They will also get the 5 Soturi headsets along with 5 AOC monitors. This will be the 200 and no 24 G2 ZEC. How do you pronounce it? ZEC or Z?
I say Z a lot.
Oh,
I say Z.
I prefer to say ZEC. But anyway, we are two sides of the same coin.
Two
so-
peas in a pod now. Two donkeys on a chair. Two donkeys on a casting couch.
Okay.
All right. Moving on. Moving on. Third place will win $550 in cash and scholarships. You also get the Satori headsets as well as the Aegon C24G2s. So not as good as the predecessors for the second place and first place, but still an amazing computer screen. So
That's
I'm
right.
really looking forward to all of this. But you guys have been waiting for a while. Let's bring up the tourney table. Actually, the tournament brackets. And we'll see
Yep.
who's going to be playing today. So first match of the day, we're going to be watching NP versus ITCC. So the winners of the rounds are going straight to the finals. We are going to be watching simultaneously SUTD and SI. We're not going to be watching SUTD and SIM. It's going to be played simultaneously with the NP and ITCC game.
Yep, that's right. And so, I mean, for the semi-finals, it's really about who's going to get to sit on the throne, right? But of course, you get to sit on it, you don't claim it yet.
Yeah.
And then, of course, from the lower brackets, we will see SUTD and SIM, who is going to transition from that last lower bracket round to really fight for that glory as the king.
Yeah, I really like this group. Like, Group B is amazingly stacked. NP was the reigning champions of Campus Legends 2022. I don't know. I mean, they've won the previous rounds like by a lot, by a huge margin. But I don't know if this year everything's gonna change because they're facing up against the underdogs like SUTD and SIM, who won RP and ITCE, College East respectively. And this was a huge shock to our viewers back then. They came back from a deficit and they clawed their way through to victory. And right now they're in the top 4 spot of their group. So
I mean,
it's gonna be really exciting to watch this.
yeah, but that's the beauty of competition, right?
Yeah.
You always expect that, yes, there's the underdogs, there's the champions and stuff
Yeah.
like that. But every year, I'm very sure, they take a look at the replays, they take a look at the reviews,
Yep.
and it's like, you know what, we made a mistake. We're not going to repeat that mistake this year. So they come back stronger,
Yep.
and, they're here to prove a point. So
You
I
know-
think point taken so far.
It's really interesting because you said like watch the rematches from 2022, but there's a huge change to the strategies and the meta. Are you in tune with that so far?
I mean, based on what I've seen, we have a couple of assassin jungles coming back into the play. I've seen Hellcat yesterday against a
Actually, it's
Link.
mostly assassin junglers right now.
Yeah, it kind of a shift away from the tank jungles that we've seen, right? So I prefer this meta. I prefer a more bursty kind of lineup rather than the let's fight for
It's
XP
more
long
exciting
time.
and flashy.
Yeah,
But speaking of that,
exactly.
let's jump into the draft of the first game, NP versus ITECC. The players are ready. The draft is being set. We are going to jump in really soon.
Yep.
Or actually, we're jumping in right now.
Ooh,
Right off the bat,
okay.
okay, this is going to be a 5 Ben or 10 Ben, as some of you
Whoa.
might call it.
It's
Seen
a
any-
very stacked lineup, man.
Is it MMF? Is it FMM?
That's like deck. And yes, that looks like FMM. It's Bleed RSG.
Wow.
Shy, we have new genes, so shy.
Okay, so NP, we have deck sooner or later, FMM or MMF. It's gonna take a lot on me to get my words right
Yep.
because his name was supposed to be FMM. I think it's the same guy.
It is.
Bougie
It
and
is.
Freezy. This was the lineup that won Campus Legends 2022.
Mhm.
ITCC, they have their work cut out for them. They want to beat this team. And on the other side, ITCC, they have Icon backside, Lyra, Danny backside, Bitcoin, and YU. So very, very familiar names,
Yeah,
and
for sure.
immediately banning out the Faramis and the Eve. What do you think about that?
Means they want to keep it quick, right? If you want to take out the Faramis, means you do not want to let the Couch Outer extend the fight. They don't want to have it direct, which means that they will probably ban out heroes like 1-1 as well, who thrive off very long fights, right? At
Yeah.
very long engagements. Once you get the stacks, you have the crossbow of tanks as well. But I think it might be decided to see, okay, is this going to be a personal ban? Do they know what kind of heroes they like to play on the opponent's side, or
Right.
is this going to be like a meta kind of mindset for them?
Well, this is very interesting. Like I've never seen Florin being banned out or picked for the longest time. But NP, they take it out in the second ban phase. No, sorry, the first ban phase, the second ban slot. This really goes to show, like Deck, he is in his element. This meta is truly his. You talk about assassins being part of the meta right now,
Yep.
bursty, flashy heroes.
Yep.
ITCC, they identify that Deck's gonna be a monster with that
Which
Fanny.
is
So
which is why they
take
took
it
out that Fanny, right? They banned out the Fanny. Deck's one of Deck's favorite heroes as
Yeah.
well. And I'm just just to explain to you why Florin is banned out. We actually got a glimpse of Florin yesterday in a couple of other games that I was casting. So Florin's heal, it might not look like a lot, but it always gives you that false sense of confidence that I can get the kill.
Yep.
And because of Florin's heals and slows, it allows a team to really just have an added layer of shielding that just saves you, makes the difference in the fight itself.
And of course, the lantern that she provides as well. Like it
Yes.
gives a lot of buffs for their enemies. And of course, the other possible support hero that everyone's picking right now is the Angela. So
That's
we
right.
always seen like Ling Angela combos going on from this side. So I don't know if NP they want to lock in that Ling for deck. To deny it from ITCC, and Ling is super viable because we've seen a lot of like lower mobility marksmen from this meta, like the
Really, yeah.
Leslie. I don't know if Ixia is still viable right now, but Ling has a lot of burst potential throughout these drafts.
Yep, and it's really easy to snowball. So we had a link yesterday that I think snowballed within the first like 4 minutes of the game,
Wow.
even before hitting level 4, right? So it's extremely painful. Karita is also one of the very common heroes that we see being picked up now, simply because of the burst potential, and she has a very early power spike as well, right? She's an early game character. So Bougie gonna get his hands on this Karita, which is a great start. Most probably they will not want to show the junglers first,
Yep.
because it's really kind of a scissors paper stone kind of concept here.
Yeah.
The first one already show their hands gonna lose.
Well, what other assassins is there? Like the Hayabusa, the Lancelot that deck could potentially pick up. But MP, they pick up the Kadita. I also like the fact that like right now it's all about like let's go high mobility, high tempo, let's rotate as
Hey.
fast as possible. ITCC, like I said, the Ling is gonna get picked up. You wanna secure it without giving it to deck because it's gonna be a very, very scary, scary kind of a hero to pit yourself against. And
Yeah.
INP, they might be looking at a suppression type hero like a Franco or even a Kaja to try to counter that Ling just a little bit.
Yeah, but I think silence works the best. So the formula that I was shown yesterday was actually a Hellcat. So a Hellcat gets a silence on, and the main priority target for NP would be to get on this Ling first, because Ling is normally the head of the spear. He's the one that initiates the attack. And if they don't kill Ling fast enough, not only can he proc his Temples of Blades, get the 4 stacks as well, you have a Uranus now who is going to be very dominant in the EXP lane. So that is going to be a problem because it's going to hamper your growth simply because your EXP laner cannot rotate as fast.
That's right. Like, I think the Ling and Uranus combo is going to be very deadly for NP because you have a lot of sustain coming in. Bougie has his work cut out for him in order to shut any of these guys down, but you have a strong split push from Uranus as well as Ling. But what they're missing out right now is just crowd control. ITCC needs more CCs, and in that fact, They pick up the Valentina. They want to keep their options open in order to have that AoE CC. But MP on the other side, they pick up that Baxia as well as the Beatrix. Beatrix needs a little bit of, I think, is one of the marksmen that needs the least items to get her power spike. At least a BOD,
Yeah.
at
See
least a Hunter
value in
Strike
me?
or something like that,
Your team
and then
is
she
banned.
pops
should.
off. But Baxia, though, very, very heavy, high rotation plays coming in.
Yeah, interesting to mention that you need a lot of need more CC on the side of ITCC,
Yeah.
and that was not my thought process as well. But technically, if they get the advantage, that's the strength of their draft so far on the side for ITE, right? Which is they don't actually need a lot of CC because there's so much burst from the link, and YU as well on this Uranus. And that's going to be a huge problem because that's the reason why MP picked up this Khadija in the first place.
Right.
The early game is really important because if you allow this link to really just get out of control within the first 4 to 5 minutes of the game, essentially they are going to be too far ahead of you.
Like, the textbook and research says that Baxia, one of the fastest farming junglers, able to out-farm Icon backside, so it's going to be an easier time in the early game for Baxia, but you need to be able to snowball your entire team in order to
Yes,
win this
that's
game.
right.
But
So-
I want to move over to the draft, the banning
ban,
phase,
yep.
phase 2. Fredrin is being banned out. We usually see him being played in the jungle, but right now, people are banning them in EXP lane. Why do you think that is so?
Punch for a
Well,
punch.
I think
Your team
his
is banning.
EE is extremely irritating. I mean, that's one of the forms of control definitely that is going to be very detrimental to the side of ITE, right?
Yeah.
If he gets a very nice energy eruption, it will destroy the synergy for the team itself. So what's going to happen is Ling will probably be the first one to get the initiation started, while he was going to be that last person staying in the fight, just to bait out, either to be the sacrifice for the team, or just to provide that kiting or that deterrence for the entirety of MP to come in, right? So having a Fredrin on board is actually going to destroy that synergy because he's able to catch everyone at one particular shot. Paquito as well, very mobile lineup. He is able to do a lot of burst damage to the backlines, and in this case, they have not picked up the backline yet. I'm probably presuming it would be looking like a Leslie.
Magic is my life.
This draft
Your
works
team
perfectly
is
well
picking.
with a Leslie as well,
Yeah.
very long range. And
I am
Kaja is a good
power of
pick as
light
well
and
because they want
climate.
someone who can control probably either deck or bougie, right? Or in the event that Suna, which probably might not happen, does go into a position where he's a bit too far forward, he could get caught. Yeah, but I doubt that's going to happen, right? As a Beatrix going up against a lineup that has a lane, you want to be very safe. You always
Yeah.
want to be on the backlines as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. I like the fact that Leslie is still open up. MP chooses to ban that Harith. I think the best possible pick here would be a Kufra in order to mitigate all these little dashes that ITCC has on their side. The suppression, all Kufra needs to do is just soak it in. Soak up that suppression and leave sooner or later wide and open on that backside. But right now, it's going to be a really, really tough draft for MP because Terizla, Kufra, Baxia, they're all very heavy
I've been
divey
waiting for
heroes.
too long.
So NP, they really need to protect their back line. It's the damage really comes in from that back line. Yes, they have a lot of nice little setups, nice little engages, nice little dives straight to the back line, but the backline protection of their own is still, questionable for me. ITCC, they finish up their draft with a carry, which I like because it's a tank melter anyways.
Yeah, exactly. So MMF, Deck, Freezy, as well as Bougie, yes, they are a bit more tanky on their draft itself,
Mhm.
but against a carry, that's not something to be trifled with, right? Give them a bit more time, and Lyra is just going to wreck them. So they need to be very efficient about the way they approach these fights. I prefer NP's draft in terms of just execution because it's slightly easier to execute,
Yep.
not as risky. You can have an option to step away if you have a miss or you make a mistake.
Yeah,
Right.
with that being said, the draft is set. Let's jump into the Land of Dawn. Is there any weird rotations or new rotations coming in, Kin?
Not that I've seen any based on this past few games that I've been watching so far in this current draft, but a lot of the teams like to help out the Link in the jungle. It's very important to have that early lead as a jungler right now.
Yeah, the leash coming through. Carry already pushing into that purple buff. leaving Baxia wide and open. So Ling finished his purple buff slightly earlier than Baxia without any leashes. But you see the standard rotation, the mage going up to that EXP lane, getting the level 2, and then starting the 3-man rotation down the mid side. NP, they really know how they want to play. They want to pressure that mid side. They want to make Bitcoin work for his key. So it's going to be a little bit tougher for ITCC in that early game because Ling needs to scale up.
Yep. And if you take a look at that, Danny itself, he has that potential help for the team, right? If once he hits his level 4, that's the real power spike for them.
Oh,
and
MMF?
MMF, he's looking like he's going to be bouncing to his grave in a couple of seconds.
Oh
but
no, Bougie! First
Yep.
blood taken by Danny backside. A little bit too close for comfort. Sacrificed himself for the roam position, but Icon backside trying to look for more. Deck going down. The Tempest of Blaze already popped up. Wyu going down. He will go down to that graveyard, and Deck looking for more, but then they will be held accountable for the 1-to-1 kill. A very even trade on both sides. Icon backside all alone. The early rotations coming in from ITCC.
Yep, beautiful trade. They definitely made it even for both sides, right? The fact that you got Wahyu instead was actually a much better kill because it evens out the EXP laner. It gives Freezy a bit more space to really make some some moves across the map as well. Yes, they traded out Bougie, but it's a Kadita, right? She still has early burst and so much damage in the early game, so it doesn't really matter at this point. Sooner, this 1v1 against Lyra is going to be very important. Anyone that makes the mistake of dying in a 1v1 situation, it's going to cost the team quite a lot.
So this is going to be a very, very slow start for NP because Bougie doesn't have his level 4 yet. Deck gonna get that turtle. It's going to be uncontested right now. ITCC, Ling is nowhere to be found, so they back off. But then, for the side of NP, you have Deck, who needs to be situated at that front line. You have that concussive blast as well to be able to clear out the jungle more efficiently. So rotations in nature, in theory, should be working out a little bit better in NP's favor. But ITCC, they are taking control of that early game rotations and countering them as much as they can.
Yep, interesting to see that actually both MMF and Deck have similar emblems as well. And you know what this is? This just tells us, you know, concussive blast, we want to get that burst damage in, right? The moment we jump in, we want to end that fight quick. And that's exactly the kind of synergy that works out for MP. They need to have this huge burst. Because if they don't burst ITCC fast enough, it's going to be over because they have a lot of regeneration abilities on their side. Wagyu here, they're going to
oh, the flicker and the Tyrant's Revenge. He will go down. That is just a nasty, nasty burst coming in from NP. But NP looking for more. Bougie is just one man alone. Icon backside wants to back off. He will commit. Oh, the rough waves take Bitcoin down. And Icon backside forced to use the Temple of Blades. He needs to back off. ITCC, they lose out in this one. MP still staying strong in terms of economy.
Yeah, I like this confidence, man. They just showed them who's boss. They threw every single ultimate down in a matter of like 10-15 seconds and gave ITCC no chance to retaliate at all. They even had to burn that Tempest of Blades defensively, which is one of the worst things you want to see from a Ling, right?
Yeah, I mean, use it offensively and take down the right targets. And all this time, NP, they're just targeting that mid side. They're giving so much early lane pressure on the jungle, so Ling has a really tough time. But Icon, we've seen him play before in MPL, so this is nothing new to him. He will just stay a little bit confident, stay a little bit back, try to get as much as he can. He knows about that early game turtle to jungle farm, neutral creep exchange. You take down the turtle, it's only 150 gold for the rest of the team, or 600 gold for the whole team, right? And Ling, he just wants to pick up the scraps that NP left behind. NP, on the other hand, they take easy kills. They punished ITCC for getting a little bit too close, but they're not converting them into objectives, which is what MP probably needs to do right now.
Yeah, but it's a bit difficult. At this point, it's really, you know, let's try to slow them down, create some space and time for Deck to come in for the steal, at least for the contest itself. Right now, it is still MP's game. Oh, nice penalty zone.
The penalty zone comes down. Tempest of Blaze coming in. Deck secures the turtle, and Freezy will go. It's very, very low, but he still survives. Call an ambulance, but okay, put that ambulance back. Everyone is still left alive. Someone went down. I think it was Bougie and Bitcoin. So ITCC and MP, they fought in that mid lane. ITCC, they are playing very, very defensively. They know that they need Lyra to scale, and he is the one to carry the rest of ITCC to victory in that late game.
Yep, I mean, a mid for a mid, that's an even trade. End of the day, none of the mids could make a difference for that contest.
Hold
as
on a
well.
second now. Oh, the jump. Lyra is in a spot of bother right now. Danny will survive with the pistol on top of the blades. Over to 4. Jack will barely survive. MMF as well. No one goes down, but NP, they're capitalizing on that first bottom lane turret. ITCC, they lose out on this one.
Yep, a beautiful flicker by MMF to save his life. Now he gets to, have that gold growth. He just got that dominance ice on hand as well. So it's going to be very difficult. Penalty zone
Oh,
here.
Freezy with the penalty zone. Oh, the orange buff is so low. ITCC with the quick rotations protecting their core as we speak. But on that backline though, Uranus just being a nuisance while you just jumping and running, healing back everything up. Deck picks up the box shot because of the anti-regen capabilities from his passive. I think it's working out so well for NP. What do you think of this mid-game power spike for NP?
I think they still, have a bit of a advantage.
Oh, little bit of a spot of bother for Freezy. That's not going to be... He's not going to stay. He's not going to be alive. He gets taken down, but they're not going to be able to push that turret in because of the creep management from NP. Man, Freezy, that was a decent trade. Like, he lost his life, but he bought a lot of time for NP to scout out that top side. The turtle coming up, they're in a better position contest for this one.
Yep, and they had to burn 3 ultimates for that. So Freezy did a good job. Could have been a better job without dying, but he did a good job of, taking just utilities away from ITCC. This provides them with a lot of space. Yes, they got a T1 at the bottom, but it's fine. A turtle trade is always worth it, anytime.
Oh, Bougie just waiting in the brush. He seeks out that Kajo barely misses. And NP just falling back, playing very, very passively. Now, with that early gold lead, what do you think NP should do?
Definitely take more control of the map. It's still a bit bright in this case. They need to put the map a little bit darker for ITECC, so they need to get more T1s from the side.
Hold on a second right now.
Wyu.
Wyu! No, Wyu! Wyu! He stays alive, but the turret goes down. But on that bot side, though, Freezy will be taken out of that ball game. Lyra focusing fire on that turret. Rough waves comes through from Bougie, clearing out that waves, and ITCC, they back off, taking control of that bottom side jungle. NP needs to retaliate. They need to counter it. Deck tries to go in, and the rest of the... Oh! The second play! The time's revenge. He's still alive. He will not go down. That's a pixel. That's a pixel. Lyra, somebody help him. Oh my goodness me. Danny is a little bit too slow. Lyra goes down. That's a 0, 2, and 1 for this carry. A little bit too... I mean, the Purifier is still up, but man, that was a tough call for ITCC to jump again. Icon goes down. Wyu as well. It's just bodies flying left and right.
Yeah, I was going to say the power spike is going to start showing through because Icon did not die in the past 8.5 minutes. But with this particular death itself, it's going to hamper their growth quite a bit on the side of ITCC because this gives MP so much growth, not only in gold, but in EXP as well. If we can pull up the itemization, we can talk a bit more about it. Suna is getting fat. At this point, Fury Hammer with the BOD, he's not even halfway into his power spike.
Yeah. Remember we talked about like Utrix just
Okay,
needing the BOD
that's it,
and the
that's
Malefic Roar. That's it. The power spike's there. Power spike's there. You got 7,000 gold. And it's 1.2k on top of the opponent's carry. Carry. So it's gonna be very hard for ITCC to just stay in that front line in order for carry to just deal the most amounts of damage, the peel coming in. But on the other side of the map, though, ITCC, they're playing that split push. They want to give up this Lord and make NP just fall back. They don't want them to just push down any of that turrets as much as they can. ITCC just playing to their draft, split pushing as much as they can.
Yep, at this point, yes, we have a new power spike from ITCC. They have the Lightning Truncheon coming out for Bitcoin backside. And of course, Icon has the Corrosion Scythe as well. Now, it's a great item for Ling because you want to have that slow when you have your basic attacks hit, right? But the thing is, I think MP is a bit too tanky for them at this point. Both sides, they have their Dom Ice, so it's going to be 70 armor as well as the slow on that normal hits as well for both sides of the team. And it's going to actually impact ITECC a little bit more because yes, they do have a bit of damage, but they're really, really squishy.
They
So
don't have high ground as well, so
yeah.
this skirmish is gonna be a really tough trouble for ITCC. NP on the other hand, their lineup is built for skirmish. They have three divey heroes, Leda and Buji. Just needs to stay back when the Lord comes through. They are just looking to peel on all of the turrets. ITCC managed to just keep their mid lane second tier turret alive just for now.
Yep, and Suna just got his hands on the Hunter Strike. So that slow from the basic attack is going to be, that increase in movement speed is going to be very important for Suna because he's going to be able to run them down. And that's the whole point of MP's lineup, right? We can fight you face to face. IT going more for a catch.
Oh no, the jump and the Tyrant's Revenge and the combos coming in from Buji. One goes down. Oh my goodness, Daddy and Bitcoin, they cannot survive this one. ITCC, they did not see that coming. I did not see that coming. Lyra with that knockup, but will be able to survive that one. But the Tempest of Blaze getting knocked back by the bouncing ball. He will not be able to survive. He does not have his jump. Deck tries to push him back. Icon backside. Somebody help him. He will help himself. Okay,
yeah, they will let him go because at this point it doesn't really matter, right? Right now they're just looking for the important targets, and Bitcoin, Danny, and Lyra are the three priority targets. They don't even need to give a crap about Wahyu or Icon backside at this point because they know he cannot do anything. He does not have enough wave clear. Wahyu, sure, he can tank through a lot, but it doesn't matter when you're a one lone ranger against 4 to 5 members of MP.
Well, I gotta say
very
though,
clever execution.
I gotta say, like, NP's team fight is just immaculate. I wouldn't say it's perfect, but it's immaculate. It's like they leave no room for error. ITCC, they have to be looking at a split push advantage going on.
It's really just the positioning, right? Because it makes life really difficult for Daddy. He can't really get that perfect call.
Oh no! The penalty zone comes down, and Wahyu, Daddy goes down. The rest of ITCC, they have to back off. They have to look for a defense because the mid lane minions are coming through with 3 members. This should be easy, but they don't know where Lyra is. They don't care because they're going to be just taking out the turret. The jump will miss. Oh my goodness, Daddy! The Icon!
Yep.
Oh
sooner
my
or
goodness.
later, this game is going to be over. And, sooner or later, he is the MVP for me in this game. He finally got his power spike. I mean, not finally, he got it at like 7 minutes or so with the Malefic Roar as well as the BOD. Now with the addition of the Hunter Strike, you can see that burst potential that he offers. That's the first part. The second part is that, they get slowed. So Sooner now is the one chasing. And when your goal laner is running people down, that's when you know you're super far ahead, right? You don't really have to care about defensive measures.
Yeah, and they're just extending their lead. They're 7k gold ahead, NP just picking up the scraps. They don't stay too long in ITCC's side. I mean, if you take a look at the purple buff skirmish just now, it was Deck who took the retribution away from Icon. So Icon having a tougher time. Taking a look at itemizations, what do you notice? Bakshan doesn't have the Dom Eyes, but I don't think he needs it. And I think
he doesn't need it.
The regen sort of like mitigation from the Bakshan and the Dom Ice from NP is just making a difference. The conceal play, oh my goodness! The penalty zone and the flicker and the jump and the Tyrant's Revenge! The rest of my CCC! Oh my gosh! Oh man, that was just immaculate. Icon backside. One more hit, he will go down. And Wahyu just trying to stay afloat. The rest of ITCC, they will be able to defend just for this one. 20 seconds on the clock. 20 seconds on the clock. Lyra with the Wind of Nature. Oh, a little bit too soon. Lyra still stays alive, but on the backside. Icon backside, hitting the right targets.
Yeah, but this is delayed gratification for them, right? NP still definitely going to have an upper hand over this. They have 4 dead on the side of MP, but ITECC, they're still struggling so much because right now there's so much counter initiation from MP's side. Yes, Danny is looking for that Divine Judgment, right? Every single time he gets it, MMF comes in, or Freezy comes in with either of the penalty zone or the Tyrant's Revenge as well. And it's really hard to go against that because that's the only form of catch you have that is safe. Anyone else that overcommits. Bitcoin, yes, he does have that Shadow Blade, if I'm not wrong. But nonetheless, if as a Valentina, when you jump in, you're going to get bursted down. They have a very long and big wall in front of them. The main damage dealer, Suna, has so much protection. He has Bushi, who has the Petrify as well, if anything goes wrong. And, you have MMF, you have Freezy, and that's not even, mentioning about Deck, who is going to be just cycling around the map waiting for his entry point.
just peeling as much as they can. The Dom Ice will be built up for Box here just a little bit later than sooner. Just a little bit of pun there, but NP, their combos are very, very textbook. It's very, very clinical. It was the conceal play, it was the flicker jump, and then the layer jump again, and then the Tyrant's Revenge just taking out ITCC. The burst coming through from Suna and Bougie is just a little bit too much to handle, but speaking of too much to handle, Freezy will go down. He was all alone. Back to Iron Icon will be the one who puts that nail on the coffin for Freezy. 35 seconds, the Lord will come back up. This is going to be the 12-minute Lord, the enhanced Lord. Oh man, Wayu will be able to survive on this one. Oh, as long as Lyra's alive, I think ICCC will have a better time, but Icon just going in with that split push. Bougie a little bit too slow, but Icon's just so squishy. What do you think? Now the Lord is spawned up. Who do you think would benefit the most from this Lord?
Definitely going to be ITECC at this point, simply because they have taken one of the lanes. They are evening it out. Their strength is actually in the split push, right? They don't really fight well in a face-to-face situation here, so this is a very important law for them. This will help them secure more breathing space, but let's see how it goes. Wahyu already going down.
Wahyu pops his ultimate,
Bougie.
but on that backside though, they find Bougie. Bougie goes down. That's a 4v5 situation. Wahyu is going to be regenning all of his health. The Lord resets ITCC. They have lane advantage on that top side. The lanes are pushing in. Icon backside is doing so much on that back line, on the offside of the map. And the rest of MP, they just need to reset. They need to go back and defend because this Lord fight might be pivotal, might be the last one. MMF, he will not be able to tank this one just for a little bit more.
Yeah, but right now, the game is going according to how ITECC wants it, right? So they have a bit more map pressure as well. They are controlling the waves. And Lyra, at this point, already late game, he is going to be able to shred the Lord as well. So the Lord is going to be on ITECC side. And for once, for the first time in this game, we're going to see a swing in the gold. Likely to see a swing in the EXP as well if we take a look at that stat.
It's just very patient from ITCC. Just waiting for Lyra and Icon to hit their power spikes, hit the damage that they need, because honestly though, ITCC, they don't have to care about deck, MMF, or Freezy. They just need to focus fire on Suna. When Suna goes down, NP lacks the damage to follow through. And ITCC, they're doing that very perfectly. They have dive heroes, but Bitcoin, I don't know what ultimates that he can take with the IMU, because NP has that high ground. What do you think, Tim?
It's really difficult, right? At this point, like you said, we have to focus on Suna because he is the main win con for Icon.
Oh, on the backside though, Icon backside goes down. Bougie finds him, and Wahyu quick to follow up. The Lord isn't even there. A little bit too soon for ITCC. This will be a lost Lord. They will retreat. The Lord will go down fast. Oh man, what do you think is going to be happening next? I mean, MP, they have a very strong high ground, and Bougie is right there. So ITCC, they are a little bit too overconfident in the jungle of NP, and that's where Icon got punished.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, NP definitely going to capitalize on this mistake by ITCC. To be honest, it was a huge mistake because they could have gotten so much more. But the fact that Icon got taken out in an instant, and you know, he's not supposed to be the one that's getting caught, right? End of the day, he could be the counter initiation actually, a bait for NP to start a fight recklessly, and that's when the rest of ITCC can really just pile on the damage and get in on them. But the fact that Icon gets caught and killed off early means there's no such option here.
This is going to be the 18-minute Lord, the Luminous Lord coming through. The fleeting time already bought by Danny backside. So what is the play here? Like ITCC, they only have one target. NP though, everyone from ITCC is just squishy. They're all glass cannons. They're looking at a sort of like pick-off composition coming through. But they also have to deal with the split push coming in from ITCC. What do you think the play is for ITCC? I mean, we talked about in the draft phase, they need crowd control, but this is one thing that they lack.
I mean, okay, the one very funny mindset I have is that instead of, you know, yes, you have the fleeting time on the Kaja and you want to use the Divine Judgment, but I don't think he should be going for Suna. Here's my hot take on it. I don't think he should be going for Suna because Suna is going to come out in the fight.
Or sooner or later.
Yeah, sooner or later he will come out in the fight. So the point is to actually catch one of the disablers on the side of NP, which has to be in the form of either Freezy or MMF. That will kind of bait out MP to really throw everything out because it feels like, hey, ITCC is overcommitting. And, you know, the actual target will be...
Oh, Icon will be able to make it out alive. Danny backside, quick on that rotation, on that protection. Rotation protection. ITCC, they want to look for other things. NP, they're starting off on this Lord, trying to pull it as much as possible. But while you, the regen capabilities not going to be showing through. What is the play here? What is the play for both teams, Kin?
MP just wants to wait for ITCC to really just group up, and here we go.
Oh, conceal play. Oh, a good catch onto Deck. Deck goes down. Nova retribution for NP. But while you trying to zone the rest of them out, they're trying to push out all of NP, securing that Lord. NP doesn't seem like they minded though. It kind of seems like they want ITCC to take that Lord.
Which is weird, right? Because end of the day, I mean that is the strength of NP squad is the fact that you have so much coverage for any mistakes that you might make. And the fact that Deck was there too far forward as a jungler when they needed the Lord, you know, getting killed off, that's really funny to me. Yes, I agree, it could be some sort of like a bait play because it doesn't make sense. Deck shouldn't die, Deck shouldn't be in the front of that, especially when we are talking about a Luminous Lord at this point. 21 minutes and a half as we count down. This is MP's game to lose. They shouldn't be doing this kind of mistake at this point.
But actually, I agree with you that Danny, he picked the right target. So Deck going out, they take that Lord to secure it. What they can do right now is maybe layer in that Lord push, right? Just take down that tier 3 turret and then give themselves an easier time, which is what they're trying to do. Danny with the suppression coming out on the penalty zone and the flicker from Freezy, but catching Lyra and Danny, but no follow-up from NP whatsoever. Lord getting a chunk off that core, but ITCC still standing strong. They might not want to go for anything else, but they have the enhanced minions. They can push through again. Look at the backside though, that top lane, getting the split push. NP really stressing out right now. The anxiety is going to be off the charts right now, and ITCC just pushing back, playing very, very defensively, playing very passively, but the conceal play comes in. Deck gets caught by Danny backside. Bougie. Oh, with the petrify in the rough ways. Oh my goodness, and the Tyrant's revenge. Danny goes down. Now there's a 4v5 situation. Oh, sooner or later, no more one for him. MMF tries to go for the backside. Oh, Icon backside, still standing strong. He does have the immortality. He will coming through. The rotation's coming in for the rest of ITCC. This is it. Oh my goodness, 3 members down. They will look for Suna. Suna will go down. Freezy's left all alone to his own devices. There's a 4v1 situation, 50 seconds on the death timer. ITCC has the lane management priority. ITCC, it looks like this might be it.
Yep, they finally figured out the formula for this, which is to buy as many immortalities as possible, and that is the way you're gonna win this fight, right? Burn through everyone's immortality because there's so much singular burst potential from both teams that once it's over,
oh, penalty zone from Bitcoin. Freezy trying to buy as much time as he can, but it's inevitable. The win goes to ITCC for the first game. What a match that was, Kin.
A complete turnaround here because MP had the game all the way on their side for majority of the time, and ITCC recognized how they're gonna win in the late game. Very clever movements and map control because the way that Icon has been split pushing the entire game, getting I think 3 or 4 free turrets, even breaking tier 3s at the last possible second for his team, kind of changed the whole gameplay.
Here's what I want to point out though, like NP, they have a dual roam position like Bougie and MMF, but Bougie doesn't have the roam boots. Usually you get a conceal or you get a dire hit just to increase your damage or maximize your damage. On the other side though, Bitcoin bought the dire hit at the 8 minutes mark. So the damage from Bitcoin is starting to show on that late game, which is where I think the entirety of NP broke down. They're placing too much apples into one sooner or later.
Yep. I mean, end of the day, if we take a look at how the fights went down, I think MP kind of changed their trajectory a little differently. Instead of focusing on Icon as the #1 priority target, they actually changed it to Lyra, which is not wrong, right? But it cost them the game because Lyra was so far behind. They had to go through a weave of thorns and
Yep.
for the entirety of ITECC, and they just got wrecked. They tried to burn as many of their immortalities as well. They had a lot of sustain as well. They had the rose gold media. They had blade armor as well to try and mitigate the damage that they were doing. But it just wasn't enough simply because they overcommitted for Lyra.
Yeah, I think NP on that last play though, they made a dire mistake. They shouldn't have went out through the jungle because they have a very very nice position within their base. They have a team fight composition. They have their high ground. They have a lot of crowd control abilities, but they're a little bit too impatient. They want this game to end, but the game ended. We're going to game two really really soon. What do you think should change? What is your take on these two matchups from NP and ITCC?
I think the flow of the game was great. Both teams understood what they should be doing at particular standpoints. So now it's really about who is going to go and get that early game advantage in game two, right? Game one, I think IT was just a bit too impatient. They made one mistake where it kind of cost them the early game advantage, and they had to play from the back all the way, right? But I think right now we need to give these players some time to really just recharge, think about what they want to do in game 2. So we're just going to go for a 5-minute break. When we're back, we're going to see game 2. Can IT close it out and, kick MP down into the lower bracket? Or will they be taken apart themselves and we'll see a 1-1 scoreline?
1-1 scoreline. All right, be back in 5 minutes, boys. What's going on, guys, ladies and gentlemen? My name is Churros. This is Ken. We're bringing you live action through Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We are having a good time. The first game ended in a win for ITCC.
Yep, for
This
sure.
was plot twist after plot twist after plot twist. ITCC very patient in going through, and we were discussing like, okay, now is gonna be the sustain and support meta. There's gonna be a lot of
Yep.
heals thrown around
Yeah, for
in
sure,
the
for sure.
entirety of the game. So Baxia has been a very, very good pick. It was the execution of MP a little bit too impatient in ending the game. That last fight went in favor of ITCC.
I
What do you
think
think should change for MP?
just be a bit more clinical, right?
Mhm.
We'll take a look at the draft as I explain this. Like, we're talking about healing, we're talking about medical stuff. So you need to be,
Medical
you
stuff.
need to be clean and you need to be very clinical in your finishing,
Yeah.
right? So they weren't clinical in their finishing. They had a good start to the game, where you had essentially control of the lane. But they just lost sight of what they should be doing against the lane, which was to
Sir,
catch
what's your
her
command?
if she is out of position. They didn't manage to do that, even when they had such a huge power spike for sooner or later already.
Yep.
And, we'll take a look at that. Now, so ITCC, I think Buji was too big of a problem for them. So Karita is going to be banned out. And, of course, respect the deck. No Fanny for you.
No Fanny, no Fanny at all again.
Yep. And Wahyu does not have the happiness of getting back that Uranus as well.
Yeah, like we discussed as well, the sustain meta is very, very strong.
That's
Just
right.
live as long as you can. That's why immortality is being thrown up. Even Rose Gold Meteor is coming back strong. Marksmen are building a Rose Gold Meteor. You see jungles like Ling sort of like throwing that Rose Gold Meteor in as well in
right.
team fights because you have a little bit of sustain as well. Angela will be taken off the bat for the first phase of the ban for NP. ICCC, they might ban out the Florin again. I'm not too sure how it's going to be played out. Do you think it's worth it for getting the Florin?
Right now, I mean, based on healers, we're still left with Estes as well. So that's one of the potential ones. Now, the question is, yes, Estes provides a much stronger healing, but he doesn't offer as much in fights,
Yeah.
right? Yes, he has a slow from his Brilliant Circle, but if we talk about in terms of utility that's offered for the team, I think Florin does a little bit better. So it looks like they want to keep this option open.
Okay,
right? Let's
okay.
choose.
It makes sense. It does make sense though. Like take out the Kaja because it was a threat to the Ling, and that's where Ling suffered a lot for ITCC. NP now, I don't know if they want to keep the Ling, give it over to first pick ITCC. Right now, NP they have a little bit of the upper hand. I would like to say because second pick you can counter or you can sort of like deny from ITCC. But at this level, at this stage of the game, you need to learn how to counter a lot of those heroes. So I think NP, they have a trick up their sleeves. Maybe give them the link again, automatically pick up that Franco, and just have a better time, right?
To be honest, I would just ban out the link. Yeah,
Ban out the link?
For me, yeah, I would ban out link. But okay, other yes, very very probable ban as well. So they will take it out. We're gonna look at the Karina being showcased. Right now, there's not a confirmation yet. Icon still teasing us with this Karina.
Yeah.
I would really love to see a full damage Karina instead of the old tank Karina that we were.
I think for assassins like
Among the plains
okay, okay,
Each
there
eye
we
is
go.
a
Okay,
maker.
Yves is one of Bitcoin's signature picks, so
And
it
Ode.
does make sense. You have the box, you have the slow, lots of utility for
Yep.
ITCC, and the rotations for Bitcoin on that Yves. He knows how to clear his lane very, very well. So MP, they have their work cut out for them. I think the Valentina will be a better pick for MP right now.
We are maybe looking at artillery mages as well. So
Farsa, maybe?
we could be looking at Farsa because Farsa just outs Yves in terms of rotation.
Mhm.
Maybe not damage, but rotation for sure because Wings by Wings is definitely a much faster movement. NP this time gonna have the the cheese of getting the link for themselves now paired up with a Claw, which means that they're gonna be very mobile and they're gonna be very hard to catch, right? Battle mirror image is gonna be one of the skill sets that we're gonna see irritate ITCC quite a bit.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I think NP, they're looking again at like several split pushes, forcing ITCC to pick up a suppression hero, sort of like a Franco. Kaja's really taken off, so you can't do Kaja. So I don't know. If they don't pick up the Franco, I think it's so good for NP. Or even a Minstar. Minstar could be picked up for ITCC. Makes them a little bit more intimidated in terms of team fights. And ITCC already looking at like a lot of team fight compositions right now.
Yep, yeah, I agree with you. I would have preferred a Mincy, but you know what? ITCC definitely is something up their sleeve because it's going to be a Joy as well as a Fredrin, and that's a lot of CC as well as confusion and chaos offered from the side of IT.
It's a lot of early game. Like, it just
Yeah.
screams to me, early game, early game, early game. Icon is going to be putting the Retry onto that Joy, so while you will be playing the Fredrin on the EXP lane, you have the Flicker as well. So there are a lot of combos with the Flicker for Fredrin. You have the Flicker ult, the Flicker appears as Raft, and you have the Flicker taunt. So there's a lot of things that like NP has to watch out for in terms of the team fights. But ITCC, very, very divey again. Like just with that Joy alone, you have that box to protect that back line. So NP will need to be able to counteract this. So the Valentina gets picked up, not countering, but like giving NP options for ultimate. So if you don't know, Valentina, if you use the IMU onto that Fredrin, you get the taunt. So that's an option for Bougie.
That's right. I think Bougie going with Valentina is definitely a much smarter choice compared to a Faster simply because of the existence of Icon, which is going to be very difficult as a Faster to deal with, right? Because that essentially means your backline has no protection. So they need someone with a better catch, someone who is able to deal with Icon as well. So the trade now is, do you go for damage or do you go for CC, right? If you go for CC, it means you have to catch Icon much earlier. If you go for damage, you don't mind allowing Icon to jump on the backlines, but your positioning in a team fight is going to be extremely important. So, I mean, with the draft that MP has, they are able to reposition themselves quite easily. So I'm not worried about that. I think they might go for more damage instead.
I think NP will be looking at a Franco game. Like, there will definitely be a suppress in this game. Like, NP, they pick up the Valentina. They have that first pick advantage for the second phase pick, but they can give up the Franco to ITCC. So Bougie with the IMU able to take the Bloody Hunt away from ITCC as well. NP on the other hand, ban out that Brody. So I think a Leslie ban would be very, very probable here for NP. Like giving sooner or later a very, very easy time in that laning phase. Leslie able to just two-shot Ling as well. So it's going to be a very, very nasty hero.
Yep, that's if MP allows the Leslie to be in the hands of ITCC, and like we mentioned, you know, Leslie, one of the most probable picks that IT would have been going for, going to be taken out straight away. We have seen the huge burst potential from Leslie. Not only that, she offers so much range, and she has escape mechanisms as well. It's a bit hard to deal with. So I think they worry about the amount of burst they can get onto Leslie simply because of her positioning. And the fact that if they do go and chase for a Leslie, IT's lineup is just going to tear them apart.
Yeah.
Right. So at this point, you know, we're left with a couple of choices as well. If you take a look at how ITCC's lineup is going to fight, the fight, if the game is not going their way, it's going to take a little while. So I think 1-1 might be a good pick. It will be something that works well into an extended team fight.
1-1 for ITCC. I don't think 1-1 would be a very viable option right here because NP, they don't have many front line. It's all dive. So 1-1 is going to be a very held back hero. You need to be able to pop your weakness points. NP going to be locking in the Esmeralda, so a 1-to-1 battle between Freezy and YU is going to end in a stalemate. ITCC, they still have a Roam and a marksman.
Okay,
I don't know what they're gonna be picking up. I think a Beatrix would be the most like standard option right here. The Roam, I think a Franco will work the best. There's no way in heck that that they're gonna be playing support. Okay, so Lyra's gonna go straight to that carry like you see in the first game.
Yep, and that's a very scary pick, to be honest. A carry against what they have in this lineup. If you provide enough space for Lyra, simply because of Danny's existence with the Franco for the Bloody Hunt, I'm not even talking about the Iron Hook, it's literally just Bloody Hunt. Bloody Hunt is going to be so amazing for the team right now simply because it will catch deck, right? And anyone else that does not have damage on Lyra when they're close means instant death, with the exception of maybe Freezy. Because sooner or later, Bougie, they are very squishy heroes deck as well. MMF gonna try and balance that out with a Grok, which I like. It does provide them the option to have a bit of safety against Icon and Wahyu, but I don't know. Joy, he just zips past everything. So
Okay, so
I
they're
don't
going to
see
be
how that's
doing a
gonna
little
help.
bit of a switcheroo because Yu is going to face up against Freezy, Joy versus Valentina. Joy is going to have a little bit of an easier time in the laning phase. Icon on that Fredrin is going to be sitting on the jungle. Uh, Farm-wise, I think Fredrin would be a much faster farmer than Ling. But like we see in the first game, Ling always has a leash. So the rest of NP, they might support Ling in that early game, but Deck is in his element. Ling is one of his signature picks. This is it's gonna be a very very interesting game. Like I don't know which team I'm favoring right now because both of them seems very very balanced. But ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna be game two. ITCC one game away from going into the upper bracket finals in the seeding match in Group B. NP one game away from losing, but can they, with their draft, bring it up to a 1-1?
Yep, potential match point here for ITCC. So this is going to be very important for them, and I think they might be feeling the stress, right? So in this early game itself, it's definitely going to come down to the roamers who can make the biggest impact to help with the clearance of the mid lane that will allow for the early rotations into the other lanes or to support the jungler for that farm as well. Right now, I think in terms of farm, it should be going towards the way of ITCC simply because Fredrin does offer a bit more damage compared to the Link early game. And of course, with that being said, ITE supporting the jungler a little bit better. A couple of hits by the Franco as well to just help the Fredrin just a little bit faster in the jungle as well.
Danny, just a little bit too close for comfort. Half health going into the jungle. There he will spot Ling and just farming up. He already has his level 4. That is a very, very fast level 4 for this Ling. I think the leash comes through for MP. And Deck, he's really in his element. This is one of his heroes that he plays all the time in his ranked games. But on that bottom side, though, Freezy in a spotted brother. And he will be in trouble right now. Freezy getting the taunt. He is still level 3, will not be able to commit, but the rotations coming in. Bougie, Deck, they see Yu, they see Icon. Icon already level 4. Yu still doesn't have the electrifying beat, so MP in a better position. 15 seconds until the Lord spawns up.
Yep, and Icon manages to get that gold buff, so it is a win for them because at this point, the Franco had to actually hook away one of his own jungle buffs, which caused Icon to be a bit more delayed in terms of the level 4. And now the first major objective, which is going to be the turtle, is the first test, right? Now the question is, do they want to fight into this? Because at this point, MP definitely has an advantage over ITCC for this challenge itself.
Yeah.
Ling able to go and get a bit more farm before they come in because Ling is such a mobile character. So at this point, you can see ITCC being very, very cautious about the way they approach this.
Okay, it does look like, oh, the Bloody Hunt onto Danny. Danny will be the first one take. Oh, whoa, I spoke too soon. But Deck trying to go in, trying to get that back line. He will be a little bit too slow, but Yu, he is already level 4. The box already dropped MMF. They will survive the skirmish. Danny, that was a very, very close call. The Lord already pushed in over to the side of NP. It does look like Icon going to go straight. That's one coming up for Deck. Deck will still be alive, but Icon takes down that the last retribution. Deck goes down. Yu takes the count. Oh! Freezy gets pulled back into the midst of battle. NP still staying strong though. ITCC, they got the better trade out of all of that. Take down Deck and take down that turtle.
Yep, it was a bit unfortunate for MP because they got the hold on ITCC very much early on. You know, the IMU to get that Bloody Hunt. Danny, the fact that he has survived changed the whole game because he came back. Not only did they had even levels to fight against, Danny had his own Bloody Hunt to capture as well. And the fact
bottom
that
side
the
though, bottom side, Yu electrifying beast. Freezy does not have a Purify, but Yu just looking to clear the lanes. Freezy already just pushing down that fight. It looks like Freezy is winning the lane-to-lane matchup against that Joy. Oh, on that purple buff side though, MMF already very, very close. Trying to seek out information. Where is Icon at all times? And right now, Lyra already being very, very passive. MMF just being a nuisance on that Grok because you have that CC mitigation, CC immunity coming through. So the hooks don't bother him at all.
Yep. So like we were saying, at this point, the fact that Danny survived changed the whole game. And Icon, oh, energy eruption gets 2.
Oh, the wild charge onto Icon. Icon goes down. The Tempest of Blades coming through. The 4 swords. Oh, Danny again. He lives. The pullback, but Freezy will go down as well. That is a 3-1 kill. While you with Electrifying Bleeds will not be able to find sooner or later. The BMI saves him just for a little bit, but ITCC, they have the better trade out of all of that. 2 kills, and they're pushing down all that turrets, looking for that trades, looking for objectives. Deck. Oh man, with those hooks. It's almost like giving me a heart attack every single time, Kin.
Yeah, but you know, he is a professional player as well, so that side step, just to juke and get that iron hook
Ankle
out
breaker.
of the way. Yeah, exactly. So now with the second turtle up on the screen as well, Danny and MMF will be buying time for the junglers to get this second turtle of the game. It's important because right now this is still pretty much even Stevens. Slightly an advantage for ITCC. They have a 1 level advantage across the board.
But then again, NP still, in terms of economy, staying afloat, although they are 2 kills behind. And this is where ITCC, making use of that early game advantage with the Fredrin in the jungle, just taking it down. And I realize that Fredrin has that quantum charge. What do you think about that?
Fredrin with the quantum charge, very important, I feel. I mean, simply because he is going to be one of the main catch. And Icon, no, he's not going to be stopped by a, Guardian's Barrier of all things. No damage as well. I think they want to give this up because MP, yes, they are already behind. So I don't think they want to give up any more kills. It's really just vision to let them know, okay, how many people are across at this point of the map so that they can take a look at the split pushes as well, right? So MP this time, they will look for a more split push style of play, simply because they're playing from behind already.
Oh, Deck trying to focus fire on Lyra. Lyra is in half health. The Tempest of Blaze with the 4 Blaze keeps him alive just for a little while. Bougie with his box on his own. Oh, but Deck goes down as well as Freezy. A little bit too uncoordinated, if you ask me. And he just going back on that defense. It looks like they're being very impatient with the way they deal with their battles. But I understand they want to take down those objectives. When the turtle fight was ensuing, NP, they focused fire on that bottom side turret. So now both sides on that bottom lane are open. The right side of the map, the jungle is pretty much wide through. The vision will come through into both sides. Icon is going to be waiting very patiently. The turret goes down. Sooner or later will be the target. Oh, BMI with a miss. The miss and the wild charge knocks him out. Sooner or later still stays alive for now. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. That was a huge save by MMF. I mean, that wild charge literally saved both his and his goal laner's life, and the fact that they kind of missed that hook flicker from the Franco as well also made a huge difference. But I think, props to MMF for saving the lives of both the important members of NP right now. But the catch is coming in again. Once again, Icon going in for another energy eruption. But it's MMF, right now, sooner or later, is still not getting caught out, which is a good thing, right? 0, 0, and 1. He is doing well with, how far behind they are at this point.
Yeah, and this looks like ICCC. They're in a better position in any of the team fights. And that Joy is being really a nuisance, just skimping around, bobbing and weaving all over the map. MP needs to be able to control that Joy, but without any suppression, without Bougie taking the IMU and taking the Bloody Hunt, it's going to be a bit harder for NP. And now ICCC setting the sights on that mid lane, the blind hook over onto that side bush within that purple side. Oh, MMF. Going in, checking in. Oh, the wall charge. But MMF will not be able to survive the RWM coming through. Sooner or later, coming in with the blazing duet. Freezy will be taken down as well. The Icon still stays alive. Princess Wrath dealing half health. But there we go. Deck with the Tempest of Blaze on the backside again. Trying to go for Lyra. Lyra, one more hit. And Deck goes down. And right now, sooner or later, will not be alive. He will be sent to the graveyard. That's a nail in the coffin. That it will be 4-1. Oh my goodness, what a play from ITCC. Very defensively, very good calls, very good RWMs and setups. Bougie is left to his own devices, but the Twin Blades will be a little bit too much. Bitcoin will secure that kill. Oh man, what a play from ITCC. That is massive, just extending the lead to 2K. This will be one of the biggest leads that we've seen over in this game. ITCC just taking full control of the map with that turret, a sliver of Healthkin. What is the play for MP right here?
I mean, it was essentially a team wipe. So for NP, they need to recover. They need to get this Lord at least. It will relieve some pressure for them. But it's really difficult because there is a 2-level advantage on Icon and the lowest member on the side of MP as well. Right now, the main problem is actually the Franco, because the Franco is offering so much deterrence. They can't overcommit, because as long as he has that bloody hunt, it's going to be a very tough fight, because he can actually lock down the very important person, which comes in the form of deck. When your jungler gets caught out, especially in a fight where you have the neutral objective, it's a lost cause, right? So that's why you see Danny, he's just hanging around, he's waiting for deck. That's the whole MO. He doesn't even need to care about Suna.
Oh, the concealed play was already wasted by MP. A little bit impatient, but there are just 5 members onto that mid side. Does not look like they want to engage onto that Lord yet. Icon alone, but Wayu trying to phase onto Bougie. Oh, that gets taken down. Lyra just on the backside, just doing so much damage with that Twin Blades. That's a double kill, almost triple kill for Lyra. Sooner or later, the BMI into the face of Lyra, but Wayu will be one more hit away to take down sooner or later. Oh, that was so close, but a very, very good team fight coordinated by ITCC. They take that Lord, they take 3 members down. MP, they have to claw their way up again.
Yep, that's right. And the funnel is working. Lyra is already fat 6-1-5 as Bougie trying to last against Icon at this point. Suna will not be able to do much at this point because there is no backup coming. MMF, all he can do is stand and watch. He gets taunted away. Sure, backup is coming, but Icon is very comfortable at this stage. And like you said, the Lord, right now it's about buying time for MP. They need as much time as possible. They are close to 5K in gold deficit at this point.
I think it's almost 6K, and why you just split pushing. They're playing a 4-to-1 composition, and what I like about ITCC is that they are really, really protecting Lyra. Lyra is always in a very, very good position on that back line, just dealing a lot of damage with that twin blades, twin light wheels, speedy light wheels that NP is unable to counter. And I mean, Lyra already has that winner nature as well, so sooner or later is not a problem for Lyra. The intimidation factor coming strong.
Yep, very difficult, and like we said, now the target is going to change. So Danny he's looking for anyone. It doesn't matter who is.
Hold on a second now. RWM coming through. The wall charge out of 4. That clears it up. There is 3 members down. Icon will be able to run away, but the Princess Wrath not enough damage to take all of them down. There's a 5-to-1 situation. Icon will not be alive. Oh, help him. Bitcoin will be the only one standing. It's a 307 for Bitcoin, but still ITCC. The skirmish was done. They take down that top tier 3, and the mid tier 3 is barely standing. NP able to defend, but just for a little bit. What went wrong for ITCC?
They grouped up. They grouped up against a Grok, and when they had everything in their arsenal, they stood in the face of their tier 3, right beside 3 different obstacles that Grok could have chosen. It was a buffet. Do I want to enter from the left? Do I want to enter from the right? How am I going to do it? Doesn't matter. I get all of them in one shot, and that was a huge mistake.
Oh man, the RWS battles. Oh, Bougie barely making it out alive, skipping the hooks, the sidestep over onto Danny, but they make it out alive. Bitcoin still standing strong and showing why his signature hero is that Yves, and taking full control of any of those team fights with that RWM. Oh man, the split push needs to come through for an NP, I think. And without that split push, without all of these objectives, NP will always stay behind.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, Wayu with the electrifying bees. Bougie taking the half health. The damage from Wayu coming strong. I'm actually really interested in the itemizations coming out for both sides. Ken, is there anything spectacular that you can tell me about all of this?
I think at this point we have to focus on Freezy, right? Because Freezy, he's going to try and complement his emblem itself. In pure rage, he needs a bit more defensive capabilities as well. But he's going to amp himself with a little bit of damage from the Enchanted Talisman. Yes, it's an early game item, but it might make a world's difference simply because he's able to control the crowd for the side of ITCC. And, you know, one of the things that is important right now is about the growth of Suna. Suna, he almost has his trifecta, which is kind of disappointing, but they were
hold on a second. Conceal play. They want to find the right target. They checked on the wrong bush. Icon still making it out live.
Yep, they can't do much at this point. They have to find out where the Franco is hiding, because Franco is the whole problem for them. They need to protect deck, And like we mentioned before, in a neutral objective fight, if deck gets out, there's no chance for them. They will lose it. They will lose this game from here on out. So they need to look for Danny, but no one has caught a glimpse of Danny yet.
Oh, they find it. Oh, they find YU and Bitcoin on the backside, but Bougie dealing so much damage, keeping them at bay from that Lord. Lord at the third quarter of the third of the health, but the wall charge on the two. The woman manipulation pops in general, but MP they're clearing everything out. With Lyra going on, clearing on the backside. The janitor is coming. Janitor coming through. They're taking out so much damage. Sooner or later will go down by Lyra. The true damage from Lyra is coming and staying true. There's gonna be a 2v1 situation. Bougie, they want to find Lyra. Lyra, will he be able to outplay them? Oh my God, no! Lyra! No!
Oh my goodness! Oh, that was
so
clutch.
close.
Yep, that was so clutch though, as ITCC, they have that advantage in the form of the Lord, but it's going to be mitigated out now by both Deck as well as Freezy. Now the question is, what is the next fight going to do for them? Because MP, yes, they seem to have figured out how to fight against ITCC, but they're still quite far behind in terms of the way they can execute the fights, and the base is getting wrecked as we speak.
Yeah, I mean, out of all of that, I think ITCC, they took the better trade. They take down that tier 3 mid lane turret, as well as that Lord. So the push in for ITCC is coming through. I think the group up, like you said, Ken, was just a little bit too close. Like, I think their RWM was placed preemptively, but right now, MP, because of that fight, because they took down Lyra, the gold deficit for ITCC has shifted. Like now, as you can see on the board right now, it's gonna be a 1,000 gold lead for MP. The hook over to Freezy, but no commitment right now. Oh, Danny all alone. Oh man, Danny.
Yep, he's going to be fine, right? At this point, now Danny's job is really just to get as much utilities out of MP. So any ultimate that he burns away from MP, even if he dies, will be good, right? Simply because his role is just to get a nice Iron Hook into a bloody hunt, and presumably if he can catch deck, or sooner or later, it will be great. But actually, one of the main things they need to be very careful about is now about Lyra's positioning. Yes, yeah. Lyra is great. He's able to dish out a lot of damage, but the way that NP has been fighting into these battles, they're actually trying to split ITCC as much as possible, which sounds kind of contradictory because they have a Grok that is going to thrive off a 5-man wild charge, right? But they need to break them up because it's really hard to get access to the Lyra without having so much resistance of in the form of Wahyu, who's going to jump in, and you have Bitcoin, who's going to offer that real-world manipulation as well.
But taking a look at the items, I think Claude already hitting his power spikes. The damage to Icon himself is it's a lot. But I want to ask you, Ken, who is the main target for both sides of the team? I mean, ITCC, you talked about Lyra, but I think Bitcoin has been playing a vital role. Is it a pause right here? No, it's just everyone's a standstill.
Yeah, they have to be very careful about their positioning right now. We have the Winter Trencher being built by Bougie as well. Bougie actually going to be the hidden MVP of MP at this point because he is quite strong already. His power spike is here. He will be the key to killing your people like Lyra as well as Bitcoin. He is the hidden key. So Danny will be changing his targets if he gets it. Instead of going for deck or sooner, if he gets his hands on Bougie, it will be great.
You know, 18-minute mark, I would have guessed to see a lot of immortalities for both sides. Like ITCC, still none of them have any immortalities, but MP already building up the immortality. They are psyching up for all of these team fights, but the layering coming in, wild charge, and then Freezy jumping in with the Starlight. It's gonna be a lot for ITCC to handle as well. And Freezy, I think the pick was very, very good up to Yi, but Bitcoin is gonna be caught out right here. Bougie, one more hit, but oh, Lyra taking us so much damage. The crystal takes Bougie out of the way, but Lyra's still standing strong. They're focusing fire onto Lyra, but they're missing the fact that Bitcoin's at the back, RWM, and Icon taking in so much damage. Lyra's still alive for now. There's just 2 members out of the way. The speedy light wheels, one more hit. Oh man, the light wheels hit onto deck and connected. All 5 members wiped out. ITCC, this is their time.
Right.
Did you see that?
Yeah, for sure. They actually gonna make it work. They will close it out. ITCC, this time they are in control. They will take the win here, make it a clean 2-0 as they sit atop the throne. Not yet to claim it. They will keep the seat warm. But now MP has to prove themselves by going against the winner of SUTD and SIM. And as they break out into this semi-final losers bracket, we'll
Hmm.
see. Does MP get the chance to go up against ITE for their revenge match to try and claim the throne? Or will it be SIM who breaks the hearts of MP and goes up against the current leading champions, ITECC?
So I think this match was just very very clinical for ITCC and showing why they're a very very viable top spot contender in the entirety of Campus Legends 2023, and the positioning of Lyra playing in that carry, dealing 37% damage and taking down all of that turrets and taking down all of the objectives, it makes ITCC a very very strong contender. I think NP, they really need to work on their communication. They're always aiming at the I would say wrong target, I guess, because at the last fight, it was Bougie who went over to Bitcoin, and then that's where everything fell apart because they're
Yeah.
focusing too much fire onto Yve, wasting all their ultimates. Lyra left open. It was the bloody hunt. Claw comes in, the bloody hunt, and then Lyra just still staying strong. So I think
Yeah, we were talking about it, right? Bougie was supposed to be the hidden MVP because
yeah.
he was the only one that could terrify and get that CC on the majority of the team. It is a AoE skill end of the day, right? So the fact that Bougie died without having the option to extend the team fight for his marksman for Suna, it was a pity. But that's exactly what went well for ITCC, which is something that I'm super impressed by
Yeah.
because they understood how the situation changed and how the win con changed as the game goes.
Yeah.
And they executed it perfectly. They were waiting for Deck to jump in.
But I wanted to say, like, Lyra with the speedy light wheels,
Yeah.
the long delayed flight over the
It was
deck. We
so
caught it off of camera, but
yeah.
like it was so like it was peak Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
It's
Like
the
it doesn't get any
no,
better
it's
than
it's a
this.
movie moment, right? Where you have
Yeah.
this slow mo action reel, and then
Yeah.
you're like, "That's a
I was
okay."
actually
The
I was
climax.
actually like, no, no, tag all the way, and I was like chasing it up. But oh man, what a game! I had fun. It was just immaculate. I can't wait for the next few matches. But I don't know if the brackets are up, but I want to see who's gonna be up next. I think the viewers want to see as well.
Yep, I mean it's definitely going to be a surprise as well, right? So we have a couple of things that we have installed for you. So as we show the brackets, that's one. We also have another surprise for you, cooking, right? Which we will share once we're done with the bracket. So we'll wait for a while for the brackets to be up first. But based on this, do you think MP stands a chance against SIM? Is it going to be a close fight? How's it going to work out for you?
Man, I think SIM is gonna be very very strong. Like
Yep.
SIM has Salmon and Benji.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and Salmon
Okay.
like is I think is a very underrated player because I've trained with him a couple of times. He's taught me some stuff. Taught me about communicating. I think SIM, they have that synergy, that cohesion that only pro teams would have. I think Salmon would be credited to that synergy. NP, they really need to get the communication up together. I think mechanically wise, NP might be better, but SIM playing as a unit might be stronger. So SUTD is out of the way. Lower bracket round. So NP and SIM are going to be facing up. The uh, SUTD will be in the fourth seed, so they're not eliminated, but they're still in. It's just a seeding round for Group B. So the winner of the lower bracket round 4, NP versus SIM, will be in the finals, facing up against ITCC again. So if NP wins SIM, they will play 3 games today with ITCC. 2 games with ITCC today.
Oh, let's see how it's gonna go. Now it's time for the surprise.
What's the
We
surprise?
actually have a QR code that's gonna be flashed up. This is actually for the grand finals itself.
Woo!
It's gonna be held at Republic
Right here.
Polytechnic Agora Halls 1 and 2. So scan the QR code to register and get yourself a little taste of what the surprise itself. It is a festival, so please scan, register, and show up at RP, my old school itself. Have
Yeah.
fun. on the date itself, 12 and 13 of August.
So 12 is for Valorant, and then 13 is for Mobile Legends. I think we'll be on a Saturday and a Sunday.
Yep.
So you make some time, come through, support your favorite players, and support your friends, and we'll have a blast of a time. I think there will be an anime festival as well. I see the art market where there'll be a lot of cosplayers around during that time as well. I mean,
Yep.
it's a tradition where Campus Legends we have a lot of like these really nice little cosplay people coming through. So we'll catch you right there as well.
All right. So we'll see you in a bit.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? My name is Churros. This is Kin. We are your casters for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Welcome to Campus Legends 2023. How are you feeling today, Kin?
Great, and we are going to be stepping into a even more exciting match. It's going to be
Yep.
SIM against NP. This is for the throne. This is to make it one step to be closer towards that $1,200 of cash and scholarship. Not sponsorship, scholarship.
Yeah,
right?
there's a lot of money at stake. I mean,
Yeah.
this is still the seeding round. So Group B, we have SUTD in seed number 4,
Mm.
and you don't want to be at the bottom seed because seed 4 in Group B will face up against seed A. The first seed in Group A. So it's going to be a very, very tough matchup for SUTD going through to the next round. But this time around, it's going to be a second to third seeding. The draft is ready. We are going to be jumping straight into the game right here and then. Let's get it started.
Let's see what these boys and girls have for us. I mean, this is best of 3 nonetheless, but of course, best of 3, you can have a bit of leeway. You know, mistakes aren't that punished too hard.
Hold on a second right here. So MP, they're switching up their roster a little bit. We have IBX playing in Freezy, like we've seen, MMF, and I've seen some of the comments. MMF is actually FMM. And then we have Bougie playing for NP as well, and then sooner or later. So I think this lineup, this rotation, this roster is going to be a very, very different roster from what we've seen in the previous game up against ITCC.
That's right. They're going to change the jungler, so Deck is not playing this time. And on the flip side, if we take a look at SIM, we have Benji, Salman, Karax, as well as Vinso, He, and Jin Rong.
General.
Yeah.
Yeah. What I want to say is that I like SIM synergy. I've seen some of their games offline. I'm casting a game for the first time in Campus Legends 2023, but I've noted that Salmon makes a very important calls for SIM, and this is what brought them through step by step, layer by layer. I think NP, they swapped out Deck for IBX, so IBX is going to be playing in the jungle position. Getting into the draft phase for the first phase is going to be Angela banned out for the side of MP, and SIM is going to be banning out that Fanny.
So same thing, they give that respect ban for Fanny itself. We know how fast Fanny can snowball with an early game lead.
Yep.
So definitely not going to be part of that. Now the question is, are they going to allow the other healers such as Florian as well as Estes to be out as well? Right, we did see Rafaela being teased in the previous game. Of course, they didn't pick it, but Rafaela is one of the heroes that could make a difference with her ultimate as well. That stun coming in could make a significant change in fights.
I would beg to differ. Like, Rafaela, yes, gives you movement speed boost, gives you a little bit of a heal, but the passive is what makes Rafaela weak, in my opinion, because if you have to die in order for your passive to work, and it's just a little bit of a damage. In the late game, it doesn't make any difference whatsoever. But Rafaela comes in as sort of like that guardian angel for your main carry, which is whatever marksman that you're picking. So NP, they want to ban out that Claude, giving them an easier time in team fights, especially when your backside or your back line is very, very exposed. So NP may be teasing a Melissa a little bit right here. SIM banning out that Joy, very, very standard bans all across the board right now.
Yep, they could open up for Alpha as well. We did see an Alpha being picked up in the match between SIM and SUTD behind the scenes when we were watching. So we could take a look at that particular composition as well. Farum is going to be banned. So same thing, they do not want to deal with extended team fights. They want to make sure that it's a clean one. Now the question is this going to be a Ling against Alpha, matchup? Or are we going to take a look at a different kind of jungler? Like I mentioned, Baxter with the passive as well.
Yep.
One of the main considerations for all of the teams locally. Right.
I agree with you that Boxer is very, very important in this current state of things, because we talked about it behind the scenes that the sustained meta in this time around is very, very strong. That's why Angela's banned out. If you have a Florin, you can use her to your full potential. Remember that the Florin's heal gives anti-regen properties as well. So having a Florin would be very, very beneficial for both sides. Arlott is open, so NP might just snatch that up. Arlott is still very, very viable because of the repositioning from that final slash. And that's something that we haven't seen at all today yet. And I'm just pretty looking forward to it. Like with an Arlott, you can turn the tides of battle at any time.
Yep, and very interestingly, I mean, okay, standard now, Uranus is going to be part of multiple drafts simply because of the sustain and the heal. It allows you to essentially lock the lane in for EXP laner.
Yeah.
They're going to ban out the Link as well. So let's see what they're going to do to try and complement this pick on the side of MP.
I think a Baxia would be a nice pick, or an Esmeralda, just to counter, not counter, but like to have a standard lane-to-lane matchup with that Uranus. Or if they want to go ham, they could just very well pick up the Dairoth for SIM. I think that SIM might look at a team fight composition since the Eve is picked up. As of now, they know that MP might not pick up the Esmeralda anymore, which is a strong counter to the Yve. And SIM, like we talked about, the Florin is going to get picked up as well. I think it's a very good, decent pick. I'm not sure if Flame Shot would be the right spell to use as of this moment.
Why not?
Yet.
I love Flame Shot. I think
The
Flame Shot
knockback.
yeah, it's a powerful skill if you know how to use it. In fact, you know, Flame Shot could be sometimes the game changer. I personally like to use Flame Shot, but I play God, right? So when people like to dive me in the mid lane, it's like, sure, you can dive me, and instead of running back into my tower, most people will expect you, so they will run closer towards the tower itself, and which you can then position yourself behind them and Flame Shot them into your tower, which they don't expect. So, but these are micro plays that probably will not happen in this game, but it's just that I love Flame Shot. So let's see how that works out.
Okay, so Buji will pick up the Valentina. It's a very standard. You pick Eve, I'm gonna pick Valentina, so we both have that role of manipulation coming through. MMF will sit on that Kaja for just a little bit right now. Oh no, it's picked up. So Kaja's being picked up. It's pretty good because I think they're thinking SIM might go for an assassin. What kind of assassins work around here? Like a Lancelot might work very well with the Florin, especially with the Lantern buff. I'm still very into like getting the Baxia on because it's a very strong counter. You soak up a lot of damage. You have anti-regen capabilities as well. Both teams, though, they don't have their marksman yet. What do you think, Kin, is probably the best marksman for either side based on their first three picks?
I think a Leslie definitely works wonders for either of their drafts, right? The other option they could look at is maybe a Beatrix or a carry, which will make sense if, let's say, you're gonna try to chunk down Freezy as well.
Yeah.
MMF with this Kaja itself is gonna be a huge problem. So they need someone who is able to either damage MMF before he jumps in with the Divine Judgment, or someone who can outlast that suppression when he gets caught.
Right. I think maybe a carry would be very good for SIM, or a Beatrix. One is getting taken out of, is going to be banned out by SIM, which makes sense because you pick up a Fredrin. 1-1 has a lot of time and space to pop all the weakness points and then unleash the devastation that is Crossbow of Tang onto the rest of SIM. And with a Demon Hunter Sword, that is where Karax with the Fredrin will fall. But I think SIM is playing it flexible here. The Fredrin is still equipped with the Flicker, so we might see a EXP lane Fredrin as of now. And I like that because Fredrin has the mobility that he so desperately needs instead of the Retribution for a start, right? So SIM still looking for a lot of heavy team fights. I think a Beatrix would be best and most standard for SIM, but MP on the other hand, they might go for very heavy sort of like pick off bursty heroes like a Brody. What do you think?
I actually feel a carry would do wonders for the SIM lineup, simply because in a situation where the IMU by Buji is probably going to be used to take the IMU, he is going to be a standing target ball. So carry will be able to get rid of Buji quite quickly. And there's a lot of significant damage he can deal to Freezy or MMF at the same time. There's a lot of protection from them in the form of Karax itself. So I want to see, you know, if carry is part of that formula for them. They're going to take away the Melissa as well. Melissa going to be very detrimental to the lineup simply because Karax will not be able to be in a position where he can offer the energy eruption as perfectly for a setup for Salmon as well as Vinso He or Jinrong.
Actually, I want to add, like, Melissa building up the Sea Halberd would be very detrimental for SIM because of the fact that you have like anti-regen. So I think both sides are really playing for anti-regens on both of the options right now. But NP, they might have bitten off more than they can chew because they're aiming or focusing fire onto the EXP laners for both sides. SIM, they're sitting on the Leslie. I think it's a very, very good pick. They have very early game potential.
Yeah. You sure?
With a Leslie, you have that high burst, true damage onto the side of
Sniper
MP. You
ready.
just need to give,
Give me a target.
Leslie a
Your
little bit
team
of
is
time to get
picking.
that power spike items. And if you don't know, Ken, like Leslie needs a lot of items, like one of the most items to get that power spike. So at least the Berserker's Fury, at least the Endless Battle, and sort of like half of a BOD.
Yeah, which spells at least 6 to 8 minutes of game time before we will see Vinso He being really online in that sense, right? Which at this point, I'm just kind of questioning how much
Oh,
is
wait.
Florin going to help Vinso He, get that power spike as early as possible.
I think NP Ixia might look like a very decent pick right here. All you need to do is just stand back line. You don't need to do a lot of things. You have very, very high sustain through that lifesteal, through the passive, facing
Wow.
up against SIM,
Okay.
but they
Wait for
want to
no
go
man,
for the
team
Granger
North
as
Carol.
well as the Beatrix. Very, very early game, high burst damage heroes for the side of MP. But SIM, though, they're still lacking a jungle or an EXP, so they're playing it a little bit flexible right now. Yeah. What do you think? What do you think? Arla definitely open do would do wonders for SIM as well.
I think it absolutely smashes the MP lineup, right?
Yeah.
The way that MP's draft is going to work is they're going to play from distance, right? And they're going to choose when they want to initiate. But Alet spoils this entire draft because if he gets the perfect final slash, that's entry point for Kara X, that's entry point for Salmon, and that's free hits for Vinso He as well. I mean, this is the perfect world scenario, right? Where he gets maybe a 4-man final slash or something like that.
Oh,
But
wow.
they are going to go with the alpha, which is probably going to go into the jungle position as well. Let's see.
Alpha is online. Alpha is
Oh,
online.
no.
So, okay, Benji is going to be going on to
Yeah,
that. Fredrin
okay.
with a Retribution. IBX is going to be having a debut Granger within Campus Legends on stream, in fact. I do like pretty much NP's lineup more. Like, they do have a lot more burst potential. I'm not a big fan of sustained support characters or heroes just because you don't have a lot of front line. But then again, Alpha and Fredrin is going to be soaking up a lot of that damage from the get-go. But ladies and gentlemen, as we load in to the Land of Dawn, we have NP on the blue side and SIM on the red. Kin, what are the early game rotations you are hoping to see in both teams?
I mean, at this point, I think Kaja offers a bit more for the growth of the gold laner for the start of MP. So right now, we should be expecting that we will have MMF hitting that level 4 first, along with Suna as well. Right. On the flip side, it's really about how much space can Kara get for his team, because I don't think Kara offers that much damage, but he can offer vision for the team as well. So this vision is very important to really study the rotations of MP and how they can capitalize on that. Because if they know where the entry point from MP is going to be, that allows Benji a lot of space to come in with a perfect energy eruption, which would change the game literally.
Well, this is actually very interesting. NP going in for the full aggressive assault onto SIM's jungle, and Jinrong was a little bit struggling in lane up against this Uranus. And with, like you said, like the Florin doesn't really pop off until you get at least the Lantern growth, or you babysit someone. I think Karex is just tied to this Fredrin. It's going to be a little bit of time for SIM to come online because they have a very, very late game draft. But then again, it all boils down to synergy, all boils down to communication, boils down to cohesion. Now, the taunt coming through, Benji's already level 4, and Freezy is in a spot of bother. Jinrong there for backup. Freezy will just run out of the area, staying up alive. He popped that sprint already. Appraiser's Wrath will not connect onto Freezy. Oh, corrects though. Corrects, one more hit, and he will go down. MMF takes down First Blood.
Perfect bait there by MMF. The fact that he got Benji to waste his Appraiser's Wrath simply because he has a bit
Top
more.
side, top side. Oh, IBX. He almost finds Vin, so he, with the shots, but will not be enough to take Vin down. Jinrong just pushing Freezy at bay. Already popped his sprint, so SIM has a better position, a better grasp off the turtle.
Yep, and this is really dangerous for SIM because the fact they have a double strategy here means they offer a lot of burst damage in a very short amount of time. And Suna and IBX, every single time that they don't die in any engagements is a huge win for them because that allows them to grow so much faster.
Okay, Salmon already has his level 4. Jinro caught in the middle. Oh, the pushback and the heals coming in from that Florin. Woman relation tries to zone everyone out. He gets that turtle. SIM taking out the turtle. The easy retribution. Bougie will be able to sidestep out of the way. And NP still staying strong, but only up by 400 gold. SIM, they took the better trade out of all of that, but MP with that first blood kill. Oh, the top side though, top side. Oh, Vince so close to dying though. Oh, MMF coming in from that backside, the suppression coming in, the Divine Glaive.
Gonna close it out for sure here. So that's a nice one, a 2-0. NP, one of the strengths of their draft is simply how mobile their entire lineup is. And it's really difficult for SM to catch, right? So if we're not talking about, being defensive, NP actually has a lot of offensive measures as well. They can keep themselves safe even when they're being aggressive.
Well, that's, I think, the Achilles heel in picking up a Florin. Sure, you have a lot of sustain in team fights, but NP, they're going in straight for pick up. Oh, Freezy, the true damage coming through for Jinrong, pushing Freezy down to a quarter of his health, but managed to stay alive. He's just putting in, stacking up his passives just for a little bit. SIM needs to be able to maintain the sanctity of that mid-side turret. Now, 40 seconds until the turtle spawns up. Benji just already being very, very aggressive, but IBX, the damage from that Granger will show through. SIM just playing it very, very passively, very defensively, because all they need to do is just buy time, but MP already 2k gold up ahead in terms of economy.
Yep, and they're going to be rewarded. Freezy already has the Dom Eyes. He might survive this, maybe? Oh, he's going in. Okay, he doesn't care. He will not be rewarded for his bravery there. He is going to be taken down. So SIM, a consolation prize in the form of Freezy, as, the pressure is still building upon them here.
Oh, Vinsohi, the Divine Justice is not available. The Praiser's wrap onto Bougie. Bougie is so low. Salmon, one more hit. He almost goes down. Carax, oh, taken apart by IBX. And right now, MMF just opening the zone, opening up the map for NP to solidify their turtle take in this mid stage of the game. 4 minutes 30 seconds. Let's take a look at the itemizations from both sides. Now, Vinsohi already has the Berserker's Fury, but is this enough?
Oh, definitely not enough, because at this point, IBX already has the Hunter Strike. So he is going to have increased movement speed, and that's one of the worst things that you can deal with a lineup such as what they have on MP with a Granger and Suna on this Beatrix. Movement speed is going to be the bane of their existence for SIM, because they're going to get chunked down and chased down. And the fact that they are already falling behind on gold means they don't have the appropriate items to be able to last against the damage. Right here, I mean, IBX 1-0-0. Right now, this is music to your ears for the side of MP, with the Death Sonata being used to kill off Kara X as well. So, added on with that, I think I just mentioned about the Dom Ice.
Oh, turtle side. Jinrong will be caught in the middle. That is a pixel of health. The jump, the Sonata, the Death Sonata will not connect onto Jinrong, but the Divine Justice takes down Carax. Carax goes down. RWM tries to save him, but not enough, not in the nick of time. But Freezy tries to zone the rest of SIM out of the way. NP just capitalizing on so much early game pressure. SIM, they are forced to defend again. Carax 0-3-1, not having a good time in this game.
Yeah, the judgment laid down there by MP, very beautiful. I mean, Benji did God's work for his team there simply by saving Jinrong with that save against.
Oh, it's a 3-on-1 situation underneath the turret. Jinrong will not survive this skirmish. As sooner or later tries to take down that turret. The taunt coming through, and the turret will finish Bougie off. Benji is left all alone. The Prince Rat. That's a double kill for Benji. But Karax coming through. The heal not too soon. That is a little bit too slow for Karax. Oh, that's just a little bit too unfortunate for SIM. They almost overtaken. I mean, they almost picked up what they left out in that early stage of the game. Right now, the rotation's coming in, turtle being popped up. They might look at going to that next turtle objective.
Yep, and they will take that trade any day, because now Suna has a bit more farm. The funnel is working. He has his own Hunter Strike as well. So it's going to be two marksmen who have the ability to rush down the opponents on the side of SIM. And added on with that, with the third turtle of the game, If I remember correctly, going now all the way to MP side as well. This is going to be a huge EXP lead as well as a decent goalie. It's now looking at 3K, and Benji is still far from making and hitting his power spike at this point.
Yeah, I agree. It's 2-1-0 for this Fredrin, but the fact of the matter is you have a Florin who is just stay back support. So you have to be able to stick together and force team fights, but it's a little bit hard because you have that divine judgment to be able to pull everyone out of the way. The RWM comes through, zoning everyone out, Karax with the heal, but Freezy is in the midst of all of that, and SIM will be able to tank up that Death Sonata. Here comes Jin Rong, the RWM from Salmon himself, will be able to overturn the battle to counter it. Jinrong will be left with a fifth of his health and left alive. SRM takes one and they're backing off.
Yeah, but it's fine for them. Freezy going down is not that big of a matter. They will get the reset going. Oh, Benji maybe stepping a bit too far forward here. Sooner or later, gonna be, you know, helped out by MMF.
It's too strong.
Yeah,
it's too strong already.
The map is looking a bit more blue for sure now because they have not only the goalie, they have control of the map as well. None of the turrets have been taken away by SIM. In fact, I don't see any line of blue missing.
Oh, conceal play coming in. Go open up the brush. MMF, he finds Benji. The suppression comes in and he will get bursted down. Not enough, but Jinrong on that backside tries to flank, but not enough. Benji, one more hit.
Oh,
he will go down there sooner or later. Pause that flicker. He's a little bit too close for comfort right there. RWM takes him down, corrects as well. But Jinrong still surviving through the midst of all of that battle. Jinrong against Buji. Jinrong again with that strike knocks him up, and now IBX is left to his own devices. He will be able to back off. This is SIM's time to shine. Closing up that gold lead. Oh, that's 6 bullets all onto Vinso. He's been so dead.
Yep, that Rhapsody doing so much work for IBX, and I mean, nonetheless, now the lead has been cut to 2,000 with that one play. And finally, for the first time, SIM gonna have a bit of map control swinging back in their favor as the Lord is gonna be spawning out.
I don't know about you, but Salmon and Jinrong is doing so much work in all of these team fights. Benji is struggling to stay afloat or staying alive within those team fights because he's the one soaking in all of that all of the damage from the burst potential coming in from NP, especially sooner or later. But sooner or later, the positioning from that last team fight that caused NP to fall was a little bit dire, forcing that flicker, securing that kill. But oh, the engage coming in from Jinrong and Benji. Benji going in, the taunt coming through again. IBX is the main target. He will go down. Vinso, he's showing their damage. And now SIM, they have the potential to take down that Lord, but all of them, they are in half health. The sustain will come through for SIM. It's just like they're back in that in the base and regenning all of their health again. Buji, oh, Jinrong! He's just regenning all of his health, but sooner or later he will be dead. Vinso, the damage is coming through. This is SIM's time to shine. SIM, I told you, Kin. I told you. SIM has that late game. So SIM, now they're in very, very comfortable position. Every single team fight, they're winning. They're winning so hard right now.
The power spike coming through for sure as Freezy needs to get more healing. So he's going to get the Oracle on hand as well. Extra 30% for shield as well as health regen abilities. But SIM, oh no, was that
Oh, the backline,
away?
Freezy comes in from the flank, but Karax goes down. Buji takes the kill. Freezy, one more hit, he will go down as well. But now Benji is studying, will back off. The rest of SIM will take down the MP's neutral creeps, neutral objectives, leaving NP to starve as much as they can. Now NP, we've seen this impatience coming through. Oh, the ambush coming in from Jinrong as well as Benji is too much for him to handle. Now SIM, are they doing the right thing? They're leaving Vinso he alone on that offside and pushing all of the attention over to Benji and Jinrong. Is that enough?
Yes, that is going to be good, and that's going to be great because Jinrong.
Oh no,
is actually
Jinrong with the
damaged
vengeance,
this
but will not be enough. But he's taking in so much damage, soaking up so much damage. The RWM comes through. Buji is the main target, but Buji saves himself with his RWM of his own. Freezy comes in too close for comfort. Their Princess will miss the sidestep coming through, but on the bottom side though, Leslie just pushing through, chowing down so much sooner or later, as well as IBX. They have that damage, but SIM, they are tanking up so much. Karax coming up online. The sustain will show, and the sustain is what is keeping them from winning SIM's team fights.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the power spike on Jinrong is already going to be showing, and the fact that he has Brave Smite as his emblem helps to do a lot with the regeneration capabilities as well. Now he only has the Bloodlust Axe along with the Hunter's Strike, so he still needs a bit more. But when he's already so powerful with these two core items, then it's going to be a bit difficult for MP to fight up against them, because simply the way they've started the engagement, Jinrong is always in front. And when he gets the first kill on the front liner, in the form of Bougie or maybe Freezy itself, it's really difficult because they are the two main members that have the ability to stop the fight from going sideways.
I've seen Benji buying in the immortality very early into the game. It's just 12 minutes, 25 seconds until the enhanced lord spawns out. Jinrong will use his ultimate just to get out of the way, but the damage is a little bit too much for Jinrong to handle. The suppression comes through, but corrects the heal will not be enough to keep him alive just for a little bit. But the rest of the lanes, Salmon, is he getting caught? Is that in the Lord Pit? In the Lord Pit though, the flank will come through for Sohee, but Vin Sohee, the true damage takes down Bougie. Corrects, will be a little bit too late. The flicker goes through. Freezy coming in, trying to get a 1v4 opportunity onto SIM. Freezy still going through. The sprint has ended, and now Benji, they're trying to capitalize on the situation. Freezy is way ahead of NP, zoning out all of them into the ends of the second tier turret. Now SIM, nothing to do but wait for Jinrong to come back online. It looks like MP will take down this Lord, and now SIM back on the defense, but they're still going for it. They're still going for it. Freezy with the taunt. Oh, the Better's Rage, and now Vin Sohee giving the damage and showing why the late game opportunity for SIM is starting strong. That was a very, very clean layered team fight from SIM.
That was a steal if I've ever seen one. MP stealing the Lord away from SIM because they were so far behind, and the fact that they had all of their ultimates up on SIM and still didn't manage to pressure their way into the Lord's Pit is what's so surprising for me. MP definitely did one hell of a Houdini there, making the Lord work their way right now.
Play MMF trying to go in, looking for the right target, but Ken, who is the right target for MP?
MP needs to get rid of Salmon. Salmon is the win condition for them simply because of the RWM gonna provide that singular stun, that mini stun from the RWM is gonna stop Suna as well as IBX from entering into the fight and getting the instant damage done. Right, so that small mini stun allows SIM to get the correct positioning and to understand that, hey, someone is here, let's go catch them as well. It kind of stops MMF from jumping in too aggressively as well.
Yeah, true, but the win condition has shifted. Karax has shifted the Lantern over to Vin Sohee. So the early game, Lantern was over on Benji, but right now SIM needs to look for a right team fight. They need to take down at least one target. Who's the win condition for SIM then?
SIM definitely needs to make sure that Bougie does not get in their way, because Bougie with the Terrify, especially after the Arcane Shade, is really irritating. And so far, Bougie has been quite successful in landing the correct Arcane Shade on and Shadow Strike on 2 or 3 of the members of SIM, which causes a huge problem because the main damage dealers are always going to be in the front. Jinrong as well as Benji, they are the ones that are winning the team fight. So when they're terrified and when they're caught in this suppression, it's really difficult to get the proper damage down. And by the time they are recovered, IBX and Suna has already laid down the damage onto them. It's really hard to fight against that.
Looking at the gold graph, it does look like MP trying to claw their way back up from that gold deficit. Freezy almost getting taunted by Benji, but the damage from IBX is coming through again. This is going to be the very, very late game, but they're pretty much neck and neck. It's pretty much like a boxing match where punches are thrown here and there. SIM, they're still keeping all of themselves alive. Karax will be very, very feisty with all those heals coming in, and the team fights are what SIM is looking for. Vin Sohee just needs to stay back and just poke down on all those true damage. I mean, you have three true damage shots if you're a Leslie, so a lot of things are gonna be very, very easy. Okay, the taunt coming in for Freezy, but the dash out just in the nick of time. SIM trying to look for the rest of NP, but Freezy trying to tank all of the damage. I've seen Vin Sohee buying in that Sea Halberd just to take down Freezy's regen capabilities. But the fight is coming through. SIM, they don't know where NP is.
Yeah, they need to be extremely careful because right now, if Benji is dead, it's going to cost SIM the entire game itself because there's no red free. And right now, the split push is happening as well. And you can see MP, they're playing to their strengths because they're very mobile as a unit. They can kind of choose to take fights And it's really up to SIM. Do I want to commit? Because if they overcommit at the wrong time, that's going to cost them the game.
Oh, Freezy is actually very annoying for SIM. I mean, even with all those anti-regen, it's going to be very hard for SIM to take down Freezy. Now, Freezy, a third of his health, but still jumps out alive. Now, SIM trying to capitalize and take down that Lord, but the lane management on that bottom wave is pushing towards that tier 3. SIM, they need to back off. They need to find the right time and right target to hit. As sooner or later, he shows himself, but Jinrong, he targets onto Bougie. Bougie forces that flicker. The Bennett's Rage will not be enough, but oh, Benji goes down. The burst damage from all of them. The Death Sonata is a little bit too much for them to handle. Oh, the Vengeance and the sustain. Jinrong is taking on 4, but he will go out of the way. MP and SIM, they both lose 1. The Lord is still standing strong as long as Vinsohe's alive. MP, they are in a spot of bother right here.
Yeah, but SIM, they
Mid
are
lane, mid
suffering
lane.
a bit. Oh my
Oh
goodness.
no! The Rockets are a little bit too much. Oh, IBX! Vinsohe, the damage from Vinsohe is a little bit too much for all of them to handle. MMF still staying alive, but just barely. One more hit and Vinsohe will take him out of the ball game as well. SIM, they will go into that Lord. Oh, IBX, that was a bad positioning right there. Just open for Vinsohe to take him out with 2 hits.
Yep, it's going to be a very painful 20 seconds for them because right now Benji has respawned and the Lord is being chunked down as we speak. Sooner, yes, he has a lot of damage. Rose Gold Meteor on his hands as well. But what can he do? Because it's a 1v4.
Oh, the suppression onto Karax. But Karax still has the immortality. He still will stay alive. Freezy with the knockback from Vinsohe. The Lord will be taken by SIM. They are in a very, very viable position. This is an 18-minute Lord. And all of these little team fights, they dragged and extended it. And now they have that Luminous Lord. SIM has that high ground, has that engage, has that dive. They have 3 members with immortalities as well. I think Benji's immortality has been popped, but after the Lord is marching down on that on the mid side, the immortality will come back up, and they will be able to skirmish into tier 3 bases.
They're so afraid of the burst potential on the side of SIM that MP has a double Twilight Armors, right? And now with the Lord chunking down, this is the main base defense. Can they do it?
Oh, SIM, very, very laid back, very passive. They don't want to engage. Now, all we need to do is watch Jinrong, because Jinrong is the main setup for SIM. Once Jinrong goes in, best be sure RWM is going to get popped up as well. Bennett's Rage tries to clear the lane. Freezy just soaking up so much damage. Death Sonata, the RWM coming through. Jinrong goes into the back line. Bougie, just a sliver of health left, but Jinrong finally gets taken down. But the rest of SIM, they're pummeling through Vinsohe with the true damage shots. Now the base is exposed. The top and middle tier 3s, they're ruined. They're broken, they're gone. Karax is just keeping everyone else alive. What is MP's call right now as SIM's retreating and going very, very patient with all of those team fights?
It's literally just to hold on at this point. IBX being taken down. They need to protect Suna. If Suna goes down, that's the end of the game for them. Yes, Bougie can offer a lot of damage, but he is very, very squishy as well. Here we go. This is the main defense. The last turret on
Okay,
the
another
board.
Rockets dropping in. Oh, the suppression onto Vinsohe. Left with the sliver. Will be able to stay alive. Oh my goodness. Abraser's Wrath onto 4 members. Bougie will go down. Karax is still alive. Karax fronting and soaking in so much damage because of that heal. You don't need armor. You don't need health. You just need all those heals. The SIM, they're walking with a walking fountain. What is MP gonna do right now?
They will not be able to defend this. It is taken. The base is barren. The jump comes in.
Oh
Can they
no.
get it?
Another Rockets coming in from sooner or later. Benji soaking in so much, taking in all of those ultimates, and it will not be enough to take Benji down. Now Benji with Karax, this is an unstoppable combo that SIM is trying to push through. They're trying to force all 3 lanes to push into NP. NP, a little bit tougher. They don't have that high ground. What's the play right here as Jinrong jumps in onto Freezy? Freezy will go down. Vinsohe, legendary, will take him down. Abraser's Wrath will bring MMF to a little sliver of health. But Vinsohe, they have other plans. They're going in for the base. The base is ruined. The base is broken. SIM wins the game 1.
They are on it. I mean, SIM understood they took a risk. To be honest, it was a bit scary because they traded a tier 3 at their EXP lane for the Lord, and if that didn't go well, it would have been their base that would have been barren instead.
Now, you know what I'm curious about? I want to see how much damage that Freezy obtained. Okay, that's a 47% damage taken by this Uranus alone. 260k damage taken over the course of the game. So, Ken, I gotta ask you, what went wrong? Is it the draft? Is it the early game was being won by NP? SIM was struggling in the early game, but what went wrong? What was the win condition for SIM, and what was the win condition for NP?
I think it still comes down to the same concept, which is being clinical and being a good communication with the team, right? I think IBX, perhaps he has just joined a team, so it was a bit weird for him.
Uncoordinated?
Yeah, so it was a bit uncoordinated because there were a couple of moments where I'm pretty sure MP could have won the fight if IBX was around the corner, but he seemed to be more concerned with getting his jungle buffs instead. Which is not wrong. It's just that particular instance where they had a fight, Freezy and Suna were actually together with Bougie as well. And if IBX was in that fight, they would have won that fight. But IBX was nowhere to be found. He was actually in the mid lane instead of the top lane itself. So it was just that one moment that kind of spiraled out of control. That's when the power spike for Jinrong came through. That's when the power spike for their goal laner came through as well.
Vinso he was just been so good.
Yeah,
man.
very good, right? His positioning has been clean. And the fact that they had well coordination. Earlier in the game, you asked me, was this a right call where Vinso he was alone split pushing?
Yeah.
Definitely the right call because Jinrong was a threat they could not ignore. So they couldn't, delegate someone else to, hey, can you go and get the goal laner? No, they had to deal with Jinrong.
Yeah.
And that was the perfect play for me. The split push mentality, very strong.
Yeah, I think also like the sustain coming out from all members. You have Alpha to deal with one sweep of his second skill was able to heal him up to full health. If that's not enough, you still have the Florin to be able to support him from anywhere in the map. So I think Florin was such a strong pick for SIM. I think one of the win conditions was for SIM to just keep Vinso here at bay because they're playing towards the late game. You don't care about the early game. Turret gone, it's okay. Turtle taken, it's okay. All we need is to just buy time for Vinso he to get his items, get his power spikes, and just clear everyone out of the way.
Yep, and the fact that they caught IBX right before the Lord take was kind of the nail in the coffin for them because there was no way they could contest even with Suna alive. Benji got a free Lord, and that's when everything started to go downhill. And yeah, but we'll see, right? They're getting ready. The boys and girls are getting ready for the game 2. This is going to be potential match point for SIM, which means they could go one step ahead and put their butts on the seat against ITECC.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about like a lot of changes, a lot of communication breakdown. NP, they really need to go back to the drawing board and try to think again. I think the draft was a little bit unorthodox. They had like the double marksman meta. They have a lot of burst damage.
was a
They
risk.
don't have crowd control.
It was a risk.
I think they don't have crowd control. I think that was what broke the kettle, right? Like
Yeah.
NP, every one of them, they did their jobs well in the early game. They tried to soak up so much damage, and then IBX coming in from with the Death Sonata. It was even sooner or later just playing with the rocket launchers, just clearing up the lanes and getting all those AoE burst damages. But it wasn't enough. So sustained meta for SIM worked well. Second game,
Yep.
what are you thinking? What is your your thought process for the draft?
I think we'll see later on, right, as we head into the draft itself, that MP was expecting SIM to be a bit more aggressive, right?
Yeah.
They wanted them to dive earlier because you could see later on in the later parts of the match, SIM did go a bit more aggressive than expected, and that's when they were caught out with the Divine Judgment from the Kaja, right? And I think NP was expecting more of that in the early game.
Yeah.
So they were kind of caught out by surprise, which is why they stifled the growth of Suna as well as IBX. Granted, they had the advantage already, but they just weren't in a position where MP could really just get damage done because SIM just wasn't there. Sure, you have a lot of damage, but there's no one for you to hit. So, there's nothing else you can do. You can only wait for them to get into the appropriate growth of level of strength. And that's when SIM said, I'm ready to fight. Let's fight.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I mean, it can be seen. NP, they ban out that Florin because they don't want to deal with Carax's Florin in that late game. You have so much sustain, so much heals coming in at any point of the of time. Buying that fleeting time just to get cooldown resets and enabling SIM to have a lot of time and space within all of those team fights. So as NP, they might be looking at, okay, let's ban out the Yeve as well because that was a huge threat. So Salmon, I gotta give a huge shout out to him. Like he taught me a lot of the how to rotate, how to play the mid lane safely, how to set the tempo for all the games. And now MP, they take out that Yeve. Salmon, he doesn't have one of his comfort heroes. NP, they will be looking at, okay, how do we break their structure apart? Because SIM, they are very closely tied. Jinrong and Benji doing a doing a heck of a job just setting up for the rest of SIM.
Yeah, but I think they recognize that Salmon and Kara X, they are actually the cornerstone of the team.
Yeah.
When they play well, the rest of the team, kind of, it trickles down. The effect trickles down into them.
I would say Jinrong as well. Like he's setting up so much for SIM. If you see his alpha, it was just flanking backlines.
With
Benji
the
soak up
vengeance as well.
and the vengeance as well, keeping him so alive within all of those matches. So Angela is still up for grabs. I'm not sure if NP wants to take that out, but you wouldn't waste your ban pool on another sort of like a support healer. So you would be able to give it over to SIM. I don't know, because SIM right now is going to have the first pick advantage. NP will be second pick. So if they pick Angela, NP might very well pick in Esmeralda just to counteract the enhanced shield from SIM.
Yeah, now the question I want to know is if MP is actually going to ban out the Alpha itself. Alpha,
Right.
Jinrong did a very good job with it, and now with the burst and the sustain as well. Even let's say we remove Kara X from the competition itself, it's like no, they will not be considering that. Claude seems to be the bigger problem with the BMI as well as the blazing duets. So we'll see, right? Benji, he is gonna be first pick. Will he go back into the Fredrin that has worked decently? I mean, he missed a couple of appraisers, Wrath, which didn't exactly help in the fight. But Benji's positioning was really vital to how the fight went out because he was always in charge of getting caught with the Divine Judgment. He was there to be caught. That was it.
Well, I think a Faramis would be a better pick for SIM right now. Right off the bat, like, play what you're comfortable with, play your team fights. You have a Faramis to just back you all the way up. If you want to go in for a support roam, you could potentially do that as well. If you want to go in for a tank, setup tank roam, you could potentially do that as well. So I think SIM, if you pick up the Faramis at this point in time, it would be better because in the first game it was banned out, right? So SIM, they have other plans. They will go for the Uranus first. I don't think it's going to be a jungle Uranus, although that could be a sight to watch. NP, they have their work cut out for them. Uranus was the first pick in the last game. SIM responded with a Yeve and a Florin, but right now MP, it's pretty much wide open. What is your thought process on this one? Do you counter it or do you just go with something they're comfortable with?
I mean, the fact of Uranus being picked means there's a couple of things, right? Number one, there is a very huge wall and very huge shield in front of the team, right? So the question now the MP has to consider is, do I want to address this wall or do I want to get past this wall in the first place? So they can just straight out ignore Jinrong. And it looks like that will be the case. They will be going with the Paquito. Paquito will be able to break the front lines.
Wow.
He will be able to, jab and duck his way through that shield itself and access the backlines. Bougie, of course, his role here is to get that Arcane Shade down and to get the Terrify so that they can slow and get that mini stun or that suppression onto the members of SIM. So it's a good answer so far. Now the question is, what does SIM have in store, right? So do they want to reinforce this wall that Jinrong offers them in the form of Uranus, or do they want to counteract and say, you know what, if you're gonna get past the wall and dive, be hyper aggressive, I'm gonna punish you for it. Right. So based on this, it looks like they're trying to fortify the wall because they have an Angela here with the heals and the stun potentially with the Link, right? But I'm not sure whether that Link will do any work against a character and hero like Paquito because
Ling is banned out. Ling is banned out by SIM. So
the Link.
The Link.
Yeah, so
the
Link. That stun comes in after about what, 10,000 million hours.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure whether that stun is going to work.
It's just 3 seconds of stun, but you get the slow as well. So I think SIM, they play very well with utility. You slow them down, buy enough time for your teammates to come online. I think Jinrong right there and then he picked up the Purify, but I think a sprint would work out better. Bougie, on the other hand, though, he picking up that Valentina. I'm not sure what other ultimates would be useful for NP. The Heart Guard would definitely be useful, but it's just to get yourself into the midst of battle. if you have an engage coming in from the Boxia. I do like the Boxia pick though. Very uncertain about the Paquito. It's a hit or miss, honestly. Like Paquito is a very, very snowball centric hero. You need to be able to find those easy kills in the early game. SIM and NP on the second phase ban, taking out the Kadita and taking out the Kaja. So it's SIM left out with the jungle and the mage role or the mid role. NP left with the gold lane as well as the roam position. So MP, they might very well have a setup roam going on their side.
Yeah, I mean, SIM at this point is still lacking a bit of control from the lineup. So
See value in me?
let's take a look at what they will be considering. MP gonna ban out the Fredrin as well. So no Fredrin, no Kadita. They do not want this early game burst, and they do not want to have to deal with the constant energy eruption coming away from SIM. As we have already seen, control is pretty much SIM's game. If you get the stuns in, that's gonna do wonders for the lineup of SIM because Vito, he with now being picked on the Beatrix, we already know how he performed with Leslie. Beatrix now is a much faster marksman compared to Leslie, who takes a bit of time.
Oh wow, okay. Melissa is getting banned out. MP, Leslie is open. You have Brody as well. All you need for MP is just a front line, sort of like a soaker shield for Brody and Leslie to deal a lot of damage. You have one that is Boxia. I think a Leslie would be a pretty nice target for a pretty nice pick for NP. But on the other hand though, I don't know. SIM, they will be having the second pick advantage over NP in this time and age.
We'll see. I mean, likewise, I still go back to it. Okay, MMF gonna go with the Franco, definitely one of the very important characters here. So this offers them so much options, right?
No, after the Franco was picked up, Correx just immediately, nope, I'm gonna go Purify. So that was pretty funny. Like I would have thought I would have thunk Correx would go with the sprint because you land your heartstrings, then you chase any enemy down with the sprint because you know, this is something that Angela has in that early game. You have a lot of early game pressure if you're an Angela. You just spam your first skill, spam your heartstrings, and just push everyone back out of the way. All you lack is just the vision play on the bushes. So Salmon sitting on the Sicilian, I'm not sure if that's the right target though.
To be honest, if he actually goes for the Sicilian, I'm going to be quite surprised because it's a pretty greedy draft, to be honest. Martis, yes, he balances out the formula in the fact that Martis is one of the fastest junglers in the game.
I've been waiting for too
but
long.
the fact is, it takes a long time for Sicilian to get on board. You're talking about 14, 15 minutes of game time. And in that game time, the growth from Freezy as well as for sooner or later, it's going to be significantly faster.
Yeah.
Right? Salmon is not going to be online for a very long while. Yes, he could have a good Sanguine Claws into bad impact. I'm not sure. But based on it, I think SI may have been a bit too greedy in this round. May have been.
Yeah.
Because in the mid game, in the early game, MMF, if he manages to make someone's life a living hell, it's going to be very hard to recover.
I would have to agree with you on this one. I kind of feel like NP has a more balanced draft in the early game to late game, but again, we see SIM really popping off in that late game, and Salmon taking the Brave Smite on the Sicilian. I think it would be a common emblem for him so that he doesn't have to go back. He has constant mana and HP regen. It would be a very, very nice time for Salmon to just farm up that stacks in the early game and then play to that late game. SIM, very, very late game. Heavy composition yet again. NP we might be able to see early game skirmishes. Ladies and gentlemen, Land of Dawn, Game 2, SIM on the blue side right now, NP on the red. Ken, what is your take on all the roles? What do you think SIM should do?
Well, SIM needs to take care of Salmon for sure. Right here, MMF, what he's waiting for is just that perfect iron hook, right? SIM needs to provide a bit more space. Granted, yes, Martis is a very fast jungler, but you know, no matter how fast he jungles, if his mid lane falls apart, there's going to be a very huge gap. They will not be able to kind of chalk up in the meantime. MMF,
Okay.
alright, burns off that Purify away from Terra X already in the first minute of the game. And you can see MMF's rotation is going to be very vital. If he manages to catch one of the prime targets it's going to cause a huge deficit. Benji going in
Oh,
though.
Bougie almost getting caught out. The heartstrings connected, but Bougie dashes out just in the nick of time. On that top side, though, SIM is trying to capitalize on getting and focusing on getting level 4 so that they can have an easier time at the Lord. Jinrong already keeping Freezy at bay, but right now the heartstrings remobilizes MMF, and right now the Decimate will take him out of the ball game. And Benji is studying. He is going strong. Freezy takes him down. He's a pixel of health. Jinrong would not be enough. I think the anti-regen capabilities from Deck is going to shut Jinrong down, but not enough. Freezy still managing to stay alive, but struggling within that one-to-one matchup up against Jinrong. The Decimate, though, coming in from Benji was so clutch. Taking down MMF, I think the first blood go was just enough. NP, though, still staying afloat in terms of economy. That's a 2-on-1 situation.
And that's a difficulty, right? Because like we mentioned about it.
Oh,
in
top
the
lane,
draft,
top lane. Top lane, though. Oh, Jinrong, he's caught alone. I think we'll get out just in the nick of time. Bougie already has his level 4, or just has his level 4. The Retribution will be used by Deck. He takes down that turtle. MMF, a blind hook onto Salmon. Salmon gets caught out by Deck, though. The rolling wheels, I think he hasn't popped that Purify just of yet. I think Salmon just needs to play towards that late game. Farm up those stacks. Farm up, get those the Lightning Truncheon, get the Clock of Destiny, and then late game, really pop off.
Yep, I mean,
Oh, the hook
yep,
again, and the Purify from Karax, saving himself in the nick of time. I think SIM is just playing it very passively. Any hooks, any engages, any pickoffs from MP onto SIM is mitigated by that Purify.
And that's the value of MMF, right? Jinrong, he's not going to be, worried about this at this point. The worry is actually for Freezy because he does not know that Benji is around the area. The fact that they have MMF on his hook, Freezy!
Oh, Freezy will not be able to survive this one. Jinrong takes him down, and they are capitalizing on that top lane turret. Oh, man, the Heart Guard really protects Karax from imminent doom. The suppression comes in. Will be taken out. Vinso he again struggling on the early game because MP capitalizing against the gold lane turret. But Ken, I have to ask you, which is more important, gold lane or EXP lane? It kind of feels like NP focusing a lot of attention on that gold side, but SIM focusing a lot of attention on the EXP side where the turtle is at.
I think in terms of concept, I think gold lane definitely makes more sense. MP, sure, you can have a overinflated and overly strong Uranus, but what good does that do you, right? Sure, he can be very tanky, he can deal a bit of damage, but with a 1 level advantage, that's not going to be huge, right? But a 1 level advantage on a gold laner makes the world's difference in terms of damage output as well. So I think MP definitely has a better idea of correct idea of getting gold into the gold lane.
Hold on a second right now. MP looking for the target. That is Jinrong. Jinrong will be able to get underneath the turret. The hook
does not
barely hits Jinrong. Just sidesteps out of the way. Dom Eyes and Hunter Strike already built for Jinrong and Benji respectively. SIM, they have other plans. They will go in straight for those turrets. But MP, they want to take down that turtle objective. It does look like Jinrong buying a lot of time on that offside of that map, though.
Yep, they need it, but MMF, he needs to be careful about his positioning. That comes in. They are going to ignore Benji because Benji's the last person you want to catch from the SIM lineup. They actually just want to catch out Vinso T, but because he's a Beatrix, he's able to stand afar from the action as well. So he's pretty much safe.
Oh, Jinrong, that's a 3 collapsing onto Jinrong. Heart Guard already popped up. The rest of NP, they back out of the way just in the nick of time. But on that mid side, though, they're looking and focusing fire onto Vinso He. But at the side, though, the flank coming in from Jinrong, oh, the suppression not ready to hit just yet. The bad impact dealing a lot of damage so far. Deck caught in his own devices. The slam, the cut, the shut, all will not be able to connect onto anything. The battle, the skirmish ends in nothing.
Yeah, but it's a good one. This is kind of a test of a strength for SIM and NP to really see where both of the teams are at in terms of attacking power. So right now, SIM has a bit more confidence, right? Salmon playing really safe, very impressive, but I mean, it's standard gameplay because, he knows that he is not going to be strong until the late game here. Vinso, he is going to be spotted out. So this is going to be opening for the map SIM. They need to be very careful, but they're wrapping around MMF and Bougie.
Oh, there's 3 members on 2. One Benji. Benji will not be able to survive, even with the Heart Guard already popped up. But MP, they take down Benji. SIM is left to 4v 4v5. Vinso He getting caught out by Deck. Will be able to sidestep out of the way. I think the flicker was used up as well. Karags, you don't want to be in that position, buddy. No! The hook comes in, but the Purify goes through as well. Salmon there for backup. The Sanguine Claws will not be able to snatch onto anyone, but Salmon pops his ultimate, gets out of the way. SIM, they are struggling to stay afloat right now. MP's up ahead in terms of economy again, albeit small. This brings them up to full map control.
Yep, this is a very dangerous situation for SM because they do not have the flicker, they do not have a Purify on Kara X as well. So this is going to be a very scary 90 seconds or so. Every single hook that MMM left.
Oh, Dak from that backline though. Jinrong caught in the center. Benji tries to go in with all those sweeps and slashes, but sooner or later, the speedy light wheel C takes him down. The melting, the tank melter, the tank destroyer is here. Sooner or later, he will come through sooner than later. And right now, SIM back on that defense. NP, they take down that turtle. They're looking for more. What they need to do now, I think, is just to choke out SIM in terms of farm. Because they're up ahead in gold. There's 1.5 gold lead. That's the biggest margin in terms of economy that NP has over SIM in this game. In game 2 only, SIM is just struggling in that early game. But as we've seen, I mean, there are a late game draft composition anyways.
Yep, they have about 40 more seconds of pure aggression from
Heartstrings
MP.
and mobilize his deck, but he will be able to prance there out of line. But the bottom lane though, Vinso He getting caught out by MMF as well. Sooner or later, MMF with a pixel of health, he will be able to survive right there. Benji will not though. He will be taken out by Bougie as well as sooner or later. Sooner or later, damage is coming through. It will need to keep themselves at bay though.
Everything falls on MMF right now. Every single time they get Vinso He to burn that flicker as well as Kara X to burn that Purify, it is a nightmare for SIM because every single hook is that much more painful. Right here, they are going to have a look at the purple buff.
Oh no, Freezy coming in, the 3-man knockup, but Hook is mitigated by that Purify though. Deck coming through, the backline is dealing so much damage, but Jinrong is 1v3ing right now. Salmon coming through yet again. Jinrong with the hard guard, he will have that movement speed buff, he will have the heartstrings attached on the Bucci. He's the next target, but now Freezy, they're trying to run through, they're initiating their retreat, but oh, the Hook lands on the right target. Benji gets taken down. Jinrong, that's a 4v2 situation. Corrects is out of here, but the mid lane though, they're focusing fire on Deck, but then the flank will come through for Freezy though. Oh, how did that happen though? He gets taken down. Deck goes out of the ball game. Freezy as well. Oh, the rocket launchers will not be enough. Bougie as well, a little bit too close for comfort. That's a 3-man down. Triple kill for Vinso He. A very, very well played, long drawn out fight for SIM. The hook misses onto Jinrong again. Side steps going through. Jinrong is on fire right now.
Absolute greed by NP there, and punished, of course, accordingly by Vinso He with this Beatrix. And so that huge mistake now means they have to try and maintain.
Oh, the hook onto Karax. Karax will be taken out of the game just for a little while. Killing spree for sooner or later. Jinrong doing his best to try to zone everyone out. The Sanguine Claws and the Bat Slap is doing so much damage. But double kill over to sooner or later. Who gets the Lord? Deck gets the Lord, and the hook over to Benji. He will not be able to survive on this one right now. Vinso He and Salmon, they're the only one left alive. The Lord marching down on that top side. Deck just giving a lot of vision, trying to get that right target. Salmon, he can't do anything right now. Oh no, he might be in the spot ball right there. Hard guard comes through, keeping him out alive just for a little bit. Purify out of that hook will keep him alive yet again. But SIM, they're back on the defense. Do you think that they will be able to have a little bit better time with that defense? Right now it's 10 minutes on the clock.
I mean, they have the Malefic Roar on Vinso He. They will be able to chunk down this Lord. It's just a basic Lord, so not much damage and not much trouble to deal with. The problem is whether MMF can get the perfect hook.
Oh,
yep.
MMF.
Every single time an Iron Hook lands, it's going to be trouble for SIM. Right now, Salmon does not have Purify. If he gets caught, he is dead.
I think SIM, they don't have the damage to melt through all that tanks. It might be Vinso He trying to get that Demon Hunter sword as well. Oh, Deck finds the right target on Vinso He. All he needs to do is just chowing down with the machine gun. The Bennett's Rage will be able to just knock them out of the way and able to defend just for a little bit. NP up ahead in terms of kills, 7 kills ahead of SIM, and they're 7k gold lead ahead as well. NP just trying to capitalize on this situation, try to take down that turret. NP are in a very, very comfortable position, but the back slap is doing a lot for. Oh, the Purify!
Almost,
The Purify
almost.
onto Karax, who keeps him alive just for now. Freezy is in the brush, but no one knows. No one of SIM knows. They need a front line. They need a soaker.
This-
Benji not
yeah.
having a good time though. 1-6-1.
This is the worst time for SRM. This is the scariest time for them because almost
right.
every single talent has been burnt. Salmon has just got back his Purify itself. So right now it's really dangerous for anyone to be caught out by MMF. And you can see he's being very sneaky about it. Another hook.
Oh, another hook onto Jinrong, and Jinrong will go down on this one. You can't tank sooner or later. There's a tank melter right there. Karax also
Freezy.
goes down. Freezy underneath the turret, but he still stays up alive, and so he forced to use that flicker out of the way. Sooner or later, he has other plans. He wants to go straight for the back line. Sooner or later, is now up and online. He will take down, he will push back the rest of SIM. NP in a very, very comfortable position. 30 seconds until Lord spawns up. That's a 12-minute Lord for NP. SIM, they're back on the defense.
Yep, SIM, very difficult. And like I said, they have been really greedy with this draft. And it shows right here. MP punishing it really difficultly for SIM here. So SIM, they have to be patient. Right now, MP, you will see. Will they be able to hold their impatience? Because right now, I mean, if I'm MP, I'm looking to end the game ASAP.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. We've seen, again, like NP, they were impatient in the previous match up against ITCC, and the impatience cost them the game. They threw the game because they wanted to end. They popped that, the conceal, and they try to go for a nice play. But right now, SIM, they do have a little bit of a high ground from Salmon, and Salmon is still untouchable. He's 0-0-3, still in the game, still has a lot of damage, still has a lot of sustain. But who is the win condition for SIM if they want to have a team fight up against NP?
I mean, either falls onto Vincent He or at this point Benji, because Benji, if he can get the perfect decimate setup, he should be able to win the game for them. But the problem is for NP, they are really far ahead, and I don't think they have any sort of initiation that is worthwhile to explore on SIM, because the only probable catch they have is what, Sanguine Claws? That's the only option they have.
It's the only CC that they have, and also the claws coming in from Benji as well. That's that slap, that scissor
The mortal
slap
coil,
thing.
yeah.
Mortal coil is one of the only CCs that SIM has, but the damage from Salmon should go through, but a hook
nice hook.
onto Benji. Benji stays alive with the hard guard, but it will not any longer. Jinrong tries to zone the rest of them back, but not enough. Jinrong, he's still barely surviving, barely staying up alive. They need to take down that Lord, and they need to stop that skirmish. That's a 5v4 situation. Without Benji, it's going to be very, very hard for SM. It's coming on. Oh, Bucci with a splash damage. Salmon, he still stays alive. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going into a game 3.
NP, my goodness, Neon Polytechnic, you know, they were so hungry for a win, and the moment they saw the greed from SIM, they just went ham. MMF, my MVP for this game itself.
Yeah.
If not for his hooks, I mean, look at his itemization. He didn't even go for like, hey, let me be defensive.
Yeah.
He's more offensive minded in this case. It's
Oh wait, I just realized that IBX
time.
wasn't playing. It was Deck. Deck was playing in.
yeah, so they
Again.
swapped it back. But I mean,
Ah.
MMF, every single hook, which came in a matter of what, every 8 seconds,
Yeah.
you had to burn one utility. You had to
Yeah.
burn a Purify, you had to burn a Flicker, you had to burn something. And every single time they were placed in a position for SIM where they were running out of options, you could only wait to be hooked. It was a fishing game.
That's right. I mean, Benji is really struggling in this game. Every single time there was a hook, it was either Benji. He at least popped his slashes, his 3 slashes. But then again, it's not enough, because how do you break away from a suppression? I think this was one of the games that MP, they really capitalized on all these suppressions, all the bloody hunts that MMF lands. And I think Angela wasn't enough to keep anyone up online, because sooner or later, he was up and online. He had that damage at the 5-minute mark. His Trinity was built at the 5 to 6 minute mark. It was just impossible to get close to sooner or later. So I think everything went down. But then again, I talked about like, okay, IBX swapping out for Deck. Is Deck the sort of like the secret ingredient in that secret sauce for MP?
I think based on what has happened, looks like Deck seems to be the shot caller for the team
Yeah.
because they didn't go too aggressively, and Deck was the one with the most vision across the game,
That's true.
simply because of him being a Baxia, right? So I think there was a bit more coordination on the side of MP, but I cannot ignore this. To me, this was just SIM being super greedy. That's
I
all.
think so too.
That's
I
all.
think so too.
Pure
There's
greed.
no CCs for SIM.
There's no initiation.
There's no initiation. I think once I think everything went down at the draft because
Yeah.
Florin banned out, Eve banned out, SIM they just picked up whatever the scraps they have left because I think I wouldn't say their hero pool is small, but I think the execution for the rotations coming through that NP focus fire onto Vinsohi
Yep.
and then SIM focus fire onto like the EXP lane. So that mismatch in terms of the lane priority was the breakdown in communication for SIM. I think the first game three today, how you're feeling, what is your thoughts for both the games? Who do you think will make it out live?
I think based on how they've been playing, if SIM gets their draft right,
Yeah,
I think NP is gonna have a really hard time.
yeah.
And based on how it's been working out, I think Franco should be a no-show in the drafts. They should ban out the Franco. Franco really changes the game simply because it forces you to use a lot of your options right off the bat.
Yeah.
Right. So if they are really look through the replay and the experience of the match itself, I think Franco is a definite ban for me. Now the only question now is, it seems like they have figured out that there is a way to deal with a Uranus, right?
Yeah.
So EXP laner not as difficult to deal with. Is the trade-off is, you know what? Maybe instead of trying to kill Uranus, which is never the
Just keep him
priority.
at bay.
Yeah, keep him at bay, right? They did that perfectly with the Paquito on Freezy as well.
Yeah.
So I think that's perfect. But we'll take a look at the draft and see what their thought process is like. And Florin is going to be the first ban on the side of MP.
Okay, so right now we have another shift. NP will be first pick, SIM second pick. The second pick advantage, personally, I think I like more. You have more
what's your
options
command?
that you are able to choose. You can sort of like read your opponent's team fights and strategies right from the get-go, right from the first pick that they have. So NP, they don't want to deal with the Florin. First game, Florin was such a huge nuisance. They don't want to deal with the Claude. Maybe Vinsohi, one of his most signature and comfortable heroes is a Claude, but SIM still doesn't want to face up against all these dashy heroes. So I don't know. Corrects plays support roams, like healers like Florin, Estes, Angela. It's very much like a Oh My Venus, correct? Do you think that this might not be the right strategy facing up against NP, who is very hard lock roams?
Yep, in fact, I think they could, if you really want to go with it, I mean, Diggy would be a good choice, but Diggy is
Interesting.
really much more reserved if there's an Atlas in the game. We have not seen an Atlas yet, and to be honest, based on the draft and the bans of MP, the fact that they remove a Claude to me and then Angela speaks about that they want to go back to a Franco again, right? Remove the difficulty of hooking with someone with the iron hook, where you have to potentially guess between, oh, am I going to hook a BMI or am I going to hook the actual hero itself on Claude, right? So that's going to be difficult. And Angela, I think he did quite well with the heartstrings as well and the heals. So that's a problem that definitely they do not want to deal with. Simply because the heartstrings will provide the stun. And based on what happened
Still
in the
swords.
second game itself,
Running deep.
it's really difficult to play properly as a Franco. It delays the burst potential.
I gotta say though, like Eve is on the table, so NP they might pick it up to deny it from Salmon. If not, Salmon's gonna definitely pick it up for the first pick phase. But NP though they have choices. I don't think Uranus is gonna be picked up for both sides. Uranus in this matchup, NP versus SIM, has a 0% win rate and a 66.7% pick rate. So like, man, I don't know. I don't know if like they want to do a Uranus over here. Like, it kind of seems like I don't need a Uranus. All I need is some utilities, something to just zone everyone out of the way. And NMP is doing that very perfectly. They first pick Kaja. I like that because suppression will come through. You don't need to pick up a Franco. All you need is a Kaja.
Well, we could be looking at a potential Lapu Lapu in the EXP lane as well. I mean, it fits MP's fighting style really well, and the fact that they like to dive into the backlines, right, to ignore
that front-facing wall that SIM likes to put up.
Yeah.
I think
Among
that
the
will be one of the
planes exists the
potential picks that we
equilibrium,
will see from
which
NP
I
itself.
was made
And like you mentioned,
for.
Salmon very comfortable on this Eve. It's open. He will be taking it. Now the question is, who is going to complement Eve in the SIM lineup? Benji, we've already seen a Fredrin, not banned out yet, so that could be potentially one of the heroes that they might be thinking about.
I honestly feel like, oh yeah, you talked about Fredrin is definitely
should.
going to be picked up by SIM. I think Benji is very comfortable with the Fredrin. If it ain't broke, don't change it. But then again, you don't have the Florin and you don't have the Angela. SIM might still be looking towards like sustain, sustain, sustain. It could be possible that they pick up a Estes and you do sort of like a V-wise Ube strategy from SIM again. But NP on the other side, 3 games, they're going to pick up the Valentina. Yet again, very, very standard picks right across the board. The 3rd game, though, is going to be, you know, match point for both teams. Winner goes over to the finals of the upper bracket and they secure a 1st and 2nd seed spot in the groups. So this is going to be very, very high stakes. Freezy, comfortable with the Paquito, pick it up.
They are very comfortable with this. And to be honest, you know what makes sense to me here? I would definitely... Okay, sure, if you want to go for Franco, I believe a Minzy works even better in this because it just absolutely demolishes the movement speed.
Correct.
Anyway, yeah, sure. So Franco does well as well if you can get a good.
I'm not
nice
sure
iron
though.
hook. I mean, your bloody heart is going to be stolen.
It's gonna be stolen. That's why I'm not sure about the Franco because then you give NP 2 suppressive abilities. If Bushi takes the royal manipulation, it's also a huge downfall for SIM because you have so much slow and you have the damage because you're a mage on mage. You have the damage for the royal manipulation. So
They need to ban away the Melissa. Or you know, NP needs to take up a Melissa. Melissa will do great in this position.
Yeah.
Here with the go away, that will actually break the ranks of SIM. So I'm actually surprised that they did not ban out the Melissa here and in fact chose for the carry to be taken out. Because carry, if it's gonna be put on the hands of NP, technically if you're gonna go with a Franco, it would have been
I will choose my
better
own
for them to get the Iron Hook into Bloody Hunt. You can deal with carry quite simply with that. You have so much catch here.
yeah, but carry's already banned out for SIM
As in,
because
they
SIM
should
doesn't
have
want to.
banned the Melissa instead
Ah.
of banning the carry.
They still have one more slot, so I think Melissa might be taken off the table as well. It might be good for them because then it opens up Leslie because they are the first pick in the 2nd phase pick for SIM. Like SIM, they can just very well pick up that Leslie, and then NP will counteract with the Beatrix, and then they're still lacking a jungle position as well. So NP, I don't know, would a Boxier work well in this case?
I don't think there's a lot of anti-regen capabilities that they need at this point. It's really
Need
about
some
damage
stitches?
mitigation
I guess.
as well as to really chunk down because Benji is going to be quite tanky, right? He is going to have a lot of health for them to run through. And Kara on the Franco probably going to build the Dom Ice and go into a Tina Shield as well. So there's a lot of health to run through on the team of SIM. So they need a jungler that is able to chunk out a huge amount of damage. And to be honest, Silence will work great. Hellcat could be something they could consider, but you know, NP has a very squishy lineup at this point, so I wouldn't advise I wouldn't advise going for Hellcat at this point. But Silence works great.
I think a Lapu worked well in NP's favor because then you protect your backline from any of the dive potentials. And right now, SIM, I think all they need is like someone to dive straight to that backline. Uranus is still online. Lapu will be taken out. Uranus is dealable. Like you can deal with a Uranus. You have a suppressive ability. There we go.
Yep,
That's what we're saying. It's like it's really, really standard all across the boards. You ban out this one, you pick up this one. You ban out this one, you pick up this one. SIM, it's a no-brainer. Pick up that Leslie, play towards that late game.
Yeah, for sure, because like Melissa is an instant ban here. It will wreck them because even if you get the hook on Kara X, you know you're just bringing go away straight into your lineup.
There we go. What I say, Kin. Pick up the Leslie, Beatrix gets picked up, and then you also have maybe a Uranus will work well in their favor because you have double suppressions coming in from the Kaja and the Valentina as well.
Well, let's see. Deck. He needs someone that is able to be tanky enough to soak up damage because they don't have
Time
a
and tide
sponge
wait for
in
no
the side
man,
of NP. There's no
nor
one to soak up
girl.
the damage. And okay.
Oh, wow.
Alice
Wow,
jungle.
I'm up on my seat now.
Oh,
Okay.
no, 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 no. Okay, Martis. Okay, so yes,
I'm calm. I'm calm.
Martis is good as well, but right now, I think in terms of the draft that I prefer, I very much prefer SIM's lineup.
Me too. Me too.
Not
100%.
just, I mean, he has Odin's son, or Thor's,
Thor Odinson? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. That's the Thor skin. No, the Valhalla skin.
yeah, Valhalla skin.
Valhalla skin. I think Odin. That's Odin. Odin skin because he lost an eye, so that's the character model for Odin, right there with the Franco. But then again, I do like SIM's draft in total. They have very strong engage flank capabilities as well as late game potential, and insurance as well from that Leslie. All you need to do is keep Leslie at bay, and there we go.
Yeah, Martis is going to be at the front lines for sure every single time to make sure that he eats the hook from Kara X.
Yeah.
The only problem for that is that opens up the door for Jinrong and Benji to really just swoop in and get in their skills as well. So this is really a game about positioning, and this early game is going to matter a lot. So right now the question is, how do you impact that that mid lane matchup, right? You have Kara, who does do well if you can get a very nice iron hook, but of course with the Rings of Light, sorry, you will have a bit more wave clear coming out from the Kaja, which will help Bougie in the mid lane a little bit faster.
And with that said, this will be the final game between NP and SIM. Let's get it. NP looking very strong right now. Just on the blue side as well. So they are having a very aggressive rotation coming in. But we've seen SIM win with this draft. I mean, without the Florin as well in the first game of this series. So it does look like SIM just wants to farm up, get that late game power spike, and then go through. So we might not see a lot of fights, a lot of skirmishes within the early to mid game.
Yep. I mean, you can see right now MMF doing a lot of work with the Ring of Order. That's really going to help them with the rotations. And once again, Valentina going to be able to out-rotate the Yve. That's one of the flaws of Yve, right? Sure, you offer a bit of damage, but your movement speed is a bit slow. Right now, Kara X, he's not going to be looking to hook MMF because there won't be enough damage to kill him off instantly, still at the early levels right now. Mortal Call, right now, I mean, mid lane is really the calling point, right? The first one to clear this will be able to make the first rotation. It will help them out as well.
First rotations into the EXP lane, but it does look like Bougie will focus his fire onto that top side, that goat lane. Yve, on the other hand, trying to get the level 4 opportunity and getting that robot manipulation power spike for SIM. Oh, the Terrify comes in. Karax will have his Bloody Hunt stolen. NP has double suppression. This is going to be a very nasty turtle fight coming through.
Yep. And
Okay.
Jinrong goes in. Freezy, he has some sustenance.
Oh
but
man, he makes it out
actually
alive
worked
as well. But
Dag
Dag though, the Mortal Coil,
That's
the
my-
Decimate will come through. No, he will not commit with the Decimate. Who
Yeah,
will
but he'll
wait
come
for that
through.
turtle though. Okay, the
Ooh-ee!
Flicker and the Bloody Hunt onto Salmon. Salmon goes down. That's the first death of Salmon over 2 games. Salmon was a little bit too close for comfort. Jinrong tries to get out of the way as well. Freezy locks up 2. Benji and Karax in a very uncomfortable position. They will need to give up that turtle. No, the pullback will not work in Karax's favor. The pullback, and for what? The turtle will still go down. Oh man, the Flicker also burned out for Karax. That was a misplay from Karax though.
Yeah, Kara is a bit more passive than I expected. He needs to be more active with the hooks itself. Right now, he's not providing that fear factor to MP as we would like.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, when you play a Franco, you just walk into the brush, but then it's suppression against suppression. You don't want to walk into your inevitable death. Like, walk into the face of MMF, and then you get Divine Judgment out of your game, and you just fall. But SIM, though, just struggling to stay afloat. This is the first time in 2 games that they're just very passive. They don't want to make any mistakes. They just want to farm up, get their power spikes, and play towards Vinso Heat.
Yeah, but right now everything falls onto Jinrong because if he can keep the Paquito, in lane, it's gonna help them out a lot. But that's not looking like that's the case.
Oh,
Kara!
3v3 situation. The suppression comes in. Karax is caught in the middle. The Bloody Hunt will be used to no avail. And now MPA secures 2. Freezy will be running away from Jinrong. The punch, the dash, the
Perfect.
jab will keep Freezy out alive. Jinrong, a little bit of a spot of bother right there. Benji will go down. Manipulation tries to zone the rest of them out. Buji will not falter. The damage is not coming through for SIM just as of yet. Decimation from deck takes out Vinso He. That is the right target at the right time, buying so much space and time for MP to come back online. The 30 seconds until the turtle spawns up. Benji barely tanking in and soaking up Sunolada's damage.
Yep, there's no deterrence from the side of SIM, and it's very clear because MP, they're so comfortable about just walking into the front lines of SIM, and there's nothing much they can do. The fact that Buji used the IMU to take that Bloody Hunt is a detriment to the side of SIM, and that's their own deterrence, which is kind of funny, right? You pick the Franco, but you're scared of your own ultimate against from the other team.
That's right. That's the pressure. Speaking of the ultimate, the Bloody Hunt and the Divine Judgment comes through. Oh no, the Divine Judgment comes through for Karax. Oh, the Decimate will take 7 out of the game as well. SMM not having a good time. That's a 0 kill still on the scoreboard. NP has 5 in the turtle. That looks like it's free for NP to take. SIM needs to just play into the late game. They might be funneling Vinso He to infinity and beyond. Benji actually takes down that retribution on that turtle. That's the first turtle of the game that Benji has stolen, but he gets caught. That's 4 members onto Benji. I don't think it's worth it though. You kill yourself, but you take the turtle in the process.
Yep, overconfidence by deck then, rightly punished by Benji there with the stolen retry as well. MMF, he wants to look for that perfect target. Kara might not be the one. If anyone, they want to actually catch out the mid laner, which is Salmon. Salmon here, once again, we talked about this, right? So mid lane priority, if you do not have it, it's going to impact your rotations. And you can see SIM already suffering with that early rotations by MP. And one of the scary things about MP right now is that they have 2 Hunter Strikes, one on the hands of Freezy as well as Dex. So these are the 2 members that want to have increased movement speeds, and they have it.
Oh no. On that bottom side though, okay, IMU taking in the Bloody Hunt again. That's the play to go for. You have double suppressions for NP. Will be very, very hard for SIM to come back onto this fight as well. But you do have the Ice Queen Wand being built up by Salmon. So it will have the utility for Salmon will come through as well. Freezy is going to be having 1v2 situation. He does not have that dash. Oh, he does have that dash, but he's trying to wait for that combo to come through. RWM coming in as well. Freezy, a little bit too much more than he can chew, but 30 seconds into Turtle, spawns back up. SIM will come through. That's the first kill on the board for SIM.
He did so much. He got 4 members to rotate to the top lane. And now they will have, because of that rotation, they have access to the tier 2 on the gold lane as well.
Oh, sooner or later. Just using his ultimate just to clear that waves, maintaining lane pressure is key for NP's success and for NP's victory right here. Conceal play already coming through. I don't know who they're going. Oh, the Judgment onto Jinrong. Jinrong pops that vengeance, tries to stay alive, but the taunt from Benji comes through as well. Benji fights sooner or later. The Princess Ryan finally hits onto sooner or later, and he goes down. Benji still barely surviving and up and alive. Buji goes down as well. Buji still standing up strong, standing up alive. Karax comes in clutch for this one. Salmon with the RWM trying to keep everyone else at bay. Karax. He comes in clutch. That is SIM coming up on board. Oh no, Freezy coming down so low. The CC mitigation from deck denies that hook from Karax. And now SIM, they are looking strong and up on that board. This is the closest economy lead that SIM has to follow up through.
Yep. Finally, he's coming online. This is landing the correct iron hooks that we were all waiting for. And this has provided some room Vinso, he's still a bit far. He already has the Fury on hand, so there is some big crit available from Vinso He, right? But at this point, if we take a look at what we have on sooner or later, he already has the BOD.
Oh,
with the Fury
Buji,
Hammer.
Buji
but
is all alone. The
Buji-
taunt, the Appraiser's Wrath will take him down out of the way. This is how SIM comes back up and alive. The power spikes are coming through for SIM, and they're capitalizing on all these situations. Concealed play from MMF. The movement speed from MMF is coming through as well, but he will not falter. Oh, that gets hooked in. The RWM, a little bit short and shy. Karax will go down as well. He's all alone. He does need help, though. But SIM, there was a little bit of a falter right there. Karax was a little bit too close for comfort. Tries to go in for deck, but without his ultimate. Jinrong tries to zone everyone out at bay. Freezy pushes back the minions, and that is how NP will stay up, alive and strong. The mid lane turret, the first one to take it down, will have the biggest advantage of this game so far.
Yep, and as it stands now, finally we are on even ground. SIM.
Oh,
and
Jinrong.
MP.
Jinrong again.
Yep, he will be able to survive. He pops the Vengeance, gets the heal as well. And if I'm not wrong, we just got a Lightning Truncheon out onto Buji. He is going to have so much damage, so he will have a good amount of burst damage available now. Clock of Destiny into Lightning Truncheon. He needs to be, actually, while he deals a lot of damage, he actually needs to be careful because he's one of the win conditions. Without the IMU Buji Bloody Hunt, the fight goes Ori for NP.
Okay, Buji. Just getting a little bit of pokes from Vinso He, but does look like SIM, they want a contest for this middle side turret. The first Lord of the game getting spawned up. SIM, you have Jinrong moving up on that top side, trying to clear that wave. On the bottom side, though, they have to seek out where Freezy is, because Freezy, his only target is Vinso He, but now, Benchy, he gets caught by the Divine Judgment. RWM, not enough to keep everyone else at bay. SIM, they have nothing to do but back off. They don't have Jinrong to go for the re-engage, but Freezy tries to zone them out with the punches, with the jabs, with the dash. Deck tries to find more, but NP, they're playing it very, very passively. They took down that Lord and SIM. They're back on the defense.
Yep, they baited out. I mean, Deck baited out that Iron Hook with the Mortal Coil as well. I mean, it's a very standard, play from a Martis player, right? So
Yeah.
Kara X, you can see he's kind of faltering mentally already. Kind of very shaky here. This mid lane T1 is extremely important to SIM because if they have this taken down, that is going to make the map go dark. And that's going to open up the rest of the turrets up for the taking from the side of MP here. So which is why you can see they're defending this with their life. They will allow the Lord to walk it down the goal lane just a bit longer, but Deck needs to be careful because there are SI members around.
Okay, Jinrong with the ultimate, but not connecting onto anything else. We try to take down that Lord marching down on the bottom side, but the rocket launchers and Karax goes down. Buji takes that kill. RWM tries to defend as much as they can, but that's all that they can do. SIM, they had the high ground, but not for long. It's 11 minutes on the clock. NP up and alive. 5k gold lead. SIM struggling yet again.
Yep, and Freezy, this emblem's working wonders for him. He's just standing in front, making sure that the Brave Smite lands and gets a lifesteal so he can sustain, get the positioning for his team as well. Jinrong needs to be very careful. This is a T2 if I've seen any, and MMF will be responsible for this tier 2. And like we said, that mid lane tier 1, that was the importance of it. So the moment it is gone, that is essentially SIM's base and map going dark.
Buji right now changing the win condition. The IMU takes in the real world manipulation instead of the bloody hunt. And now, even with the map open up, you have a lot of economy advantage if you're NP. So it's just the intimidation factor that NP has over SIM. SIM scouting around, scouting on the bot side. I don't know what they're trying to do or who they're going to go for. Karax, blind hook again. The conceal play, the reverse conceal play coming in. The RWM coming through. They find Sohee on the backline. Deck trying to go for Sohee, but on the front side, on the mid side though, the S7 will get taken down. Oh, he actually survives this one. Benji soaking up so much. Jinrong doing a lot as well. The sustain coming through. He hits two. He finds Suna later, and Suna will not be able to survive this one. Oh, actually, he does. And Frazee comes back for the re-engage. He's
Okay,
facing
so
up against
he-
Benji and corrects. He will be able to push them out of the way. But Jinrong, they have other play. Oh, the snipe getting a little bit too close for comfort right there, along with the clear for the minion waves. NP actually made it out alive, but SIM, there was a very, very strong shot, a strong, strong team fight, a strong skirmish, keeping them afloat again in this game. Another plot twist in the adventures of NP and SIM.
Yep, they need to be very careful now. SIM, yes, they might have an advantage if they can get the hook
Oh
in.
no,
but
Freezy
comes
jumps
in.
onto the taunt. The rocket launchers will not connect onto anyone. SIM needs to back off right now. You are lacking in terms of Jinrong, so once he comes back online, then the Lord will be contested once again. But I don't know about you, Ken, but educate me on this. Is this Lord really worth it for this fight? SIM has the high ground. They can defend.
Yes, it is going to be very important for both sides because right now, actually on the gold lane or top lane, essentially, that is going to be a make or
Oh, the
break
conceal
victory.
play. They're looking for kills. The Lord was bait. MMF. He takes down Benji. Benji's caught in the middle. He will not be able to survive, but Immortality
Oh
keeps him
my
up.
goodness,
Oh,
Jinrong.
Jinrong dealing so much. RWM keeps everyone else at bay. Sooner will take Jinrong down, but now the rest of the members of SIM, they're looking for more. There's a 4v2 situation out of all of that. SIM, they came up on top. They came up clutch. The minions are coming through. They will look to take down all those tier 2s.
Yeah, and you will see the fruition why this Lord was so important is simply because they needed the reversal of pressure. Now this time they will be able to break open the door. Yeah, they did it. And yes, although they lost the Lord itself, MP, they will struggle to make something work after reset.
On the top side, though, SIM needs to go back and try to defend the lane. Let's take a look at items real quick. Let's see where Vinsohi is at right now. It does look like Endless Battle, EB, the BOD, and the Berserker's Fury is being bought up for Vinsohi, so the damage should come through in theory. But they have to be able to be wary of that Paquito, and it's doing so much right now in this late stage of that game. Oh, the suppression coming in for Benji. Benji will not be able to survive this one. RWM a little bit too premature. Will not be able to survive, but Bougie hits RWM off his own. Freezy focusing fire onto Karags, but the rest of SIM, they get out safely. It's just Benji who falters under the pressure of NP.
Yep, SIM now at this point, they have a bit more comfort simply because they have broken a tier 3 in the middle lane of NP. So even if they lose 1 or 2, it's fine at this point. It's really about the wave management. You can see every single time Kara X is going to be able to land a hook, it's going to be quite good for the side of SIM. But now the win conditions and stakes have changed. Jinrong is now the win condition, so he must stay alive no matter what.
I actually agree with you on this one. Jinrong has been doing so much, finding sooner or later at the back line and just chunking down on his health. There was just no follow-up because the dive potential from SIM is just not there. You have Jinrong just to keep sooner or later out at bay and then chunk down, fight front to back with Salmon and with Vinsohi. But Jinrong can only stay alive for so much. Like, whenever he goes down, that's where SIM breaks and falls apart.
Yep, and you know, MP's lineup allows them to really dive right through the front line simply because they have a Freezy on that Paquito, right? So that left, heavy left punch and the jab as well. He has so many movesets that allow him to break the ranks of whatever they have on the side of SIM. So it's really difficult to expect Vinsohi to really just dish out damage all the time. So which is why, you know, at this point, why Jinrong is such a menace for the side of MP. Because, you know, when he has his force swing, he gets a vengeance on board as well. Not only does he offer himself lifesteal, he offers so much burst damage. Which is why you see, I think if I'm not wrong, MMF as well as, or Freezy, they actually got the Twilight Armor. Because that first burst coming out from Jinrong is going to make the world's difference
Actually,
for them.
both of them did
Yeah.
the Twilight Armor. You
It's
have a
really
little bit of a
important.
burst mitigation from the
Yeah.
Leslie itself.
So Jinrong is going to play an important part.
Oh, mid side, they saw Freezy. They saw Freezy. They want to go in. They don't want to go in. They just want to push them out of the way. NP wants to go for that Lord, but I think the conceal hasn't been used yet. NP, we might be able to
need to
look at a
clear-
conceal play.
Yep, they need to clear the minion wave though.
Oh,
Alpha
no,
needs to
no.
go do it. Someone needs to clear it or they will lose that tier 3. So Jinwoo is in charge of getting that done. Is he gonna be fast
Oh,
enough?
MMF. Oh, he seeks out Salmon, but not fast enough. RWM pops down, tries to zone the rest of them out. The
That's premature.
suppression comes in for Freezy. Freezy will go down for Breezy. And right now, the Lord is right open. Jinrong, they're just waiting. They're just patient. It's a 5v4 situation right now. Deck is focusing fire on that Lord. He's going in. Who will get the Lord? Benji will get the Lord. And right on Deck. Deck is all alone. It's a push up onto 4. And Vince O'Hee is still up
Oh
alive.
my
Vince
goodness.
O'Hee he's playing front to back. SIM, all 5 members are still up. Freezy for Breezy went down, and the rest of NP, they falter and they fall apart. The Lord marching on that mid side though. SIM, they want to capitalize on the situation. This might be it though. That's just 28 seconds until Deck comes back up.
All falls on Benji here. If he gets the perfect energy eruption, it's over for the MP side. He gets
Oh, there goes MMF, but the Roman Malaysia comes down. The base is wide open. They're going to look for the base. Oh no.
And
Oh, man.
MP doesn't make it. SIM clears the base, so they will be advancing to face off against ITECC in a moment's notice.
My heart can like I almost for a moment there I thought that Freezy would clear out the rest of SIM, but SIM did a very good job in forcing Freezy and MMF to buy the Twilight armor. Freezy went in semi-defense, but you don't have that damage as a Paquito to deal the burst damage that he needs to take out Salmon and take out Vince O'Hee. And so with that, SIM had a pretty easy game in the late game.
Yep, that's right. When you allow Kara X to essentially save your bloody hunt, Freezy being Freezy, the fact that he had to go hybrid meant that he wasn't that big of a threat against Vince O'Hee.
Yeah.
Right? So you can see him, even though he tries to dive in a couple of times, he couldn't kill Salmon, he couldn't kill Vince O'Hee. And that was a marker for Benji and Jinrong to really just dive in, because when Freezy and MMF go in, that's a signal for the rest of MP to be in a position where they can get the fight started. Right? So the fact that Kara could save his bloody hunt made the world's difference, because that was a big deterrence about really going too aggressive on the side of MP. And you can see Benji, when he landed that perfect energy eruption, that was it. Jinwoo just comes in with the full swing, and that's game over.
But I mean, this game it was plot twist after plot twist. It was early game. NP had an easy time. I thought the game was over. But then NSIM, they came back, played towards that late game, power spike, played towards Salmon and Vince O'Hee. And Jinrong just made so much setup. I think he's the underappreciated, undervalued kind of member of SIM. He's always like at bay clearing up the lanes, but when he comes through, when he shows up, he's very difficult to ignore, and it's very hard for NP to just come back through. But ladies and gentlemen, this had been a hell of a series. I think the tourney brackets are updated. Let's take a look at them really quickly before we jump in for that break. So as you can see, SUTD will be in the 4th place of the seeding round. NP will be in the 3rd place of the seeding round. We will be taking a short break, and we'll coming back. We'll be taking a look at ITCC up against SIM for the 1st and 2nd seed of Group B. So stay tuned, because this is going to be a very spicy series. Ken, what do you think of this?
I think it's going to be great, and I can't wait to see how these two minds of SIM and ITCC are going to go against each other.
Yeah.
SIM, to me, now is the comeback king. They wait for that late game, and they come back and smack you in the face.
I think the word for it is very patient.
Yeah,
Very patient. I don't think like they felt like they were losing the rest of the game, but it's just that their power spike just doesn't work in the early game, so they just played to that late game, and it worked very phenomenally well for SIM. And I would say that they are a dark horse for this entire
with the play
this
style,
entire
right?
season.
It
This
always
entire
seems
Campus
like
Legends.
they are fighting from behind.
Yeah.
They aren't making it work, and suddenly, when they hit the power spikes and they get the correct initiations, it's like, no, we've been here the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, everything's going to be changing in Campus Legends. I mean, the grand finals itself between Group A and Group B, it's still yet to be seen, but we're going to be flashing a QR code down here. The finals will be, or the Campus Legends Festival will be held at Republic Polytechnic Agora Hall 1 and 2. It's going to be happening on 12th and 13th August. Grand finals for Valorant will be happening on 12th, which is a Saturday. 13th of August, that's a Sunday. That's going to be Mobile Legends Bang Bang. The event will happen through 10 a.m. through to 10 p.m. There's going to be a lot of booths, a lot of prizes to be won, lucky draws to be had. You have cosplay events as well. So if you want to be a part of Campus Legends Festival, just scan in that QR code and we'll see you there as well. It's going to be a really, really fun, exciting time. So yeah, it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be
Yeah.
fun. It's gonna be
So with
interesting.
that, we're gonna take a short break. When we're back, it's time for the grand finals of the day.
I need
and
more Red Bull. I
yeah,
need more Red
that's
Bull.
gonna be ITECC going up against SIM. When we're back, that's gonna be the one that we're gonna be waiting for.
See you guys soon. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to Campus Legends 2023. I'm Churros. This year's my friend Kin. We are midway through
Yeah.
to the last series of today between not NP, ITCC versus SIM. But before we go on to that, I want to show you guys my jacket. This is one of my favorite
Yep.
jackets. We have this dress code thing going here. Can you zoom in a little bit? This is one of my favorite things in the whole world. It's actually the Last Supper. It's very apt because it's going to be the last series of today. How do you
That's
feel?
right. I'm feeling very energetic now simply because we have the Red Bull. I think
I got 4.
you have
It's my
drunken
kill counter.
4 cans. I have just the one, right? It's enough. Alright, yeah, that's the one. That's the Last Supper here.
There's
On
Last
his
Supper
shirt.
here.
Yep. So this is gonna be the
Yeah.
last series of the day. ITECC going up against SIM. Both teams have shown very, very strong mental strength,
Yeah.
right? And a very clear understanding of what to do at different points of the game.
Mhm.
So it's really interesting to see who has the bigger and clearer mind in this series.
Yeah, I mean, after the pretty long break, I would say so myself.
Yep, yep.
I think both teams have a chance to reset, especially for ITCC. They have a longer break in between. They're able to identify, okay, SIM plays like this, how we're going to run it through because they were taking a break. They won NP in the previous matchup,
Yep.
and right now going up against SIM. These two are going to be the top of the charts for Group B. So if you guys don't know, let's pull up the tournament bracket right here, and we'll get to see who is who is in the top seed as well. So to recap, SUTD is 4th seed in Group B, NP is 3rd seed in Group B, ITCC and SIM. This is what we are waiting for right now. The winner will be the 1st seed, and the loser will be the 2nd seed. So still pretty much in a very good position facing up against Group A. So with that being said, the winner of Campus Legends in Mobile Legends will win $1,200 in cash and scholarships, 5 Satori headsets, as well as 5 Aegon AG273 FZEs. It's gonna be a very, very big.
Yeah, a mouthful, but definitely worth it because it is a very, very good screen.
Mhm.
And of course, with that second place, they will get 750 in cash and scholarships as well. They will get the 5 Soturi headsets as well as 5 AOC 24G2 Zax. Right, and of course, third place they have the $500 in cash and scholarships, also getting the 5 Saturi headsets. But last but not least, they will get 5 AOC C24G2s.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very, very load. There's gonna be a load of prizes for the winners of Campus Legends, but only the top 3 will get the prizes. And this grand finals is going to be happening at Republic Polytechnic on the 12th and 13th of August at the Agora Hall 1 and 2. So 12th of August is going to be Valorant. So if you're into Valorant, you're into FPS shoot 'em ups, then come through in the 12th of August. 13th of August is going to be Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So bring your friends, bring your family, come and support your friends. If you want to find out more, scan the QR code right here. Oh, wait, right here. I'm pointing the wrong
Careful where
side.
you're pointing.
Yeah. Okay. So there's gonna be a lot of things. I've been to the one last year. There was cosplay events going on. There were booths going on. The sponsors will be setting up their booths as well. We had Mate last year. This year we have Red Bull.
Mate, my goodness.
Yeah.
It's mate.
Yeah.
It's not mate.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But to be fair, we will be having a lot of like a nice little prizes for all you audiences, lucky draws to be had as well. So a lot of things coming up your way at the Campus Legends Festival.
Yep.
12, 13 August. Write that down and planning on your
Of course,
schedule.
you know, the banter that we have, this is all fun and games, but this would not have been possible without, you know, our organizers for the entire
Yes.
event itself. So, of course, we'd like to thank our organizers, Skoga, as well as the Esports Academy for having put up this entire thing, you know, getting us together to cast the games as well,
Yep.
as well as getting the players down to have it done with all the exciting matches we've seen today. Right, besides this, we also have our academic partner, we have ITECC, along with RP as well. Our monitor partner, AOC
AOC Gaming.
Gaming. And gaming headset, we have the Invicta, which you can see they have their Soturi headsets. And our PC, Lenovo Legion. as well as our CPU advanced micro
Micro.
devices. Not AMD
AMD.
anymore. Not AMD anymore. They are known as advanced micro devices. And of course, last but not least, we have our final tool, which is our energy drink sponsor, Red Bull, as
Keeping me
well.
alive.
Yep.
Keeping me alive for 3 games this series.
As well as our supporting partners, Digital Plus, Landing Pad, Automail, as well as Razer Gold.
Okay, that being said, a lot of things to talk about with this matchup.
yep,
So
yep.
jumping back into the last game, the last series of today, ITCC up against SIM. Ken, what are your thoughts on this matchup, and who do you think is going to go up on top?
Well, the Uranus is going to be very heavily contested, right? Both
Mhm.
of these teams love a Uranus on their lineup. So I'm curious to see if they're going to shift away from that particular meta and that particular draft,
Mhm.
right? Another one that is heavily contested is going to be the Leslie as well as the Beatrix, two of the standard heroes we have seen in all of the different games today.
Yeah.
So I want to see if there's a difference in this. And right now, it's really about the roamers. We have seen Franco do wonders for the teams.
Yeah.
Now, I want to see if there's going to be another option in which they can explore. We have seen some creativity in the form of Paquito in the EXP laner, right, to go up against the Uranus. And in terms of roamers, we have seen Angelas, we have seen
Florence.
Florence, Kajas as well. So I want to see if there's going to be a difference in it and how they're going to use this to impact that early game. Because right now we know both teams, they are able to play from behind.
Yeah.
Now, of course, with that being said, you wouldn't want to play from behind. It's just that they're comfortable playing from behind. But of course, if you can get the lead, you want to get the lead, right?
Well, actually, it's a very interesting series for me because the first game that we saw today, NP versus ITCC actually plays a little bit like SIM.
Yep.
They played very held back, very passive, and then the late game they pop off. They
Yep,
really play towards late game. So it's I'm thinking late game to late game matchup, but right now I'm really favoring the camaraderie, the dark horses, SIM, because of the fact that ITCC last year in Legends 2022. They were the top 3 spot. So they had their chance in that grand finals. But for SIM, this is very new to them, being in a very viable, very top spot position in this Campus Legends. So I'm really rooting for SIM. I still don't know who will win yet, but yeah, shout outs to Salmon. He's taught me a lot of things that I know today. He's a great mentor and friend as well.
Well, we'll see if the hunger is going to show through in this series. So let's go into the draft and let's see what's going on in the minds
excited.
of
I
these
can't wait.
two teams itself. SIM against ITCC. It's a best of 3 series, so mistakes aren't that amplified, but it also gives you a glimpse of what could happen in the second and third series of the day.
Yeah, I'm actually really hoping for 3 games, like we've seen in the previous matchup against NP.
For sure,
But
for sure.
2-0s, I don't know. I don't know if there will be a quick clean sweep.
Yeah,
It
I
does.
don't think that's going to be very likely based on how these two teams play. The fact
Yeah.
that they are able to adjust, right? To me, the mark of a champion, like I said many times already, is the ability to adjust to the situation.
Correct.
Right? And both teams have shown very good adjustments and good understanding on how they should make the adjustments, as well as when they should make the adjustments. So I think it's going to be a very spicy one. So if you're, what's the word? You are sensitive to spicy foods, I suggest you take a cup of milk and get yourself more water because it's definitely going to be a very spicy one here. Both teams we have. That's the fun thing about both teams, right?
Yeah.
I don't identify a singular superstar,
Yeah.
and that's the mark of a good team. It's really a
It's
team
everyone,
effort, right?
like
everyone plays
everyone
their part.
together. Yeah. Yeah, but ITCC they have a lot of like previous MPL players. I've seen Icon, Bitcoin as well. All of them are in the same team right now. They have played together in a professional setting. So going into matches for community tournaments like Campus Legends, they have that camaraderie, the synergy, the cohesion as a unit, as a full unit. So it's really exciting to see if SIM is able to break that down. So the draft is being set. We are not going to wait any longer, so grab a drink, grab a snack, and let's jump straight into that game.
Let's see, what do we have on our hands here? We have Icon. So ITCC gonna be the ones with the first pick for the game. Now, the question is, are they going to go
See value
into
in
a
me?
Uranus
Your
pick
team
right after
is
the
They
ban?
should.
The first ban is going to be a Fredrin. Benji, going to be obviously very disappointed. Benji
Yeah.
has shown us a very good Fredrin in a couple of games
Is
in the
it
past
worth
series.
it to ban the Fredrin for Benji? It does look like Ube strategy is what SIM kind of want to go for, but ITCC, they could pretty much use that Fredrin in that first pick, unless they have other plans up their sleeves for that first pick opportunity.
I mean, we take a look at the previous draft itself that ITCC has shown us. They like that Uranus, Ling, Angela combination, right?
Yeah.
Which is quite hard to play against if you're going against a Fredrin, because you won't be able to burst the Fredrin in time as a Ling, and that will allow him to get his energy eruption off a couple of times of renditions of it,
Sir,
and that
what's
will
your
probably
command?
lead into the
Team is
Appraiser's Wrath,
banning.
which is going to be very painful to deal with for the side of ITCC. So whether it's a good ban, I think it's a decent one. It works well with if they're going back into that Ling combination again. But of course, respect ban on the Fanny. Fanny, one of the highest snowbally characters in the game itself. Give them a lead and they will run with the game. So
Yeah.
Fanny definitely not in contention for both teams. Going to be banned out immediately from the SIM squad.
So I know this is very interesting. Bitcoin and Salmon, their signature heroes are
is online.
Eve.
Is
So
banning.
both of these teams, both these players, they found success with Eve. So I'm not sure if ITCC wants to open that up and then give it over to SIM or take it up in the first pick. I think that's what they are most likely looking for. SIM should be able to think about, okay, Yve is going to be a threat. Let's take it out. Let's try to go for other mages, because I know Salmon works well with sort of like high burst or high sort of like reposition heroes like Loi or even the
Still
Blue Nox as
swords
well. So
run deep.
ICCC, Yve is going to be a hot contender in this matchup. But the Alpha is going to be banned out. That's the second ban for ITCC, which is very, very viable. You don't want to deal with Jinrong's Alpha. It's going to be very hard to deal with it.
Yep, he has shown a very significant pacing with his alpha, and it's quite hard to deal with. And of course, I think they are going to show respect on the side of SIM towards ITCC as well. They will ban out the Ling. So no Ling for Icon, and let's see, this is going to be an entirely different draft for sure.
Yeah.
Because right now, they're going to be left with no Florent in sight for the side of SIM. ITCC wants to remove this away from the draft, and that leaves us with the last ban in the hands of Vinso He. Now, question is, will they ban out a marksman in this early phase here?
I think
That
if
could
anything-
set the stage.
If anything, give them options. Give ITCC options, like pick up the Eve or pick up the Leslie. So SIM, I think best case scenario, maybe ban out the Claude. You don't want any one of the members to deal with a Claude. It's very, very devastating, especially from the back line if you don't have a suppressive hero. The Claude will be banned out. ITCC, they have choices. Eve or Leslie, or even the Uranus. You want to work with a Uranus, but then it leaves SIM open to just picking up that Eve and the Leslie.
Yeah, we will see what is the lane priority for them, right? Do they want to secure someone for the mid lane, or do they want to secure
There
someone
we go.
for the EXP?
Equilibrium,
So Eve gonna be
which
in the
I
hands
was
of
made
Bitcoin
for.
here. So it looks like they want to have that real world manipulation as
Yep.
a deterrence to the side of SIM.
It's the slow utility from Eve. I think it's very, very pivotal in team fights. In ITCC, they want to play towards that team fight heavy composition. Now, SIM, they have a lot of options right now still. Angela's still open up. You have maybe even a Boxia is a viable target to pick up as well. You could pick up the Valentina, which is sort of like the soft counter to that to the Eve. I remember last time, where Faramis was always like first pick or second pick, and then
Yep.
you counter pick with the Valentina. I think this would be a
will
good
choose
place to
my
pick up a
own
Valentina
path.
so that you
I
can
didn't cure
you can
the
counteract that Eve. So the
Your
Valentina
time
gets
is
picked up.
ticking.
Our lot is going to be very, very vital in this game because of the repo ability, the final
Oh, for
slash.
sure. And of course, Jinrong, we know with his positioning, he is going to get
Sniper ready.
very
Give me a
nice
target.
final slashes in this game for sure, based on how he was showing off his alpha in the previous series.
Yep.
This is going to be an interesting one for Jinrong. And now, Blueberry Waffle, one of the new substitutes into the game
Oh, actually, he's
itself,
new. He's new.
Yep, will be getting his hands on the Leslie, and Wahyu
I think
will be
Melissa.
taking.
Melissa
Yep.
would have been the best pick right here. for SIM right now. You don't want ITCC to take out your most viable counter for a Leslie. You have the early game range advantage. You're able to just sit back, relax, enjoy the show, and then once everyone's ultis has been used up, you throw a puppet and then you just go ham with it. I think it would be the best case scenario for SIM because ITCC, if it's not gonna get picked up, it's gonna get banned right off the bat. Oh, but
I like this. I like this.
the wall
This
card
is-
pick again.
Yeah, Hellcat. So with the silence itself, it's going to be quite difficult to deal with on ITCC. Simply when he activates Darkness, it's going to be hard for ITCC. It's going to cause a lot of confusion. And adding on with the compliments of Jinrong, there's good synergy for this as well.
Yeah.
So I'm liking SIM's draft a little bit more at this point of time. Now the question is, will they pair this up with a Melissa on the side of SIM? Now with the first ban, they will get rid of the Angela for the second
Ah.
phase, so no extra healing, no stuns available in the form of Angela.
I think it's a very good ban for SIM because Angela pairs very well with YU. And so I think the only counter that SIM would have is the Esmeralda, but you can't pick up the Esmeralda because, I mean, unless you want to play it in the jungle position, SIM might not be looking at, doesn't want to face up against this Angela. And on the other hand, though, I'm not too sure about the Hellcat pick. Like, you like the Hellcat pick, I personally don't because it needs a lot of sort of like space and time to be able to chow anyone out of the game and to kill someone out. So SIM, they need a lot of time. Again, late game for both teams. ITCC, like I said, Melissa will be taken off. They want to give Blueberry Waffle a very easy time in the laning phase. So SIM, pretty much a lot of options has been taken out. No Claude, no Beatrix, no Melissa.
Franco will work perfect here. That would add
True.
on to the mess that they're able to deal with on the side of ITCC. And the way that SIM is going to play with this particular draft is that Benji is going to be very aggressive, either on to pick Bitcoin or to Blueberry Waffle. These are the main two targets that he will want to get his farm from. Simply because Blueberry Waffle or as a Leslie takes a bit more time to get online, which means that the pacing compared for a Hellcat against a Leslie, Hellcat is going to advance a bit faster, right? So that's going to be it. Karax is going to get that Franco. Now the question is, what do they want to use as a counter? And a perfect one. All the bans have been shown already, so they have free reign. Do they want to try and make things work with the Fatal Links from the Atlas?
Where the light shines.
Okay, it will be a Lancelot
Will bloom.
pick right now. It's going to be a full damage bursty Lancelot. I saw Danny hovering onto Hilda. It would be a very good target, or even a Lolita, because you deny Benji of any of his spikes, right? His second skill. And I like that quite a bit because they're lacking a sort of engage capability coming in from ITCC. Yes, you have zone out capabilities from the RWM. You have a lot of burst damage, but you need a heavy soaker front line. And I think one of the better choices would be a Lolita. They pick up the Grok. It's still viable. It's still viable in the sense. Now SIM, gold lane. Gold lane. Now, we have to talk about this. There's a lot of options available for SIM still. Brody, Carry is being hovered on. I think Carry would have a tougher time in the laning phase up against a Leslie because of the range differential.
That's right, but they're gonna try and even out that difference with the fact of the Franco pick, but it's a bit difficult, right? Because we're gonna have a roaming Grok, if I'm not wrong. I mean,
Yeah.
they could go either way. It could be a roaming Paquito as well, and a Grok EXP.
I would think maybe someone with a little bit of a higher range, or even pick up the Harith. Pick up the Harith right here. You have a lot of damage.
Yep, that is gonna be it. That's gonna be a gold lane Harif. That's got a lot of damage against Blueberry Waffle, and with an early game spike. I mean, Harif has a very good early game in
It's a very good
comparison
early
to
game.
Blueberry Waffle.
Yeah, 100% true. You need to be able to get your power spike items, which is basically the Starium Scythe, the new Scythe item, as well as
Yep.
your cooldown reduction boots, and pretty much your set. You're able to just dash your way through to anything whatsoever. But the draft is all set. What are you favoring right now, Ken?
Very much in the hands of SIM, simply because there is Franco as well as Hellcat. So these two, they have a lot of
utilities to cause confusion and displacement as well. The silence is going to make a world's difference if Hellcat is actually able to get it done here. So Benji, his positioning is really important. It all falls down to the early game, so we will see. Kara is going to play a very important portion of this early game, because if he can land the proper iron hooks, ITCC not going to have a very fun time at all.
So, ITCC versus SIM, this is the final series of today. It does look like SIM trying to leash up for Benji, trying to get his power spikes as fast as possible. ITCC, on the other hand, going in for the EXP wave cut and then going straight for Benji. So Benji still level 1. Yu has his jab, his upper jab. He's forcing up that retribution. Easy retribution. Yu trapped all alone to his own devices. That's 3 members already invading the jungle of SIM. That's the Achilles heel of SIM.
Yep, Benji, you know, he can have a good early game, and if he has a good early game, it would be very detrimental to the ITCC lineup. So that's why they are placing so much pressure on making sure that it's difficult for him to farm. So far, it's not really working out. SIM, they still have provided enough space for Benji to get decent farm. He should hit his level 4 at the 1 minute and 15 seconds mark as we speak. But of course, on the flip side, Icon, still struggling a little bit. He is level 2 only.
I think his second skill might be the Master Assassin instead of the Demon Hunter, or Season Hunter, sorry. Because it does look like Benji is already level 3. He did suffer a little bit in the jungle laning phase in the orange buff. Oh, Yu, sliver of health. He will not be able to survive on that one. Jinrong takes down first blood.
Yep, Vengeance going to be the killing move there for Jinrong as he wipes the face of the earth of Wahyu here. So Wahyu already down with the deficit. Is not looking good at all. Not the best start at all, as the Salmon going to provide a bit of support.
Oh, okay, Carex. A little bit of a 1v1 situation up against Icon. Icon level 4 already, as well as Salmon. So the level 4 is coming through. Carex trying his best to get his bloody hunt up and online.
Yep, wall charge on Salmon as
well.
well.
Topside though. Oh, Jinrong is facing up against 2 RWM. Already popped up, forcing the flicker. Jinrong stays up alive. Salmon, though, just there for backup. Just try to zone them out of the way, but no more RWM. So this turtle will be up and open. The Dark Nightfall is happening. Oh, Danny, he steals the turtle. The retribution a little bit too early, though. Corrects to staying up alive. But Wahyu on the back line, though. The silence coming through. Wahyu, one more hit onto Corrects. He might go down here, but Jinrong still staying alive. The sustain from Jinrong is a little bit too strong. And now Benji will back out of the way, going straight to farming yet again. A little bit too premature on the Dark Knight Falls. It seemed as though SIM wanted to contest for that turtle a little bit too early on that retribution. Danny stole it away from SIM.
Yep, IT didn't exactly have the best start to the game, but oh well, have they finished out this early portion a bit better. With a steal on that turtle by Danny, who actually got a last AA onto that turtle, winning that extra EXP and gold for the team as well. Not only that, they were rewarded with 2 kills, one in the form of Jinrong, which now evens out that EXP laner for sure, and the second one is the kill on Kara
topside
X
though.
as well.
Topside, Jinrong is having a little bit of a tough time in a 1v2 situation. It does look like Bitcoin is constantly up on Jinrong's behind. Jinrong not having good time farming up as
the Lancelot.
Lancelot in the mid lane though will not amount to anything though. But where is Yu? Where is he situating? Where is he standing at? Oh, misses the spikes. The hooks also misses. No connection onto SIM whatsoever. But then again, I must say SIM doing a pretty decent job in the early game, although they have played a lot of games so far today. 3 games, I must add. So they must be tired this time around.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Benji obviously missing quite a few of the
That's a 4-minute Ice Queen wand for Bitcoin. That's very, very fast.
Yep, that's a good start for them. So right now, it's going to be a power swing towards the ITCC lineup here. You can see Danny is able to just walk and face check the brushes as well. Kara unable to get any hooks on point for now, as the second turtle of the game is going to be spawned.
Correct. Just trying to zone the rest of the ITCC out of the way, but to no avail. Turtle already pulled towards the side of ITCC. Benji holding, he doesn't have his ultimate at all. Oh, the Zaman Force comes back through. Vinso He takes down first kill. The Sea Halberd is the first item to be built. The Stardom Sight as well being built by Vinso He, but the turtle being taken out away.
Huge.
But Icon is huge. Yu comes in from the flag. Jinrong with the final slash, but no follow-up from SIM whatsoever. But on the backside though, Icon finally takes down and finds Vinso He, puts him out of his misery.
And that's the flaw of a Hellcut, right? If he does not get a good game.
Oh,
it's
Icon,
gonna be
Icon, one
over.
more hit. Salmon with the flicker a little bit too early. Oh, Yu comes in. Clutch for this one. Icon still stays up alive. Jinrong with a sustain underneath the turret. Bitcoin, there it is. The wall comes in. A little bit too far ahead. That was his, Okay, Benji took down the purple buff, but Danny caused Bitcoin to fall. It was the wall blocking him. He doesn't have the flicker, but all this time, Blueberry Waffle, he's just farming up. He's just playing Farmville at this time.
Yep, and it all started with an outplay by Icon from the Salmon itself. What a nice play there. It set them up, and now they are up 6-4.
Oh,
Jinrong
Yu,
probably
the
gonna die.
damage, the burst, the jab, the slash. Oh, there we go. Jinrong goes down. Yu will not fall. He will not falter.
Yep.
The stingers will not connect onto anything. That's why, Ken. That's why I was like really unsure about the Hellcat pick, because you have to get into anyone's faces. The wall charge is taken in by Salmon, but there's only so much that he can do with that wall charge.
Yep, and you know, this is the difficulty, right? If a Hellcat does not get a good early start, does not have a lead.
Okay, hook and the wall charge onto one. There we go. Bitcoin goes down.
Yep, but they had to burn like 2 ultimates for that, so it was not exactly the best trade. Now Kara, they will not have anything for Danny, who is so tanky. Wall charge
Oh,
on
the
him.
wall charge. Salmon's the target. Salmon will go down. That's the Thorn Rose. And Icon just looking for more. Carex, one more health. But there we
Blueberry
go.
Waffle.
Blueberry Waffle comes in with the snipe. Vinso He just going in with the pass. The very, very passively tries to defend himself. But the damage coming through the Thorn Rose will be the one to take him down. The Icon though. Icon just got out of the way. Jinrong just missed out all of his slashes though.
Yep, Icon is so huge right now. 4-1-5. He is so far ahead at 7 minutes. That's 11 kills already, and if you take a look at the growth of the items itself, he already has the Hunter Strike, so it's gonna be hard to run away from Icon. And it's not even just about attacking. Icon has so many defensive capabilities as well, using the puncture to get out, and he has the ability to outplay them.
Okay,
Benji,
here we go. Icon again. The wall is being built up. The suppression comes through. Icon, he might not be able to go down. That's a Kyrie 2.0, but there we go. Vinso here with the Zaman Force is doing a lot of damage. Danny will be the next one to fall. Danny's still alive. This RWMB popped up. Bitcoin cleans up the rest of the snipe. One more hit. Karax goes down as well. That's a 3-4-0 situation. Jinrong forced to use the flicker to get out of the way, and now ITCC a little bit of a friendly disrespect over to SIM. They're having a hell of a time right now. 7K gold lead. They're taking in so much kills and just being so hyper aggressive. Icon just masterfully just using that Lancelot. We missed that Yu just bursted Salmon down.
Yep, it's so funny how they have Hellcat on the team, but the lights have been turned off on the side of SIM here. ITCC now looking at the opening of the base for SIM, as they might be knocking on the doors very, very soon.
SIM, nothing to do but just go back on the defense. But what can SIM do? They don't have enough high ground as compared to ITCC. What's the play here, Ken? What can SIM do to get in back on this battle? It does look like they're in a really tough spot.
I think it all falls down onto Vinso He here on that Haref, as well as Salmon. They will be the ones who will be able to dish out the
Oh,
most
top
amount
side
of
though, the
damage.
suppression comes in on Yu. Terrified and out of the way. He will not. Oh, he dashes out of the way. He goes back in, but on that backside though, Danny comes in from that flank. Here comes Icon. The dashes might go through. Karax. The damage is showing through. Thorn Rose dealing so much damage from a final slash. Almost taking out Icon. The wall charge to keep it at bay. The pull back on Icon. He's still alive, but not for long. RWM on to 3. Salmon goes down. Blueberry Waffle. The true damage is showing. There we go. Triple kill for Blueberry. Jinrong Vinso He left standing still.
Yep, and that's the difficulty of it. I mean, at this point, ITCC looking so strong. I don't see any way for SM to come back, as a Blueberry Waffle and Yu gonna have the pleasure of taking disperse a lot of the game with ease.
We take a look at the itemizations really quickly for that Leslie. So he skipped the Endless Battle, went straight for BOD. That's where the damage is coming through. So the Berserker's Fury, the cooldown reduction boost, so he's just focusing fire on the first skill advantage for Blueberry Waffle. That's a lot of damage. 1723, so it's 1700 damage from one true shot. That is pretty much a 3-shot for Vinso He, a 3-shot for Benji. It's looking very dire. There's not a lot of die potential from SIM.
Yep, and with the completion of the Endless Battles as well, Blueberry Waffle is going to be a very strong competitor on the side of ITECC. Now, the fact they have a War Axe and Hunter's Strike on the side of Lancelot, Icon is essentially a Olympic sprinter at this point. He has so much damage and so much movement speed that he can easily access the backlines of SIM. Essentially, right now, they're just a open buffet platter for ITECC to have their pick.
This is a very dire situation for SIM. They don't have a lot of defense capabilities. Oh, the wall charge and the flicker onto Benji. Benji will be able to jump out alive, but Karax is the next target for the backline, though. They take down Vinso He. They found the right target. They found the carry. Vinso He goes down. Junrong will be left standing, but not for long. The Lord will be marching through. ITCC, they're looking for more targets, they're looking for the turrets, they're looking for more of these objectives, extending their lead even more. That's 11,000 gold lead for ITCC, and they're upping kills by 13.
Yep, and you know, Icon has just gotten his hands on the Malefic Roll as well. If his damage wasn't pain enough, if his movement wasn't fast enough, now he has additional physical penetration as well. And that is probably going to be the nail in the coffin for SIM, as ITECC, they're probably going to reset and wait for the next 70 seconds before the Lord comes. But if SIM takes a step too far forward, they will be punished almost instantaneously as they're looking for it.
Oh, Icon, he takes down the orange buff with the Retribution, and now SIM just back on the defense. Every single scrap is just taken up by ITCC.
Yep, it's going to be silence and darkness on the side of SIM as they have to just wait in the base for ITECC to be ready.
A little bit of a standstill for ITCC. They have that vision play from the ultimate of Blueberry, so they know where the members of SIM are. But SIM, they have to pick and guess. They have to blind hook their way through. Does look like SIM just trying to slow down the tempo, trying to pick up all of the scraps, trying to get Vinso He just fed. But okay, Wayu, he sensed it. Oh, the hook coming through, the suppression onto Wayu. He gets bursted down. The reverse conceal play coming in, and the RWM tries to keep everyone at bay. Jinro will not be able to survive on the true shot damage from Blueberry Waffle. All of them are back on the retreat, but Icon from that flank, though, will not be able to commit, or will not commit onto this one, though. SIM takes down one, but that's all that they can get. That's all that they can bite on. ITCC still standing strong. They have that Lord advantage right now.
Yep, it's a good consolation prize in the form of Wahyu, one of the tankiest characters and heroes on the side of ITCC. And you can see Kara, he's making his work worth here as Danny actually drops the Guardian's barrier down. They are not going to start the Lord. They have the advantage in the mid lane as well.
Okay, Zaman force onto Vinso He with 1v1 situation going on. Correct, does not have his ultimate, but the Thorn Rose keeps him out alive. The wall charge onto Vinso He. He gets Vinso dead. Oh, Benji! He finds Blueberry Waffle. There's one more hit. That's not enough. Blueberry Waffle's outplayed Benji, and now the rest of the members of ITCC, they capitalize. That's a 2-on-4 situation. Seven goes down. One more, and Jinrong will fall onto this one. The rest of the members of ITCC, they will take it down, and they will bring it home. The first game will go over to ITCC right here and right now.
What a win with such convincing fashion here. ITECC closes out game 1 with a score line that is going to be super impressive when I get to see it.
I think
24-8, triple the scoreline on the side of ITECC here. And you know, it was a good draft, and yes, the Hellcut did not work out for them.
Yeah.
Understand the concept. I understood the concept. It would have worked if they had a better start to the early game, but the fact that Benji never came online was just a downfall for them. And Icon, my goodness, with the outplays, pushing this Lancelot to the absolute limits.
I need to know who Blueberry Waffle is. That outplay onto Benji was just so satisfying. Benji was one hit away, one auto attack away from taking Blueberry Waffle out of the game, and they might even turn the tide of battle. But then again, Blueberry Waffle with the grenade bomb pushes Benji away and secures that kill. He still stays alive using the endless battle regen as much as he can, and then just clears everyone out. Just front to back. It was just a very, very well executed play from the side of ITCC. But Kin, I gotta ask you, what went so wrong for SIM, and how are they gonna come back to the next match?
I really think it's just the greed on Benji for going with the Hellcat. They did not get the lead that they wanted to, right? And that's the winning formula for Hellcat itself. You need to have an early game advantage. The moment Hellcat falls off, it's really hard to come back, right? So it was just an execution error on the side of SIM. It was not really a drafting error. It would have worked, but they just couldn't get the formula right. That was the difference.
Yeah, I think they knew what they wanted to play for. I would have said, I mean, in the draft I said it before, like that Hellcat slot should have been a Melissa, and then Vinso he would have a much easier time in the laning phase up against Blueberry. I think they were just testing their waters to test how strong Blueberry Waffle is, but this is the upper bracket, like sort of like finals, like sort of getting the winner of this match will go to the first seed, and
Yeah.
that's a very, very easy time. You're facing up against the fourth seed in Group A, so you want to be in a very, very comfortable position moving on. Now, ITCC is one match away from this. SIM, they need to claw their way back up. 2 games they have to sweep. It's gonna be hard, but what are your thoughts on all of this?
Well, you never count them out, right? So the thing is, SM, we know that they can play from behind as well. They
Yeah.
have been in this position before, so we might be looking at a 1-all score depending on how they play. But the stress is on them because this is a match point for ITECC, and I think we all recognize for ITECC is if they have a lead, they know that they're in the lead, they do not let it up.
Yeah, I think it all boils down to like the position of drafting. Right now, I think SIM will be the first pick, ITCC second pick. So what's the play here? What's the advantage that SIM has right now on top of ITCC?
I think SIM now understands that they have a lot of pocket picks,
Yeah.
so they have to play according to the pacing of the draft. And the fact that they allowed the Lancelot to really just scale up with a couple of kills. Lancelot gets to push the ante and test the limits at about level 2 or 3 already. He is at his absolute best when he hits level 4. So they need someone who can match the pacing from SIM. So somebody who preferably, I mean, a Fanny would be great, right?
Yeah.
But Fanny's probably going to be banned, so we need someone else who is going to be able to contest him even at the level 4 stage.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's all hypothesis. Let's jump into the draft and see what's up right now. So they're wasting no time at all. ITCC, they ban out the Yve because they know that they don't want to give the Yve over to Salmon. SIM, on the other hand, they want to take out Icon's most favorite heroes, which is the Fanny as well as the Ling. The Fredrin is getting banned out for ITCC, so it's a little bit of a switcheroo around. SIM getting the first pick as we speak. ITCC. I don't know if they want to ban out the Florin and the Angela yet again and give it over to SIM because it is very, very deadly. Especially the Florin we've seen in the previous match between SIM and NP. So both these teams, they had their fair share facing up against NP, but statistically, ITCC performed much better against NP. So in this stage of the match, it kind of feels like ITCC, they are much... They have a much better position than SIM. Oh, SIM bans out their own Florin.
And I'm not sure, but it looks like they will be transitioning closer towards a Lancelot again on the side from SIM.
Okay.
They will secure the Claude first, so BMI gonna be open, Blazing Duets as well. And okay, a YSS being teased by Icon. No Lancelot, YSS, Global Alties.
I think for ITCC, the best case scenario, take the Leslie again because Leslie counters Vinsohi quite a bit in the early stage of the game. You don't want to open YSS too early. Okay, yeah, you don't want to open YSS too early because it's very, very easily to counter a YSS through a sort of like a very aggressive, high-paced EXP laner or a high-paced EXP roam. So ITCC, they settle and they pick up their mid lane duo first is gonna be the Valentina as well as the Angela. So for Salmon, not a lot of options right now. We've always seen him with the Yve and the Valentina, and right now it's both taken out. So
It's really hard to deal with, right? Like the fact that Danny and Bitcoin have picked two such flexible heroes, they
yeah,
can fit any draft,
yeah.
And so now the playing ball, the ball is back in SIM's court. What are you gonna give us so that we can draft against you? And looks like Shinron is gonna go back onto that Uranus. They're gonna take away the Baxia for themselves to make sure that the anti-healing properties will be on their
Sniper
side
ready.
instead.
Give me
And
a
this
target.
gives Blueberry Waffle checkmate, right? I get the Leslie again.
Yeah. Yeah, I think ITCC, I mean, this is the first half of the draft, but like it does look like ITCC has a better draft right off the bat. Heart Guard just gives you an extra layer of added protection. Blueberry Waffle, you see a tanky hero, I see a squishy target. Like nothing scares Leslie more. Nothing scares Leslie more than like just range or burst damage. So I think they might be looking at just banning out a lot of the mid lane mages, like artillery mages. So Kadita getting off the bat, I think a Farsa would be a viable ban for ITCC as well. SIM, they should be looking to ban out a sort of like any of the jungles. I think a Lancelot would be a viable ban for SIM as well. The Paquito, yes, definitely. SIM struggled so much with this Paquito.
I mean, the fact that they flashed out and teased the YSS earlier also, provides SIM with a bit of difficulty, right? Because even if they ban the Lancelot, they know that there might be a pocket pick for the YSS from the side of ITCC.
Yeah.
So at this point, the final two bans is really about who completes the synergy for ITCC. And like I said, this is the strength of the draft of ITCC, which is they are very flexible. You can put any other two EXP laners and junglers that would fit, as long as they fit the mantra of being a bit tankier and have a bit more CC. They're gonna ban out the Franco because, let's be honest, that's the only way you're gonna catch any of these people.
Yeah, I think a Kaja would be a viable option for ITCC as well. But ITCC, they already have a roam in the Angela, so they might not want to touch any others. But SIM teasing the Baxia roam, which is still very good, right? You have a lot of rotation capabilities from SIM itself. So ITCC, they have free roam to play whatever they want. It would be good if they have a very heavy front line. Fredrin is already being banned out. Even Barats might be a good option over here for ITCC.
Oh, but they might look at a Freya straight up battling for the front here, potentially with the Inspire. Oh, Bane. Okay, Bane is also a good consideration. Bane is very tanky, depending on how you build him. But no, they want to get away from the super burst. They want to get with Icon being on the Martis again.
Yeah.
So Martis, one of the fastest junglers, he is able to have Decimate as an option pretty much early on because Blueberry Waffle and Bitcoin offer quite a bit of burst damage as well.
Yeah, but you have to take a look at how ITCC will be playing. Like Heart Guard onto Martis, you leave the backline wide open. SIM would do very well if they have a backline heavy dive hero. So if Benji plays the Lancelot, you can shing all the way to the backline. The Novaria is being teased by Salmon. I think it's a good pick right here. Oh, but Benji is going straight back to the Hellcurt. I'm really not sure about this one. I think it would be a little bit tougher for him to farm up in the jungle because he's facing up against a Martis and potentially even a Khalid or any of the EXP laners that have high tempo. And Khalid, if you take a look at how they play in the first game, the rotations coming in would be Bitcoin and Yu going into the EXP lane and then disrupting the jungle for Benji, and Benji's gonna have a tough time.
Yep, but it could be the same on the flip side because Jinrong, I think this time will be the roam instead of Kara. So we're gonna see a Baxia maybe in the EXP lane, which will allow this Uranus to roam together, which will cause a bit of a problem because he's gonna try and tank up as much damage that they can offer during the invasion. On both ends, right? It could be an invasion from SIM into the IT jungle, or it could be IT coming into the SIM jungle. Regardless, it is going to be Uranus soaking up the damage, and the fact that he has concussive blast means they are going to be very aggressive with this. So I'm expecting to see an invasion by Hellcurt or Uranus. Either way, defensive or offensive capabilities, we are going to see this Hellcat being paired up with this Uranus quite early on.
Yeah, that being said, ladies and gentlemen, this might be the last game. Match point for ITCC. But SIM, they might be able to claw their way up. Match 2 of the last series of today. Take a look at the rotations. It does look like YU already seeking out where Uranus is. And like we envisioned, just Khalid and Bitcoin just rotating together, get that early lane EXP cut. Jingrong left to his own devices. They know where Hellcat's going to be because it's the most optimal position and most optimal rotation for Hellcat to move up to that gold lane in the early phase. And Jinrong just struggling to stay afloat. There's just one more hit. Jinrong will go down. The flicker is used by YU, living with a sliver of health, already level 2. So 1v1 over there being won by YU.
Yep, question is are they going to make the trade worth it? Because they have managed to get the jungler a bit faster on the side of Benji. With the help of Kara here, so they will jump in. They need a kill on Blueberry Waffle though. If they can shut down this Leslie early on, it would help them in their conquest to get that lead. And here we go.
Oh,
this is the first attempt. The silence comes in. Icon.
Oh, that's a 4v2 situation, but Bitcoin is coming in from that backside. Bitcoin backside. Oh, Icon is living on with the sliver. There we go. There we go. Karax takes up the kill, but that's the roamer though on the backside. It does look like Benji will be able to retreat and get that gold lane. Karax tanking in so much damage. Here comes Bitcoin though. There we go. Benji, not yet level 4, doesn't have the Dark Knight Falls. This is where SIM is able to capitalize on a lot of the early game skirmish initiations.
Yep, they have bought so much space for Benji. So this is looking good. Benji, he just needs a bit of experience before he goes on to get his level 4. So Dark Knight Falls definitely going to be in his grasp in a couple of seconds as well. He will have the cooldown ready for his Shadow transition, and he should be there soon. Jinrong already has information. There are 3 here. Icon is here as well. If Benji gets a perfect Dark Knight Falls, it could be a nice thing.
Oh, this Raging Sandstorm goes up on the Jinrong. Jinrong goes down. Salmon still not having his level 4 just yet. Oh, misses his stingers. YU stays up and alive right now. Bitcoin will try to initiate yet again, but then YU trying to just zone the rest of them out. Corrects is left to his own devices. Benji just misplay right there, missing the stingers. The hard guard giving YU some added shoot and added confidence to go through with a lot of these early game skirmishes as well.
ITECC fully prepared for Benji's Hellcat here. Very good understanding. And of course, like you said, the hard guard making wonders work for Wahyu. He's the best target to have this, especially when he already has an EXP lead against Jinrong.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage coming through in the early stage of the game as well. And Vincel, he not having a good time up against Blueberry Waffle. I'm not too sure about the Brave Smite from Vincel. He corrects, he's all alone. There's a 3v1 situation. Heartstrings will immobilize him just for a little bit. There we go. Icon takes him out of the way. Vincel, he uses Blazing Duet just to clear the lanes. It does look like SIM struggling a little bit in the early game right here. They don't have a lot of damage as well.
Yep, and this is looking like a repeat of game 1 here. SIM struggling to make sure that Benji steps up and has the advantage that he's looking for, because the rest of the lanes are being chunked down as well, simply because Wahyu has a level advantage in the EXP lane. He has that early rotation. It's going to make a world's difference, and now they're struggling. SIM once again on the back foot.
There's not a lot of damage coming through for SIM in the early game, and that is most
Bitcoin.
probably their downfall. The hard guard might be popped up, but they don't need it though. Bitcoin takes out the Dark Knight Falls and moves out of the way just in the nick of time. But on the back line though, it was Jinrong who gets a little bit too close for comfort right there. YU, he takes him down. Jinrong not having good time in this couple of games.
Yep, and with all of that, once again, is creating space for Blueberry Waffle, who is on a farming journey. Kara needs to make something happen now. They need to kill off Blueberry Waffle before he gets even bigger. Salmon, he is going to be tasked with landing that sphere here, but he's not going to do so. Once again, ITECC, so much control all over the map, and Icon is going to get another turtle as a freebie once again.
SIM, they're just running around like headless chickens right now. ITCC forcing them to be sprawled out all over the map. And that bottom lane, though, the Uranus against the Khalid combo is not going strong. Icon tries to go in for that flank. He doesn't even need to kill Jinrong. All he needs to do is just keep him at bay because the turret plating is still up. There's just 4 minutes into the game. ITCC already very heavy lead on top of SIM. Raging Sandstorm, and the flicker will not connect onto anything, but he will get his 3 swings out and away of the game just just for a little bit.
Oh,
While
the
you,
Infamous
the
Weekend
heal,
hit.
the top side though. Oh, the hard guard keeps Blueberry Waffle out of the way. Vinsohe he won't get saved. Benji is the MVP right now. Benji keeps him alive. Vinsohe stays alive just for a little bit. SIM still standing strong, still standing tall. ITCC, they are just
Yep, they're still leading, right? It's so
yeah.
difficult for SIM to come into this game because ITCC has so much map control, and the fact that they have Angela, she is around the map with Heart Guard itself. It's really hard because you're always in a disadvantage in terms of manpower.
SIM taking it a little bit slow. Doesn't want to commit into any of those team fights. They're way behind in terms of economy. It's just 2.8k, but that's a lot in that mid stage of the game.
Oh,
Raging Sandstorm onto Vinso. He will not be able to survive that skirmish. That mid lane though, that's 4 members trying to push in onto that mid lane turret, and whoever takes that mid lane turret will have the mid game advantage. Karax falling short, needs to retreat. The rest of ITCC wants to go in for all of these neutral objectives. Icon still has his retribution. They might look at a purple buff, but the Decimate takes Shenrong along. The bonus kill over for ITCC. There we go. Karax will not be able to do much. He doesn't have any damage at all. Fleeting time already bought out for Danny, so the next Heart Guard is going to amount into a kill. It's going to reset that Heart Guard again and again and again. Third turret of the game spawned up. ITCC looks like they're in a very good position to just contest for this one.
Yep, I mean, this is a free turtle in the eyes of ITCC. Right now, it's really just scouting out, okay, here's the shopping list, right? This is what we need to get. And they are looking for Benji as well as Salmon, the main heroes they want to get rid of, as well as Vinso He.
Yeah.
Right, Jinro and Kara, they are just a little pest in front of them that they don't really have to care about at this point. It's really about slowing down the farm for SIM. And the fact is, Benji is already behind by 1 level.
Oh no, Salmon,
Oh
he's
no.
getting caught out with the Heart Guard as well. The Decimate will not be enough, but he takes it out with an auto attack. Benji, Icon's looking for Benji as well. Benji will use the Dark Knight Falls to get out the way, but the rest of the ITCC, they're coming in with the skirmish. The Blazing Duet will not be enough as well. Karax goes down to ITCC. They're taking control of this game. SIM, they're falling apart. ITCC, they are having so much power spikes. Their power spike is from basically the first minute of the game. Heart Guard comes in again. Icon, he might go down for the engage underneath the turret as well. That is how tanky Icon is. The Decimate will come through yet again. There goes Jinrong. That's all you need to reset that Heart Guard.
Yep, almost a level for every minute, a kill for every minute that's happened so far. RTCC Icon, he is making the world look so small.
Oh, there we go again. Karax doesn't have Decimate though, so he's safe for now. He won't be. Danny takes him out of the game for just a little bit. Here comes Wayu from that flank. Now the rest of SIM, they're trying to retreat, but Heart Guard ready again. Again, what is this, kid? What is this game?
This is being the best draft you have seen from ITCC. When it works wonders here. Icon is so far ahead. Level 11, now hitting level 12. A 4-level advantage between him and the lowest hero on the side of SIM. If you take a look at the itemization as well, already the Valentina has a Lightning Truncheon along with the Clock of Destiny.
Take a look at the Leslie too. Leslie,
BOD,
BOD, Berserker's Fury, halfway through to the Endless Battle as well. Claude only has that Demon Hunter Sword. It's just not enough. He needs his Trinity.
And he has a Blade of Heptasis together with the Malefic Roar on Wahyu. He's not going to get damage anytime soon. I mean, when he does,
Wayu comes in with the triple slash onto Karax. The health is going down. The Heart Guard comes in for Wayu. Zones the rest of them out. ICCC, they might be looking at another target. Oh, Wayu, just one more hit and Benji will go down, but not enough. Not close enough. Jinrong, that's the splash damage from Bitcoin. It's proven to be a lot more than he can handle. Jinrong just regenerating as much as he can, buying a lot of time. SIM needs to play towards that late game, needs to wait for ITCC to make a mistake, but it's easier said than done. ITCC easily takes down the Lord. Then now Karax goes down as well. A little bit too close for comfort. ISIM doesn't have enough high ground to defend against this skirmish, but this is still the first Lord of the game. Vinso He?
But they're caught in no man's land here, Vince, so he all left all alone, and Leslie might be able to reach him very, very soon. They will get a glimpse of where he is. So they have an idea of where he is at this point, but no ultimate yet by Blueberry. Oh, wait, it's just up. He might get it.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Little
that was
bit
a-
too close for comfort. There we go. There's the snipe all the way from downtown, but not enough. The Lord marching down the top side, though. The turret will go down. Icon tries to zone Jinrong out of the way. That's
Oh,
the
the
damage!
catch!
That's the damage of... Oh, what is this? Bitcoin just deleting Jinrong from the game. That's 0-6-0. Jinrong was just carrying everyone on the previous game, but this is not it. There we go. The Stingers finally takes down Danny, but he will not survive as well. Benji will finally go down. Bitcoin as well. Oh, Benji's still alive, though. But Blueberry Waffle forced to use the flicker, get over the wall, and Wayu tries to block any of those shots away from Blueberry. As long as Blueberry's alive and awake, they will be able to take down any of those immediate skirmishes that ITCC can take. A little bit too close for comfort for ITCC, but they're still up and alive. They're still in the lead.
This is something surprising, right? So yes, there have been 14 kills from the side of ITCC, but none of them have been on Benji. So right now, Benji still has a chance of recovery, but it's going to be a bit difficult because right now, Wahil is so big. Haga probably going to come in soon if he does not last against Jinrong. But right now, SIM, they're breathing signs of life. You can see they are going to be in the mid lane. They got a tower off of it as well. And Salmon finally gets his lightning truncheon. It's going to be a big one, but
Benji's
going
gonna
to
you're gonna get sandwiched right here by Wayu. Wayu's damage coming through. The
Oh.
hard guard gives him a little bit more confidence as well. Karags goes down too. There is it. There's 3 members from SIM going down a little bit too much more than they can chew. ITCC, they come back out of it again. They need to just take down Blueberry Waffle. SIM, they need to try to find Blueberry Waffle, but it's not enough. They don't have the damage. They don't have the sustain. Jinrong 0-7-0. This is not very Jinrong-like, if you ask me.
Yep, I mean, if there were any signs of a rebellion starting, ITCC just stifled it with that play there. Right now, if you take a look at it, Dreadnought armor, 2 of them in fact, one on the Jinrong and one on Kara as well. It's gonna try and mitigate the damage.
Hold on a second right here. Icon going in again. Karags finally gets taken down yet again. Benji is going to stay alive just for a little bit. Lord spawning up in 10 seconds. Wayu back for the re-engage, but will not commit to anything. That's the power of that Khalid. You get the early game lead. You're able to just peel off any of those frontline members. Blueberry Waffle have health from that Navaria Astral Spear, but will stay up and alive. Blueberry is the main win condition for ITCC, but for SIM though, Salmon, he's doing as much as he can, trying to clear the waves, coming and crashing through to their base.
Oh,
There goes
Salmon.
Wayu again. Salmon will actually survive. There goes Wayu. Wayu goes down, but the zone is real. Buys so much time for ITCC to take down that Lord.
Yep, and it's difficult at this point because, you know, they have the Divine Glaive on Bitcoin, so that's going to be a huge amount of increase in burst from that Valentina itself. Danny himself has gotten the Oracle, so he's going to have extra healing effects. Kara going to be caught in no man's land.
He's going to go down. The Heart Guard is on to Icon, and he's going mad. But the Blazing Duet from that backside who wants to take down Bitcoin, but
Oh,
Bitcoin's
that's
splash
a burn.
damage is a little bit too much. Here comes Blueberry Waffle with the cleanup. The janitor's here. Jinrong, come in. The janitor strikes again. There we go. Preventing that Hellcrit from recalling. Blueberry Waffles wants to take down Benji, and Benji will not be able to survive. The splash damage from all these heroes are showing and coming through. That's a 9k gold lead for ITCC. This Lord skirmish is going to come through. The tier 3 top lane is going to go down to
Oh,
Salmon. Salmon will
That
not be able to
is-
survive this.
yeah, that
I
is
think
the
that's
end.
it. I think that's it, Ken. It does look like ITCC. They're going to be focusing fire on the base. There's nothing that SIM can do. ITCC, the first seed of Group B.
Yep, champions of Group B, they will be moving on into the stages for our competition of Campus Legends 2023 held at RP on the 12th and 13th of August.
What do you think of this game, man? It was just I thought it was a plot twist, and then SIM a little bit too impatient with all their engages. Karax was way too far in front. Jinro was way too far in front. Vinso, he had a tough time. It was only until now then he got his Trinity, and it was way too late. ITCC. they just showed pure domination for Group B.
I think they were hopeful, right? I think that's the only statement that I can give. SIM they were very hopeful about making this Hellcat work. Like I said, once again, yes, I understand the concept, but the execution is really hard to have, especially when you have so many heroes that require a bit of resources before you can get them online. Novaria being one of them. Yes, she offers a bit of damage in the early game as well,
Yeah.
but she still needs that full item, 2 to 3 core items before she really hits that full power spike, and she needs levels as well. And that's one of the markers for them. Benji is someone who needs early lead, so that's a lot of resources you already need
Yeah.
for 2 of your mainstay damaging characters. And let's not even talk about Vinso he on the Claude. Claude
Mhm.
requires even more.
There
So,
was there
yeah.
was moments of brilliance for SIM too. I mean, Benji was trying to do as much as he can. He didn't die until maybe like the 10 minutes of the game or 11
Yeah.
minutes, and I thought I was hopeful for them as well because
Yeah.
I was rooting for the underdogs. But then again, this is still upper bracket finals. Is just still seeding.
Yep, that's
The
right.
seeding
It's
series.
not the end of the series for them.
Correct, correct. But that being said, let's take a look at the tournament brackets to see again. Let's get a recap of the first to fourth seed in Group B because we've come to the end of the day as well. So the tournament brackets coming up: ITCC is going to be the first seed in Group B, followed by SIM, second seed, followed by Neon Polytechnic or NP, which is going to be in the third seed, and then SUTD on the fourth seed. What do you think of this seeding coming through?
Fair play, man. I mean, based on how the gameplay has been like from day one itself, from round one,
Yeah.
it was very spicy. I think the results have really shown and are accurate to how the teams have been playing and drafting.
Yeah.
ITCC is showing the best confidence as well as the mental strength to really last the competition. So definitely well deserving of first seed in Group B itself. Now SIM, I think they have a bit more work to do.
Yeah.
Definitely they have good composition on their team, but perhaps they need a reconfigured Hellcat mindset and concept.
Yeah, I thought that too. Like that's why I was like I was questioning the Hellcat quite a bit. Like I don't think it really worked out well for SIM. But then again, it was still a very fun match. It
Yeah,
was
yeah, for
it
sure,
was
for
it
sure.
wasn't very high stakes, but next week it will be because we're moving on to the playoff stage where Group A will face up against Group B, and here we see an integration of both groups. And with that being said, let's thank all our organizers and sponsors. Now, Campus Legends 2023 is organized by Skoga and Esports Academy. Academic partners ITCC and RP, or Republic Polytechnic. Monitor partners AOC Gaming. Gaming headset partners Invictor Satori headsets. PC partners Lenovo Legion. CPU partners Advanced Micro Devices, or AMD, as well as energy drink partners Red Bull, which I had like 4 over here. I think you have like 2.
Yep, second one.
There we go. I think Jays might have won my kill counter over here. And also, last but not least, Campus Legends 2023 is supported by Digital Plus, Landing Pad, Automail, and Razer Gold. That
Yep.
being said, my name is Ryan. Oh, sorry. Before we go, I want to remind all of you, take part in Campus Legends Festival happening on the 12th and 13th of August. So scan that
All
QR
here,
code
all
for
here.
more information. It's going to be happening at Republic Polytechnic, Agora Halls 1 and 2. So 12 August is going to be Valorant. So if you're into FPS, come on down. 13 August is where MLBB is going to be held. It's going to happen all throughout the day from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. on the 12th or 13th of August. So put that down on your calendars. It's going to be a fun. It's going to be a blast. You might even see me and Kin. You can get Kin's signature. I was a huge fan before I
Wow.
started casting as
Okay.
well. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it has been an honor. It's been fun. I've been Churros. This is Kin, and we'll see you next week.